The Nissan Rogue takes hit after hit, punished under immense pressure, and exposed to excessive wear. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality. We put it through the worst, so you get its best.
LA is America, only sooner. Our culture, our style, our flavors set the tone for what's to come tomorrow. Where we're from, amazing days turn into even better nights. Because where we're from, good just isn't good enough. Our beers are a reflection of our community. So we know they can't just be good. They've got to be golden.
It's a new era in women's sports. The Sports Illustrated Women's Games. Over 100 world, Olympic, and national champions competing from more than 25 countries. Tickets are on sale now.
The Supergirl Surf Festival is brought to you by Mission Pacific, award-winning beachfront resort and travel plus Leisure World's best awards. Mission Pacific Beach Resort offers an unforgettable stay at one of the best resorts in California. By Mad Hippie, award-winning, clinically proven skincare. Hippies do it better. By Owala, the water bottle that keeps things interesting.
And it is finals day at the Nissan Supergirl Pro here in Oceanside. From 112 surfers, we are down to just 16, including defending champ Eden Walla and former champions Alyssa Spencer and Kira Pinkerton. Will we see the first back-to-back winner ever, or will the cape go to a new star? At the end of today, the cape will be worn. And welcome, I'm Mark Fuel. Welcoming in Lindsay Jacobellis, Olympic gold medalist, champion herself. And this is what it's all about. We are into the final day and we are down to head-to-head competition.
Absolutely. It will be an incredible day and another day for the history books. This event gets bigger and better every year. I'm so happy to be a part of it. Having an incredible time calling the shots with you and Uncle E and giving all that information to the surfers, all the stats and fun details that are happening in the festival village as well all weekend. So things are firing up here. The waves are nice. The wind is down. We're excited to get things started here.
We certainly are. And for those watching at home, welcome on the live webcast. And that is the festival scene. We have longboarding competition happening on the north side of the pier, shortboarding over on the south. We are going to feature the longboard final in between the semi-final and the final of the shortboarding. But we've got a packed schedule today, Lindsay.
Yes, and we will have 25-minute heats, these early rounds, and that buzzer gets things started.
Well, this first heat in the water in red is Kaya Howard, the local girl from Encinitas, and also Bailey Turner from not far north of here up in Huntington Beach. Now, for both these surfers, both of them have fifth places. Bailey Turner was in this very heat last year and won it and moved on to into a fifth place. And for Kaya Howard, she got fifth in 2023.
Yes.
And so, both of these surfers know this wave very, very well. Bailey Turner, 16 years of age, so is Kaya. So this is going to be a fantastic matchup.
Absolutely, and these ladies are well versed in the beach break setup. They know they have to be maneuvering north and south pretty quickly to paddle into the position and find those little shoulders. Those moments are very quick. and you have to pop up, get in that shoulder, get your feet in the right position so you can be off and not be losing any time. That is a very challenging skill set. When you're at a point break, you can almost have all the time in the world to look left, look right, which way am I going, which way looks nicer, and have that moment to pop up. But these ladies have to be up and plan their line, get into that bottom turn right away.
And awareness as well. We just saw both these surfs kind of paddling inside. The tide is still coming up. It's going to be coming up. We've got a later start this morning here at 9, but high tide about 11 o'clock today. It looks like it's going to be a high one. And so just awareness and not drifting, letting yourself drift out too much. But we do have a little bit more time. And, of course, we have moved to head-to-head competition, whereas the previous 2 days we've had the 4-surfer format.
Yes, absolutely. So that gives those ladies even more opportunity to get on waves and have more potential scoring opportunities. So priority is going to work a little differently today.
Right now, no priority. Keep an eye on the lineup. In these grey conditions and very smooth, no wind at all, it's sometimes hard to see the wave coming. Let's see what's going to happen here. Bailey Turner. Kaya Howard takes the first ride, up and riding on a backhand. Nice first turn. This wave opening up. Can she get a second hit? And up. Progression and projection. And was looking for probably a bigger hit on that end section. But you could just tell with the way the wave was pushing, it was quite fat. Didn't have a huge amount of power. Lindsay, take us through the replay.
So immediately right into that bottom turn and nice combo. You can see she got a little bogged down there, and you were talking about how flat the wave was getting. It doesn't have that vert right in that inside section. So you have to have your weight forward more so you stay with the wave, and she was able to make that adjustment. But it does help. It does make her lose a tiny bit amount of speed, but she was able to then finish at least. So she's going to come in with a 4.0 on your first ride, red 4.0.
And that's a good start for Kaya Howard, the local girl, just 16 years of age, known for her power as well as her air game. And as part of the Encinitas Board Riders team, let's have a look here. Bailey Turner, number 3 on the North American qualifying series ranking. She's having a fantastic year so far. 3rd at Virginia Beach and also at the Vans Jacks Pro up there at Huntington Beach, a 5th in Barbados. And so giving herself at the moment a really solid shot. The qualifying series, of course, the points go towards qualifying for the Challenger Series. Around about 30 surfers from the 7 different regions around the world qualify for that. And then from the Challenger Series, 7 surfers progress through to the championship tour. And that's where the world champion is decided. Of course, Katie Simmers from this hometown of Oceanside, world champion herself, and we got to see her as a little grom here at the Supergirl Pro. It seems like only yesterday, but it was, I think, 2020. 2019 was maybe her first appearance, but now she is a world champion.
It all stems from moments like these and starting at Supergirl and having your idols in the water with you. And that's a very special, unique experience. And we've even brought that over into the snow world as well, because we are missing those elements. And especially when I grew up, I was definitely in a very male-dominated sport, as it still is. But now there are more ladies, and there's ladies raising the bar every single year. So it's so amazing to be a part of the growth and the history of the sport in that way. And these ladies essentially are doing the same thing.
Yeah, and the level of talent is just extraordinary now. All the way right in the first round of 112, we saw incredible surfing. We saw a 9 posted in that first round. So score is in for Kaya Howard. It is a 4. 19 and a half minutes remaining, so we still got plenty of time. And for Kaya Howard, did a bit of travel this year. Isn't traveling as much as some of the other young competitors, focusing on her education. But she did go over to Japan and compete in the Stab High. And this is the drone shot. Isn't technology fantastic? This was Kaya Howard on her first ride. So you can see getting that board up vertical on her backhand. And this is Sanoa Demplean of Canada getting ready. She herself.
Yeah, she'll be in our next heat against Reid Van Wagoner.
So it'll be another fantastic heat. And she's put in some great performances here as well over the years. Interestingly, if we look at the stats, there are 16 surfers left right now. 6 of them were here at this stage of the contest last year, and that was Bailey Turner, Sanoa, Eden Walla, Alyssa Spencer, Leilani McGonagle, and Vaihitimahana Inso. In 23, there were 5. That was Kaya Howard, Alyssa Spencer, Kira Pinkerton, Zoe Benedetto, and Vahiti. And so the last 2 years, both Alyssa Spencer and Vahiti have been present in coming into the finals. So those are arguably our most consistent surfers at the moment. So Sanoa, Alyssa, and Vahiti have represented here many times.
And we just got that quick glimpse of Alyssa Spencer just checking out the lineup. She'll be in our Heat 4, so she's just sitting here observing the waves. I'm sure she was out in the water doing a warm-up earlier, and now she has to just stay focused. And noticing yesterday, the ladies were a little bit more south as this high tide, but as we have this right now, live action, Turner up in blue. Beautiful backside turn, nice, great composure, great flow into that second hit, and then that final one to finish things out. And out the back, Red up and riding. We have a nice section coming together. She's trying to control her speed and stay on that wave. You saw how we've got kind of 2 waves coming together, and there's almost like a bounce off of the pier, so you're having to feel that and adjust. We'll take a look at the replay.
Yeah, Bailey Turner here. This was really nicely surfed. Nice controlled first turn, and again, keeping the board moving, and a strong finish there. So combination of maneuvers, plenty of flow in that, which is what the judges look for. And Kaya here sets this up, and it looked to me like she's stalling, looking for an air section. She does have a good air game, but then that wave just filled into the deep trench there and didn't give her an opportunity. So 2 scores though for Kaya. A 2 was her second score. She does have priority, red with priority. And Bailey Turner, a 5.5 on your first ride. So Bailey Turner, with that series of maneuvers, takes the high score, a 5.5. Really well surfed. We are going to see today waves in the 2 to 4 foot range. It's a predominant south swell, but there is a chance that we might get a little bit of northwest wind swell mixed up, which would be nice because it could break up that south swell. But we do have waves. Last year we saw incredible surfing, but we did have small waves for the final. So we've definitely got a little bit more swell than we had last year. And in the afternoons, we'll likely get a little bit of wind. And as that tide drops out, we'll start to see some of those kind of more sizable closeout sets start to push through. Okay, Bailey Turner taking this one.
Up and surfing. Goofy foot rider going right. Beautiful backside turn right immediately into the second, and then finishing out strong with that nice backside attack. I love watching the front shoulder. It really shows how they finish the turn, because how they throw their energy in through the movement to finish it off. It's something that I try to do when I serve. It doesn't always come together, but watching these ladies, I try to pick a key component so I can implement that the next time I get in the water. So I just love to see how crisp the movements are. Out the back, having a look, deciding not to go, probably a better call that's not, it's going to have that same mush that comes together on the inside and not that nice finish that she was looking for. So last ride of blue, a 5.1. So that moves you into the lead. Kai Howard in red with priority. You're looking to improve at 2.0. You need a 6.60 to take the lead.
So tactically, good move there by Bailey Turner. She didn't have priority, and so she just picked up that wave under Kaya's priority, left that wave to her, and was able to turn that into the lead. Now, Kaya Howard looking for a 6.6, and having a look at this wave. This looks like it's going to stand up. Kaya Howard now up and riding. She's got a steep face in front of her. Nice first turn. Oh, it just digs a rail on the top of that wave that just backed off. But Bailey Turner now on her third ride.
Up and surfing, staying nice and high on the line to build up that speed. Unfortunately, not able to stay with it and finish. So not knowing if that will be replacing that 5.1 that she's trying to chip away and improve on.
I think there's a little bit of a backwash with this tide at the moment, because both surfers on that one just kind of knocked off the top. Here's Kaya, and you see she went for the turn, and then that wave just disappeared. The wall of it totally disappeared. And then with Bailey...
Yeah, this wave lined up a little differently than the one right in front. So she was able to get an extra hit, but still got really soft in that same location. So right in this little mid-zone directly out in front of us, maybe the sand has shifted a little differently, or there's a big deep pocket that's kind of disrupting the wave from lining up and coming all the way to the inside. So surfers might have to make an adjustment, see if they can find a different shoulder to take off on.
12 and a half minutes. Bailey Turner in the lead, a 5.5 and a 5.1. Kaya still needing that 6.6. And Lindsay, board selection, very important in conditions like this, right?
I mean, there's so many factors that can come into play. There's fin size, there's tail shape. Red is up and riding, staying nice and high, building up some speed. Nice backside hit, getting that board. Beautiful. Beautiful up in the air and coming down so strong. Out the back, Blue, same thing. Here's the rebuttal. She said, you found something there. I will too.
Wow.
Again, a beautiful front side turn coming down nice and crisp.
Both very committed maneuvers for both Turner and for Howard.
Slightly different setup between each one, so we'll see how the judges reward and wave selection coming into play. So here's Red.
Yeah, this was Kaya. She set it up and then got vertical on a backhand, drifted the tail and came around. And Bailey, maybe a little more critical here at the finish. Bang, just in the lip.
And she seemed to have a deeper section to work with and able to get that board a little bit more vertical and like almost matching the shape of the wave and how it was coming down. So score still waiting to drop. 11 minutes, 7 seconds left in this heat. Priority is with Blue.
And next heat up in the water is going to be the Canadian. Sanoa Demplean up against local girl Reid Van Wagoner. Reid doing double duty between the longboard and the shortboard. Maybe opportunity to be the first time ever that Reid can make both finals. Here we've never had that happen before.
That would be pretty amazing, actually. Okay, scores in. Last ride for Red, 4.83. Last ride for Blue, 5.90. So Bailey, in Blue, you are in the lead with priority with a 5.90 and a 5.50. In Red, second with a 4.83 and a 4.0. You need a 6.57. 10 minutes, 5 seconds left on the clock. Priority again, Blue.
So the judges did see it as we did. It was the criticalness of that manoeuvre of Bailey Turner at the end that giving her the highest score, the 5.9. What's interesting about a lot of the young ladies who are competing that are still juniors, oftentimes they'll go to a competition and they'll surf in both the qualifying series event and they'll also surf in the junior event. This year in Barbados, Bailey surfed in both and she won the junior event, and so there are multiple opportunities for these surfers to get points and also to gain experience.
I would say experience is probably the most important thing. There's so many scenarios that you can try to run through and try to practice, but ultimately being in the water and having as many scenarios be placed in front of you, are you going to then have that in your bag of tricks to ever pull from again and ever learn from? Because it's inevitable. You are going to make mistakes. You should have done this, maybe done that, or tried something to line it up a little differently. Same thing in border cross. Like, it's so hard to replicate an exact scenario unless you've lived it. So these ladies are trying to live those moments, so now they have that in their back pocket.
In their toolbox. And of course, it doesn't hurt your fitness to be surfing that much.
Never. Never does.
Okay, Kaya Howard taking a look at this one from Encinitas. Up on her backhand. Nice first turn. Looking for the power source of this wave. She's found it, and up and over. And definitely put the board in the critical part of the wave there. Did Kaya Howard. Priority now switches over to Bailey Turner. 8 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Kaya Howard is looking for a 6.57 or just to improve on her low score of 4. Here we see here.
Here's the replay. A nice swooping backside turn. Just timing the wave, trying to work to this inside. And at least that lined up for her, like not unlike the ones we saw before. However, in practice when she was before the heat, but when she was coming in with the rights, they didn't seem to be giving her those runners. So she did find a runner to try to get a little bit more distance on that. So let's see if she's going to replace that 4.0. And she does. Last rider red, a 4.40. So no situation change. Bailey in blue, still with priority. Red, you need a 6.57. Your low score is a 4.4. 7 minutes, 15 seconds left on the clock.
Well, perfect conditions here this morning. But if you're sitting out there in the water, oftentimes with the grey horizon, a little bit of kind of fog out there, and the grey water, very hard to see the waves coming.
Almost like flat light on the mountain. It's hard to get that depth perception, so it is challenging to see as they roll in where that shoulder is ultimately going to pop up. So they have to go with trying to remember, is the sandbar kind of in this location and going to shift? It's again, it's an acquired skill. It's an understanding of how this break has worked over the years, how it works with the tides, when it's rising, when it's falling, and periodically over the weekend. It changes every second.
Yeah, and just spending time out here. So both these surfers from Southern California have obviously spent a lot of time here. 6 minutes and 15 seconds. 6 minutes and 15. Bailey Turner's low score is a 5.5 at the moment, so she can improve her lead by increasing that score. First top two scores are, of course, counted. Both scored out of 10. And we're coming up, we're just under 6 minutes now.
What's nice is we aren't seeing that dragging current north or south at the moment with this high tide. And, you know, sometimes we can see that maybe on the inside a little bit more, that it's sloshing around and it interferes with how the ladies finish the wave, but at least they're not battling the current right now. So they can at least figure out where they want to position themselves and hopefully chip into a nice little shoulder and get a runner.
And with 5.5 minutes, we have plenty of activity happening down here at the Nissan Supergirl Festival. We've got beach volleyball finals, which have been underway, beach soccer at 10 o'clock. The goals stage, free classes and incredible speakers open up. And then at around 11 o'clock is when we'll get into the round of 16 for the longboarding festival. We have a San Diego Women's Beach Soccer Clinic happening at 12:30. And, of course, a ton of concerts happening today.
Concerts start at 11:15. We got Easy Honey in concert. And then a little break, and we'll have the women's discussion panel. You can have a chance to meet women from all different walks of life, and they'll share their experiences, their highs, their lows, and what makes them Supergirls.
You've participated in a number of those.
Yes. I've had wonderful encounters and a chance to meet so many different women in just very unique circumstances, and just learning their journey was quite amazing.
Fantastic. So that's what this Supergirl Pro is all about, is about opportunity and female empowerment. And it has been running. The first one was it was under a different title, and it was I think it was the S3 Supergirl, and it was at Huntington Beach in 2007, and there were 16 competitors. And at the start of this weekend, we had 176 surfers and nearly 600 participants across all of the different activities.
Yes, and it's absolutely a spectacular event that gets bigger and better every year. New events, new sports, and new experiences are added. So you can just come down here with your whole family, and there's something for everyone. It's not even all about the surfing. It's what else women can bring to this world and this experience, and for the weekend in Oceanside.
3 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Kaya Howard is looking for the 6.57. Priority is with blue, Bailey Turner. Just hitting the 3 mark. And it is Sunday. So let's talk about Jersey Mike's Sunday. At Jersey Mike's, they offer authentic fresh sliced subs served Mike's way with the freshest of vegetables, onions, lettuce, tomatoes, and then the juice, red wine vinegar and olive oil blended to perfection. I'm going to hit Jersey Mike's later. I'm hungry now.
I say tomato, you say tomato.
Yeah, that's true. Very true. But thank you to all of our sponsors. Of course, this event couldn't happen without them year after year, and it's great to have so many local businesses also involved.
Yeah, they love being a part of this event, to be able to activate right down on the beach. It brings them a new clientele. You know, not everyone's, walking around in the city. They want to be down at the beach. So to bring awareness to what's happening and just taking a few moments walk to go inland a little bit, and you opens up a whole new world for you. So sometimes you just have to see what's out there, and that opportunity is now presented for Supergirl.
1 minute and 52 seconds remaining here. Bailey Turner with the lead. A 5.9 and a 5.5. Kaya Howard, you need a 6.57. And this is where Mother Nature either provides an opportunity or she doesn't.
Yes, this can be very challenging to keep yourself calm in that moment, but these ladies are experienced in that way, and they can easily get themselves up on a wave within moments. So every second counts. It is not over until the buzzer goes off.
But Bailey Turner is in the position of power right now because she has the lead and she has priority. So she can choose to take any wave that she likes. 1 minute remaining. And so she has the opportunity to defend her lead and progress through into the quarterfinals. 45 seconds. And with 30 seconds remaining here, Lindsay.
It's a little hard when you can not get that opportunity and it's out of your control. It's not, does she have the ability to put, a great score? Of course, absolutely. It's just not being provided at the moment. And that's when that could be hard. So we're getting ready to count things down here. And that wraps up that heat. Unfortunately, there were waves on the north side, and it just didn't make its way to the south side of the pier. But those ladies are, buddies. They're in the water together all the time. Nice spirit and Supergirl moment right there.
Yep, good
Here's
friends.
the replay and the Island's Big Wave Award of the Heat to Bailey Turner.
And getting radical, getting loose, and moving.
And we'll be right back after these messages.
Into the quarterfinals.
Aha! I knew it! You are stealing my Jersey Mike's gig.
Danny, it's just because Jersey Mike's is an official sponsor of the NFL. I'm not taking your gig.
Now you're taking my look.
This is how I dress.
My glasses. glasses. I've been looking for those.
I wear glasses. I have astigmatism.
I'll give you astigmatism.
Ready for you on set, Eli.
I gotta go.
Oh. This ain't over, Manning.
Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
Hey, that's my wine. A sub above.
Marines are made for this. Made for the calling only warriors can answer. Made from an unshakable belief in our nation and a strength that comes from the determination to win together. But you'll have to earn your place among us. Because you don't join the Marines. You become one.
The Supergirl Surf Festival is brought to you by the all-new 2025 Nissan Armada. Rugged design, adventure-ready tech. Shop nissanusa.com. By Perfect Hydration. Sustainable alkaline water created to help you feel your best and hit your goals.
And welcome back to the Nissan Supergirl Pro for 2025 here at Oceanside. We are in the Heat 2 of the round of 16 head-to-head competition, and it is Sanoa Demplean from Canada in the red and Reid Van Wagoner from the US. Regular local surfer is in the blue. There have been no waves ridden at the moment, 25-minute heat, and we're just coming up to about 3 minutes in. Joining me once again, Lindsay Jacobellis, Olympic gold medalist and author and now fresh mother. Always staying busy and productive. And welcome back to you, Lindsay. We've got some waves on the horizon.
Absolutely. Very excited to be here. This is going to be a very exciting heat. Red is up and taking that wave, getting a nice flow and a nice snappy finish to get things started. Fun fact about Reid, Reid was just surfing on the north side of the pier in the longboard round of 16, and she immediately finished up and ran over here and got ready for this. So she is on a tight schedule today.
She's warmed up. We know that she's warmed up. Very talented surfer. Very adaptable, obviously, between the different disciplines. There is different judging, different style. For Sanoa there, that was really interesting because they both took off on that wave, and it was Sanoa who just stayed with it and put it together, a couple of turns there. So a good, strong start. That does give Reid Van Wagoner the priority now. And Sanoa's score is coming in, and it is a 5.17. A 5.17 for Sanoa. That puts her in the lead, and Sanoa is currently number 4 on the qualifying series.
I wonder if there's any moment to, get used to switching from longboard over to a shortboard. Like, do you have to get your feet on the board and then just get a readjustment? And maybe that's the moment Reid needed.
I think that you'd feel very loose. And speaking of loose, let's go down to Christopher Ernst.
He's got Bailey Turner.
All right, we're good to go here. It's official. You walked away victorious. Bailey Turner, nice job. You had a victory out there. What's your morning ritual to get ready for the first heat of the day, especially going into Super Sunday Finals?
Just to wake up and
get ready and do like some warm-ups and go for a surf and play some music. Just get psyched to go surf.
You spent time in the water before with Kaya Howard, I'm sure. Is there any talking going on out there, or you stick to your own game plan, your own strategy?
Yeah, I've surfed against Kaya a lot. She's super good since we were younger, and no, we usually don't talk.
Yeah, you just stick into your game. When the waves are not producing like that, you're up against the same ocean right there. Do you have anything that goes through your mind? You just say, hey, the waves will produce when the waves produce.
Yeah, when it's slow, I mean, it's kind of hard like when you need a score because you just want a wave to come so bad. But just like be patient and not like get over for the next wave. Like, just be ready.
Just be ready. That's the key right there. We'll go get ready for the round of 8. Congratulations. Her name's Bailey Turner. She's moving on to the round of 8. We'll see her later on today. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks very much, Chris. And the young champion there, Bailey Turner, will look to improve her current ranking on the qualifying series, currently sitting at 3rd. But this was Reid Van Wagoner, Lindsay.
Yeah, this was happening during the interview. Reid was able to chip into one of these little insides and actually, make some good use of that smaller ride. Last ride of Blue, a 4.17 with a first ride of a 0.50. So she's still in second. She needs a 1.01 to move into the lead. Priority is with Red. 18 minutes, 18 seconds left on the clock.
Plenty of time. So just 1 point, the difference between those two rides. Sanoa's last hit on that wave.
Yeah, it's not the first time these ladies have gone up against each other. They're both relatively new, also to the Challenger Series, Reid being her first year and just a couple of years for Sanoa. So their end goal, their sights are set on that championship tour. Hopefully within a year or a couple of years, they are excited to be pushing the level of surfing, and they're spending their time in the water, and they're making every effort possible to make that happen.
Sanoa has had the opportunity and the pleasure and honour of representing her country of Canada at the Olympic Games in 2024. That, of course, was at the little soft beach break called Chopu in Tahiti. It's a serious wave, but represented proudly there, and no doubt is looking forward to LA 28. Which it is now being confirmed that the Olympic surfing will be at Trestles, which we are all very happy about.
Yeah, always has been a very famous break and known very well around the world, but now that it's labeled as an Olympic break, gives it a new status as well.
High performance, so Sanoa and Reid just staying really tight here. So Sanoa does have priority with a 5.17. Reid 4.17. So cat and mouse, they've obviously seen something.
Yeah, we do see priority a little bit more aggressive in these head-to-head heats, and sometimes you are able to distance yourself when there are 4 ladies in the water because there's just more to manage, but you see it definitely implemented more. So out the back we are seeing some opportunity. Let's see if there is going to be a section that one of these ladies jump into.
And did they put themselves out of position with that paddling? It is possible. There wasn't a lot on offer on that wave.
Yeah, that definitely closed out. Didn't really have the ability to hold itself coming into that sandbar. But Reid looking to chip into this one, and she is up, going to find a section. Nice, beautiful frontside hit. Working her way up some speed and a nice little frontside turn and snapping those fins free and throwing some water. So she's looking to replace that 0.50. So let's see if that is going to have a impact and improve her situation. 15 minutes. Let's look at the replay.
Yeah, and this was a good move on her part. Nice first slash, then gets her speed and onto the inside section and getting the board up vertical, bringing it back around, and safe to say that she will move into the lead, which she does with a 5.83. A 5.83 for Reid Van Wagoner. Now Sanoa needs a 4.84 to regain the lead, a 4.84 for Sanoa. 14 minutes and 45 seconds remaining here. And there we get to see Oceanside, California, and the famous Oceanside Pier. It's been rebuilt a bunch of times through the result of storms and I think the occasional fire in its history. But you can just see Oceanside, a magnificent part of the world here in Southern California. Not far out of Orange County, and about another half hour down to San Diego, one of the great small cities of America. And Reid is going to take a look at this one under priority.
Absolutely. She's not going to shut down on any opportunity. Staying active, working this little inside section. That wave was a little bit on the smaller side. She just caught a wave, so she knew she didn't have priority, but she's figured why not stay active and keep chipping away. She wants to improve that 4.17. And out the back, Sanoa in red, getting this nice little right, going backside for her. She's a goofy foot rider. A beautiful backside hit as this section lines up, getting the timing just right, finishing things off very strong. She wants to just back up her 5.17, so this could be a situation change. We'll know in a few short moments. Reid deciding to get out of the water and run to the south to reposition. Here's the replay of Reid.
So this was Reid, and this was really sharp surfing. Look at that, just combination of two turns and then a strong finish.
How quickly she's able to free those fins and really slide that tail. Here's Red's replay. And very nice, very strong, and the timing right on point.
Yes, so much power there for Sanoa, and that was the difference. There was a lot of power in Sanoa's surfing, and she gets a 7.17. A 7.17 for Sanoa. For Reid, it was a 5.1 on her previous ride, but now Sanoa is in the lead with 12.5 minutes, and Reid needs a 6.52. We have a great battle on our hands now. Interestingly, Lindsay, both of these surfers are tied at fourth on the WSL qualifying series rankings for North America right now. And that positioning very, very important for next year's Challenger Series, depending on how they finish on the Challenger Series this year. So a lot at stake here. It's not just about pride. It's also about valuable points. And we've got 12 minutes remaining, and it's Sanoa in the lead.
Yeah, and an interesting strategy, and I'm curious to know your take on it. You know, Reid's last ride, she came in, ran down the beach. Was that just to give herself some space away from Sanoa? Because it did become a paddle battle to get out to the back of the lineup to see who would have priority. But now there is space between these athletes, so they're not completely right on each other. So they have some opportunity here. Reid out the back, able to get into a nice right. She's going backside, beautiful bottom turn, spotting and kicking those fins loose. And this nice little section, she's going to come and get a little floater and finish that off. Is that going to be enough to chip away at that 5.1? Out the back, Red is up, and a beautiful sweeping backside turn and into a nice strong backside hit. Not a full completion. Unfortunately, she had great timing in that first turn. So drawn out and smooth. Had a lot more time and basically real estate to make that fully come around. So we'll see if that's going to change anything. Here's the replay.
Yeah, and Reid's right again. You just see the consistency of her approach, and wasn't able to get a really hard hit on the end section because the wave shortened up. For Sanoa, though, this first turn was really nice, but this next one, if she had completed it, that would have been the high-scoring turn, but her back foot slipping off. And so that likely is not going to change the scoreline. It doesn't. Reid gets a 3.6, is still needing a 6.52. There's a young fan on the beach. Great to see.
Supergirl smile. Love that. Already super early down on the beach. You know, I noticed in those two waves of those last exchange, they had that same, lineup, that they didn't quite have that inside fresh snap at the end. So Reid up and riding immediately into the bottom turn, throwing some spray. Again, combo, hitting the rail a little bit. It seems to have trouble finishing in that section. Sometimes that wave is not lining up on the inside, and I don't know if that's the sandbar or just that mixed swell direction that we're dealing with right now as this tide's really high.
It started off really well. Nice steep face, and that turn was fantastic on the first turn. Second one, digs a rail just slightly, and then the wave just peters off. So that score is a 3.73. Still looking for a 6.52 with 9 minutes and 10 seconds. But Reid's had a fantastic year this year. A second at Pismo Beach, a second in Barbados, fifth at the Vans Jacks Pro up there in Huntington Beach. And then she went off to the Ballito Open in South Africa, the Challenger Series event, and got a 17th there. She's also had a second at the Outer Banks Pro. So she's having a fantastic year, but so is Sanoa Demplean from Canada, who had a first place at Pismo Beach and a first place at Huntington Beach. And so these two have come up against each other a bunch of times in the last year. And of course, Sanoa also winning last year's junior tour as well.
Yeah, and that win was up against Reid as well. So they are, going back and forth, and they are pushing themselves. So having that exchange back and forth is incredible for the sport and the development of the athlete itself. So we see the ladies now positioning and working their way north, heading towards the pier. So trying to see if they are just trying to shake one another away for the priority situation, or hopefully that they're seeing some sort of opportunity on the horizon. Priority is with red.
And we want to thank Eweileiula for our water bottles and keeping us hydrated. Eweileiula, the water bottle designed to sip or swig. Eweileiula, where boring ends. Seven minutes and 20 seconds. If you are at the beach, recommend you get down to the festival area throughout the day. There's plenty going on. Support our sponsors. Check out all the entertainment. Priority is with red here. Priority is with red, but Reid is paddling for it. Forces priority. Sanoa on her backhand. Up. Quick hit. And that then hands priority to Reid Van Wagoner. So Reid really forcing Sanoa to catch that wave.
That is actually a pretty smart move. She wasn't sure if that was going to line up. She knew that that might not get her the score she wanted, but it was decent enough to tempt. So she figured, if she can get her to show a little bit of interest, now she holds the priority card. So 6 minutes, 30 seconds left on the clock. Red, you are in the lead with a 7.17 and a 5.17. And blue, you are looking for that 6.52. Your low score, a 5.1.
And sometimes it's not just about priority, it's about changing the kind of the energy, in the water. You want to shake it up, you want to change it. And not everybody always wants priority. It's nice to have. But you've got surfers like Italo Ferreira who seem to thrive in catching a lot of waves under priority. And for some surfers, they don't mind it. But where you get, this felt like Sanoa had control of the heat for a long time. And with Reid kind of forcing Sanoa to catch that wave, this is where you can get an energetic shift in the heat. She's needing a 6.52, but now with 5.5 minutes, has priority. And as we saw on the first heat of today, there can be some pretty long lulls here with this high tide. We've still got about another hour of upcoming water. Also, the swell is slowing down, mostly south swell, little mix of little bit of northwest wind swell, not a lot. We do have some. But these conditions, first thing in the morning, always a little calmer, but can be slower. 5 minutes. 5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, switching up the rotation is nice. And let's see you know, if that gives Reid a leg up in these remaining last 5 minutes to see if she can get into a great flow and hopefully find a nice little shoulder to chip into.
And next heat up in the water is going to be the defending champion, local girl Eden Walla, up against Osea Green, who has been putting in some incredible performances so far over the last couple of days.
Yeah, a lot of power in her backside surfing. Reid able to find a nice little runner. She's getting some speed. Beautiful frontside turn. Quickly redirecting to get that speed up and having a nice finishing. Oh, catching that front rail. She was floating and maintaining that speed, but unfortunately, just the white water just threw her a little off balance. And then the cousin of the snow snake got her.
So 6.52 is what she needed. That wave did have the power and the speed. And it was a good choice to go. And you can see her here setting it up. She's looking for the big last turn. And she gets the board up. And then the board was kind of ripped out from underneath her feet by the foam. And so that will be an incomplete maneuver on that wave. And the score is in at a 2.33. So now priority back to Sanoa with 3.5 minutes. Sanoa's low score is a 5.17. She has that 7.17 in her scoreline for those big backhand hits on that right-hander that she caught about halfway through this heat. So Reid Van Wagoner still needs a 6.52, but Sanoa has priority, and there's 3 minutes and 5 seconds.
It's pretty incredible to see how quickly the athletes recover after a paddle, catching the wave, paddling back out, getting back into position, jacking for position within priority scenarios, and then having a few moments to sit there, recover. Now we're back paddling, finding a wave. So that athletic endurance, that muscle endurance is pretty incredible in the surfing world. So Reid up and riding backside, nice turn. His wave standing up a little bit on that inside, but hitting that sandbank and running into the wave in front kind of flattened it out, and so she wasn't able to keep going. So that was unfortunate. That didn't give her the scoring opportunity she was looking for.
Sanoa took a good hard look at that wave as well. She was looking at it to see, was she worried that it would give Reid the opportunity? Decided it wouldn't. She gets that first turn and then is just looking for some speed and power, and that wave not giving it to her. We're down to 1 minute and 50 seconds. Sanoa with priority.
Okay, rail it prior.
Reid staying busy, choosing to go this again, looking for a 6.52.
Beautiful frontside hit. Unfortunately, that wave again shutting down, but you know, that's 9 waves she has been on. So she's not just sitting and letting the world pass her by. She is actively, you know, chasing an opportunity, hoping something can line up for her. 1 minute, 15 seconds left in this heat. Here's the replay.
Yeah, and again, good first turn, but then the rest of the wave didn't give her anything. Meanwhile, Sanoa is kind of patrolling like a shark. There's 1 minute and 5 left. She's defending her lead right now. She is patrolling for the best wave to come because she can choose to be on it. 55 seconds to go. And paddling, both surfers. So Sanoa has to kind of be careful there. She can't signal too much. Reid takes it. Nice first turn. Can she get a second? Yes, she does. Gets vertical.
Will that be enough to replace that 5.1? We'll see how the judges are going to score that. It had 2 great, sharp, poppy maneuvers. Finished strong. We got 20 seconds left. Here's the replay.
Nice turn and a second. This will be compared against Sanoa's 7.17 because Reid is looking for a 6.52. 10 seconds remaining. And that is the end of that heat, and it will be Sanoa Demplean of Canada who progresses through into the quarterfinals. And the island's big wave was, of course, the 7.17 of Sanoa. All power, all flair. And when we come back, we will be with our defending champion from last year, Eden Walla. Stay with us.
Veil from off my eyes. My burning sun will someday rise.
Can the Nissan Frontier out-monster a monster truck? Not that you would, but you could. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality.
At Front Wave Credit Union, we're all in on you. You're not just a number, you're a member. And we're putting $350 behind what we believe in. Get started today. Dream big. We got you.
The Supergirl Surf Festival is brought to you by Pura Vida, makers of the original friendship bracelet. San Diego natives, Pura Vida's waterproof, handcrafted jewelry lets you stack your story, spread friendship, and support global causes with over $5 million donated to people and planet. By Revive, fuel your body and mind with all-natural, elevated wellness. Rise stronger with SG Revive. By Bright Event Rentals, passionate team makes Bright more than rentals. They are your partner in creating flawless events.
And we are here at Oceanside Beach, California for the 2025 Nissan Supergirl Pro. Here with Lindsay Jacobellis, and we have our defending champion here in Heat 3 of the round of 16, Eden Walla. The 16-year-old, the local girl, is up against the 16-year-old Canadian, Osea Green. Both these surfers have been looking very, very strong so far. Lindsay, no waves yet ridden, but we do have 25-minute heat.
Yeah, it is nice that we are on the head-to-head. There's only 2 ladies in the water, so we are giving a little extra time to see what can, happen. We'll see, more opportunities out there that we don't have 4 ladies in the water, so it'll be a more exciting battle back and forth and exchange. So we love to push that level of surfing. And when you have extra time, you can get a couple of great rides under your belt, but then you might start pushing your own limits and see what else you can, accomplish if you have that extra time. And we see that across the board with a lot of different sports. In halfpipe, they changed, 2 runs combined to best of 2 and now best of 3. And it allows the development of the sport and allows you to push the limits. So giving that extra few minutes can do wonders for a surfer.
Well, let's see, what have we got here? Eden Walla had an incredible year last year, the San Clemente girl, but it is Osea Green up and riding the Canadian. Nice first turn.
And she was a little bit better positioned and was able to not be a little too deep. So she saw that Eden Walla was not going to make it, so she decided to just chip in and barely had to paddle because it was just presented right in front of her, which is so nice and kind of a rare commodity sometimes. So here's the replay.
She set this up really well the first turn. Nice slash, but then the final one, strong. Rides out clean, and so she gets a score on the board. Scores yet to come in. 20 minutes and 50 seconds remaining here. It's going to be a solid opening score for Osea Green, a 5.17. A 5.17 for the Canadian. Right now, let's go down to Uncle E, who is with the winner of the last heat.
Thank you, Fuely. I am with Sanoa Demplean from Canada, and she just had a nice 1-2 punch right out of the gates. Obviously, Mother Nature delivering there. Strategy going into today?
Yeah, I mean, you're on to the man-on-man rounds, which is, I love surfing man-on-man heat, so it's definitely a lot more, like, I guess, like, tactical. There's kind of, like, less up to chance, like, less girls all over the place, so just picking my waves and trying to find them out there, because even though it is fun and clean, it is also small and soft and inconsistent, so just trying to find my waves and be patient for the good ones and use priority well.
You have such a nice demeanor about you. You don't show any levels of anxiety. It's like good Canadian form. Is there internal turmoil? What do you do to quiet the anxiety, if at all, when you're out there?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely get super nervous for competitions, excited and nervous. I love it. But I don't know, I feel like I definitely perform my best when I'm more calm and relaxed. So just trying to, I don't know, remember that that's like kind of the feelings I want to bring into my heats, and just breathing and relaxing and just remembering to enjoy it.
Yeah, breathing, relaxed, I like it. Out in the water right now, we have Osha Green. I understand you loaned her a board to begin with and helped her learn to surf. Is that correct?
Yeah, I took her surfing lots when she was younger. I haven't seen her so much the last couple of years just because I've been gone traveling, and now, you know, she's starting to travel too. But when she was just, you know, whatever, maybe 6, 7, 8 years old, I would take her surfing lots when we do like our camping trips up the coast. So it's cool to see her on this stage now in her first man-on-man heat.
Excellent. Anything you want to say to people up at home in the Great White North up in Canada?
Yeah, hi to everyone in Tofino, everyone in Canada, my family. Thanks for tuning in and supporting.
All right, good luck. Go get rested. Round 8 coming up. That's Sanoa Demplean. Back to you guys.
Thanks very much, Chris. And during that interview, we did see some waves ridden, and Eden Walla and Osea Green both getting rides. And for Eden Walla, it is a 6 on your first scoring ride, and Osea Green a 3. So Osea is in the lead, but Eden Walla has priority. And this was Osea's wave.
This was that second wave. She kind of chipped into a little inside, was able to just getting a decent backup score. And this was Eden Walla's first ride. This one just ran with it, and she was just working these sections beautifully. This nice little inside, timed it really well, and the distance traveled on that wave was really, really nice.
Yeah, and showing why that she is the under-16 US champion. She was second place in the under-18s last year. Of course, winning here, winning the Supergirl Cape, and then heading off to Japan earlier this year to win the Stab High Ladybirds competition. She's been on the Challenger Series, of course, this year. She got a 9th at Newcastle. That's her best result on the Challenger Series. But on the QS, also performing very well. A 3rd at Pismo, a 5th at Virginia, and at Outer Banks. So, as we got to see there, very strong, good in all the forms, and part of that very, very strong San Clemente contingent.
Yeah, San Clemente definitely produces a lot of surfers, and I mean, they all get to feed off of one another. They see each other in the water almost every day at lowers, and I'm sure they pretty much run down their own sort of heats. I hear them always, trying to have little mock heats happening in the lineup, and they're all judging each other and chirping at each other and having a great time in the process. And it's wonderful to see how many women are also down at lowers all the time. It is never, a lonesome thing anymore. I remember when I went down there probably, around 10 years ago, it was very intimidating to be the only female in the water, and you're trying to go against these guys, and you'd see one girl in the water. I naturally just paddle over and be like, "Hi, who are you? What's your name?" So now that's a thing of the past to have so many. So it's wonderful to see how that has changed, and we've got some activity in the water.
Walla will take it, uses her priority. Sweeping cutback, looking for the power pocket. She's found it. You can just see how low to her board she is. And a combination of maneuvers looking for a 2.17 to take the lead.
Yeah, and you can see that wave at the start wasn't super steep, so she took her time and was very gentle with how she drew out that first maneuver, so she wasn't dragging and losing too much speed, and was being very patient to then wait for that setup, until it stood up so she could then do that maneuver. Let's take a look at that replay.
And you can see there, that's a setup turn, but then just the compression that she gets, able to keep the board moving and flowing.
Yes, a nice variation within that wave as well. So should be a nice solid backup score to accompany her 6.0.
A great shot there from the drone on the replay. Great to have the modern technology that is available to us. And 15 minutes.
Yeah, we're at that 15-minute mark. It's hard to tell whether it seems the time is going by faster today, just with the excitement, or that there's still so much time left for all of these ladies.
So Sia needs a 6.23. Now, a 5.4 is what Eden Walla dropped on that second ride, so a 6 and a 5.4. So Sia Green has priority, but she's looking for a 6.23.
You know, and that's actually very achievable in this time frame. And what you can do is obviously try to improve on that 3.0, but you can also then, you know, notch up that 5.17 that she has too. So if she's not getting it in just one wave, she can split it between those two and try to improve both. There's still a lot of time left. So she's not in a desperate situation by any means in this moment, and she has priority.
Plenty of time. And thanks to Sanoa for the pronunciation advice. Osha, as in ocean, not Osea. So Osha Green.
I just figured you can get away with anything with your accent, so I started to follow your lead.
Everybody just assumes I'm saying it wrong anyway, so. But Osha Green, great to see, you know, the support that one surfer can give to another. Small, you know, kind of a relatively, not a small country, but a relatively small surfing nation. But of course, they do also have a representative on the World Tour now as well. So 13 minutes and 13 seconds left to go here. Eden Walla out in front, a 5.4 the low score.
Ladies giving themselves some space from one another. And
yeah.
You see a wave on the horizon. It is coming in and it is shifting a little bit south. So let's see how that affects where the takeoff will be and which lady will essentially chip into it. Looks like red, Eden Walla up, surfing on that backside, getting that speed up, waiting for that wave to stand up. A nice, beautiful hit. And getting in that combo as she works her way to the inside. The section's gonna not quite stand up the way she wanted to, so she had to do a safe maneuver to finish things off to make it clean, not as punchy, but hoping to just maybe improve that 5.4.
And that was a good ride. It was solid. She had a lot of speed through those, particularly the first couple of maneuvers, and then able to get a little kind of almost like a reform on the inside, as you said. Not as strong at the end, but watch this. The speed that she's generating here. Beautiful first turn, really critical. And again, throwing a lot of spray. And a third, and this is where it sets up. Works onto the inside, just looking for a big last turn. And a little chunk there. So that was a well-surfed ride for Eden Walla.
And out the back, this is live action. This is Blue getting some nice, beautiful backside turns. Getting those combos that really help that score. The judges like to see that variation. She's looking to replace that 3.0. 11 minutes, 20 seconds left in this heat. This is heat 3 of the round of 16. Priority is up for grabs now.
Osha Green did get a 25th at Virginia Beach at the qualifying series event there. Let's take a look at Osha's wave here. Stood up really nicely, as you mentioned, Lindsay, at the start. Nice sweeping cutback second, just give a great view to the water photographer, and finished it off really strongly. So a good ride, but Eden Walla's last score dropped in at a 6.57 that means that Osha's going to need a 7-4. She doesn't get it. The score's still coming in for Osha. It is her best ride, a 5.6. So Osha now needs a 6.97, a 6.97. Eden Walla, a 6 now her low score, and has priority with 10 minutes and 20 seconds remaining.
But again, a lot of time. So now if she just improves that 5.17, she can keep chipping away at it. And she has now 2 solid scores. It's nothing desperate. You know, she's got some time. She can remain calm and position herself accordingly. I believe she can do it. It is the Supergirl spirit. You know, you don't want to give up on yourself. You certainly need that support from your friends and family, and people are here to do that. They've got coaches here, they've got friends and family, and their fellow competitors that are all cheering them on. You can see that they've got great relationships between them all the time. So 9 minutes, 40 seconds left in this heat. Priority is with red.
There is always an incredible vibe here at the Supergirl Pro, and for a lot of these surfers, they are travelling, they're seeing each other at competition, but sometimes too, they're seeing old friends, people that they have met here who are either from overseas. We had 13 countries represented at the start of Friday. We're now down to 4 or 5 different countries. We've got regions. So we got Costa Rica. In surfing's unique in that depending on not the Olympic Games, but your region. So Hawaii is treated as a different region to North America in the sport of surfing sometimes. But we've got Costa Rica, North America, Hawaii, Canada, and Peru.
Yes,
still remain.
I do remember when surfing was first indoctrinated into the Olympics, how that was going to go down, because there was that, thought process, oh, we'll get to keep Hawaii. It's like, well, not really. So that's when surfers had to be, figuring out how they wanted to position themselves and which country they needed to represent, because now you're then taking 2 big regions and putting them into one. It really limits the field a little bit more, so that competitive level just shot up immediately overnight when that decision came into play. So 8 minutes, 8 seconds left in this heat. Priority is with red. That is the jersey of Eden Walla, in blue, Osha green.
Yeah, Osha also got a 41st in Barbados, so she's starting really at the early stages of her competitive journey, but you could see the form that she has. Definitely one of our future stars, and we'll get to represent her country proudly on the world stage. Eden Walla from San Clemente. As you mentioned, it's a hotbed of talent there. There's plenty of friendly rivalries in the water there any day you go down there, but there's a great supportive energy as well. So
that seems to trickle then through the generations. It's always been a very popular spot for surfing to be growing, developing. A lot of surfboard companies are there shaping and contributing to the new technologies of the sport and how it's developing. And when you have now surfers to then implement and give feedback on new things, it then can give that extra edge in the sport. So then that naturally can trickle down into younger athletes getting those technologies a little bit sooner than the previous generation. So then that gives them that little head start into becoming potential world champion.
And just the experimentation that's happening in the sport of surfing as well. Osha taking a look, not able to get into that. But it's the same in snow sports, right?
Absolutely.
Like they say that despite technology, there's no skis or snowboards that are exactly the same. And surfing is the same. If you get that magic stick, you want to hold onto it. You want to save it for when you have those big moments in sport.
Yeah, just the introduction into the snowboard world actually changed the shape of how skis are made now. It's the shaped, ski with a smaller radius than the old 210s that, everyone used to race on. And now with border cross more specifically, I started off racing on the same board I was in half pipe and slopestyle, and now a border cross board is so specific to the sport and the athlete riding it. So not unlike the surfers in the water, having a very detailed, spec board for their person. So it's cool to have their names on it. And sometimes you can find them in the shops and be like, I'll try it. All right, Blue having a look, and she is up and surfing on her front side, waiting for that wave to stand up. She's going to get that nice swooping turn, being patient with her timing. Again, seeing this inside line up, and she's able to have a nice, strong finish. She wants to improve that 5.17. We'll see if that can come into play.
Yeah, but she's really needing that 6.97. So it's a 6.97 that will move her up into the lead. But this was very, very well surfed. As you said, that first sweeping cutback, really nice, super smooth. And again, such a good style. You can see keeping her eyes forward, though.
I did notice that. She used her upper body to make sure she completed that turn while maintaining looking down the line, which is a very, very cool thing to see. And unfortunately, that wave didn't really come into play in her scoreline. We are now under the 5-minute mark. That's 4 minutes, 24 seconds left in this heat now.
Eyes always on the landing, right?
Yeah. It makes sense. You need to know where you're going. But a lot of the times you'll see surfers really trying to finish hard, and you have to throw your head sometimes to finish hard. But she had beautiful timing in that maneuver where she was able to use her upper body to finish, but then still see where she needed to go, so how she could time in her next maneuver. So that is a very, very cool skill set.
Priority, of course, is with Eden Walla. Her low score, a 6. Low score of 6, a high of a 6.57. 3 minutes and 40 seconds. When you've got the lead, it seems like a long time because you just want it to be over. But when you're chasing, you want every opportunity that you can. And these two surfers having great exchanges here. But it is that 6.97 that OSHA needs. The next heat up in the water is going to be former champion Alyssa Spencer up against young hotshot Zoe Benedetto, the 14-year-old, the youngest surfer left in the field, I think.
Yeah, 14 years of age.
She's been looking really strong throughout the last 2 days.
Yeah, she's got a couple of podiums, one in Virginia Beach and at the Mora Bay Open. In the water right now, getting up, Eden Walla going backside. Beautiful snappy backside hit right into the second maneuver, then to a nice little turn. So 3 combos right in a row, back to back to back, and then waiting for that inside maneuver. So she's trying to chip away and improve her opening of a 6.0.
Yeah, that did look similar to her last ride where she got a 6.57. Good length of ride, good combination of turns, super smooth. Just kept everything really tightly controlled. And now priority switches to OSHA. There's 2 minutes and 3 seconds to go. Judges taking a look at that score for Eden Walla.
How fast you can get up and get into speed and then show control of the maneuvers is also an aspect that the judges can look, because they like to see the speed, but how are you controlling? How are you utilizing it? This is the replay of Eden Walla. Beautiful bottom turn into that vertical hit, right into the second maneuver, and then a sweeping turn for the third, waiting for that inside, and riding away strong. Not a big finishing maneuver because the wave didn't really present a section, but again, strong with the combos of all the other maneuvers. And that beautiful aerial shot to then just chase after her. So we see a totally different perspective in how she gets to see the wave.
And the flow and the combination results in a 7.83. A 7.83 for Eden Walla. And with 1 minute remaining, OSHA Green now needs an 8.8. You need an 8.8 And it was just the flow and the combination of turns. Those first 2 turns for Eden Walla, also very fast and in the pocket. And she's just got such a great compressed style as she comes off that bottom turn and into the top turn. So that's a big score, 7.83, highest score of the day so far. "28 seconds. Osha taking a look at this one. This could be her last chance. Can she get that 8.8? Hits the lip, and with 10 seconds remaining, Eden's having a look at this.
And she was up and trying to get a little extra points there. Again, that extra time, and she knew that she had that advantage. She wanted to try a little air section because she might need that for her later heats. So we're wrapping things up of Heat 3 in the round of 16. Unofficially moving on is Eden Walla in the red, getting ready to kick things off to the next round. But looking back of our island's big wave of the heat is Eden Walla.
What if you got rewarded just for doing what you love? With the Verizon Visa card, you can get up to 4% in rewards. That's 4% when dining at your go-to spot, 4% when you swing by the grocery store, and 4% when you fill up your car. All those rewards can go towards your Verizon bill, and there's no annual fee. Plus, when you enroll in Verizon's AutoPay, you can unlock a discount on your Verizon bill. With the Verizon Visa card, get rewarded just for living life. Apply today.
The Supergirl Surf Festival is brought to you by Smokeflower, OC Born, LA Built Apparel for your SoCal lifestyle, by SI Women's Games coming to Oceanside, October 28th to November 2nd at Front Wave Arena.
Zone, thank you. That is from the judges. Welcome back, everybody. The birds are here. You are here. The surfers are here. And so are the waves. We're on to our fourth heat, of the day on a round of 16. Uncle Lee alongside Lindsay Jacobellis. What do you know, Linz?
Well, I know that we're going to have a lot of action today. Our heats are 25 minutes. Our ladies are in the water. It is a head-to-head competition. We are not having the 4 ladies anymore. It is just 2 in the water, which gives more time for waves. Blue is up and riding right now. This is the young gun, Zoe, getting a nice back-to-back game. She's trying to get that first open score. Alyssa having a look, not liking it. It's probably a good call, not really a section really developing on the inside for that, but this is the replay of her first ride that gave her that 3.67.
Yeah, right out of the gate, dodging the cameraman and getting the shot. Here's Zoe. She's looking down the line and getting quick snaps.
Now you can see how quickly she has to adapt when she sees that wave about to break and just completely roll her board. So she changes her weight really fast and throws her head down to finish. So while we're taking a break in the action, let's throw it down to our previous heat winner, Eden Walla.
Very much, Lindsay. Of course, defending champion, Eden Walla. A 7.83. That was a big score on top scoring wave. What were you looking for in the waves out there?
I think I kind of went out there with an open mind, but I was kind of looking for the lefts as well. I feel like in my free surf, I got a couple fun ones. So, yeah, I was trying to keep an open mind, but I was excited to go left.
Well, it worked out for you. Tell us, it's been a big year since you won here a year ago. What was it like following that win, and what have you learned through this year?
Yeah, I think I've learned a lot about myself and about competing. I think I'm learning just to believe in myself more and have confidence. And yeah, I think that's it.
Well, I think that's coming through. What would it mean to you to be the first surfer ever to go back-to-back winner here at the Supergirl Pro?
I think it would be really cool. I'd be stoked, but I'm just trying to keep it on to one heat at a time and stay focused.
Well, good luck in the quarters.
Thank you.
Nice.
Back to you guys.
Nice job, Fuely. That was Eden Walla looking for another cape, and whilst we were gone, a nice throw done by Zoe Kina. We're going to get a replay of that. We overlaid it with the interview, but Zoe Kina just got up in the air, whipped it around, and maintained composure, that nice speed, power, and flow the judges are looking for. And we'll take a peek at it right here. She lines it up going north towards the pier, throws around, loosens up the fins, switches it around like ain't no big thing. That's what the youth are doing this day out in the water. Supergirl Kina at 14 from Kauai, dropping the hammer. And that score will accompany her 3.83. Stand by. Highest score of the competition thus far. Maddie Stanton earned a 9.0 on day one, and we have not seen a 9 since. This will not be a 9. It's a 4.4. Zoe Kina, 2 waves in, a 3.83 and a 4.4. So nice aerial execution put in there. And once again, water photographer. Let them go. Once again, our water photographer, please stay wide. That is a request from the WSL. Please stay as wide as possible. Your cooperation is greatly appreciated. Nice to have you all here. Looks like the cloud layer is slowly starting to lift. We're either going to have sun break through today or we're not. One of those two things is going to happen, and we're going to stick to that. This is Oceanside Pier. It's been built and rebuilt 5 times, and you folks on it know it's stable, it's sturdy. We've seen some big waves roll through here through the years, and today is the day where we're not going to have waves crushing and crashing over the sides of it. We will have waves, though, hovering around the 2 to 3, an occasional 4-foot set rolling on through. This is the 3rd of 3 days of this event in the 19th year. It started down at Pacific Beach. It went up to Huntington, and then it gravitated down here in 2012, and it's been here ever since. It's known as the Nissan Supergirl Pro Surf Series. 19 years running strong. Alyssa Spencer, who's in the water right now at 22 years of age, was all of 3 when this started. Zoe Kina, I'm not sure her parents were actually together yet, as she is only 14 years of age. On screen right there, you see Jim Pinkerton, the farmer of waves, alongside Kira Pinkerton, his daughter, who he helped push into waves at the age of 3 up in San Clemente. We'll see Kira in the next heat. Let's focus now to surfing in the water. This is Alyssa Spencer, Supergirl Cape winner twice on both coasts.
Alyssa getting some great speed and laying into that section. Looking for a little extra credit on this inside, and she's able to sneak in one more little turn. She wants to back up her first score of a 3.67.
Yeah, we'll see what that looks like. It's gonna, she needs a 4.56 to overtake the lead. She does just that. Alyssa Spencer, your score in, a 5. And here's a look back for you folks, and just on rail. Look at that power. And the flow, hopping along and getting one last round off and getting it done. Nice job. Halfway to 10, a 5 for Spencer. She's in the lead, 16 and a half minutes left. Lindsay, we've increased the time by 5 minutes today, and we've decreased the number of competitors by 2. So Supergirl on Supergirl action, something on the horizon. What do you see out there?
The head-to-head, both ladies are having a look and up on the same wave. Zoe able to have a nice little wrap and get some fun on the inside, and Alyssa took off like a shot and started running down. It is challenging to be watching both surfing at the same time, but it is almost cool because you can see, if you're looking out of one eye each, you can see the timing and how quick and how different they surf the same wave.
Yeah.
This is that replay of young gun Zoe.
Yeah, you be the judge at home. There's Zoe's wave. We got another camera, and here's Alyssa's. So as you said, generates a little bit more speed coming down the line, and then where's the board go? It goes, say, let's go like 1 o'clock. Not quite vert, but she was able to whip it around. Had a little bit more energy in that turn. So
yeah, the wave was a little bigger there. The maneuver might be a little bit more critical, but Zoe had great flow and could do a little bit more on the wave. So we'll see. As those scores are still coming in. Last ride of red, a 6.5. Still waiting on blue. Last score of blue, 5.17. So in the lead is Alyssa Spencer with priority. In second, blue with a 5.17 and a 4.4. You need a 6.34. 15 minutes on the clock. This is heat 4 of the round of 16.
yeah, thanks for tuning in. If you're just waking up somewhere around the world and you're logging in, this is heat number 4 of 8 for the round of 16. Light raindrops falling from the heavens, sometimes a blessing. And right now the Supergirl in the water is Alyssa Spencer. She's earned 2 capes, one here a couple years back and one in Jacksonville Beach that is held every November. So she has 2 capes bi-coastal. In the previous heat, Eden Walla, who last year's victor, she's earned a cape. In our next heat, Kira Pinkerton, San Clemente local, walked away with a victory and a cape last year in Jacksonville. Will she do what only Alyssa and Caroline Marks have done, earning bi-coastal capes? Time will tell.
It's raining in the water, so that's like snowboarding while it's snowboarding, or so snow while it's snowing. So
it's raining in the water. It's also raining on the beach.
Yeah,
it's rain is falling from the skies. Raindrops keep falling on my head. Hey, Verizon! With Verizon's My Plan, you can get our best deals and only pay for what you need. Drop by the Verizon booth to surf plans. Learn how you can earn up to 4% in rewards on purchases. Thank you, Verizon.
And Mad Hippies, we embody freedom, free thinking, free spirits, and free love. Mad Hippie took all that liberation, bottled it up. Their mission, free up your routine. While that's happening, she's freeing up her feet from that board. She was trying to get a nice maneuver on that inside and just not able to finish that, but she's in a great position right now, so she's just upping the ante. Blue with the rebuttal. She wants to answer back. Unfortunately, a little behind on that timing.
You know what that was? That was actually a little bit of karma justice right there, because as Alyssa took off on that wave, right, Zoe was butted up right up against her. Alyssa had priority, but Zoe was using a little some tactics to say, hey, I'm right here. Don't forget me, little 14-year-old from Hawaii. And here's a look at Alyssa. She gets up, just falls off it there. And similarly, if you look at the blue of kind of that happened as well. So
yeah, it almost seemed like her foot just slipped off of her traction pad, not necessarily her weight being not distributed well. It's just a little mishap.
Yep, that'll happen.
It's happened to me like once or twice. It's not common, but 12 minutes, 30 seconds left in this heat. Priority is with red.
So
we do have some opportunity coming there. We do see a little pulse in this swell. So we are seeing that exchange happen back to back to back. So having a look, Alyssa says pass, and Zoe's pretty much said the same thing. She didn't want to waste the energy to paddle out. She's saying there could be more on the horizon, having that hope. And Alyssa taking off on her front side, getting some nice speed. Look at how quickly she can generate that maneuver.
Yeah. Nice work, Alyssa Spencer.
She's trying to now ratchet up her low score. That was a 5, so let's see if that can fall into her score line.
Yeah, that had strength and had a good speed, power, flow. We'll see if that improves upon. Zoe Kiner, surfer from blue, has been very fond of what's happened on the eastern seaboard. In 23, she took third place at the East Coast Surfing Championships, second place last year. This year at the Virginia Beach Open, form of the ECSC, she took third again, so she has great success as a young teen, preteen. She was 12 when she took third place. Here's a look back at Alyssa.
Here's that replay. Beautiful bottom turn setup into that second maneuver. So you can see she's very fluid from execution in that bottom turn as she goes into that maneuver and then immediately into the second bottom turn with no setup in between. So it helps you maintain and just build on speed. Red again, Spencer up and riding front side, a little stall so she can find that section. Unfortunately, the waves kind of doubled up and separated at the same time as she was coming towards this inside pier. The waves haven't been lining up historically over the last hour in this inside area closer to the pier. It seems to get a little chopped up, so it's not always going to help them get that finishing maneuver that they want to add that little exclamation mark on. So she's trying to improve a 6.0 as her low score. So 10 minutes, 20 seconds left in this heat.
Here goes
Blue
Kaina.
up and riding.
Race down the line here, heading towards our cameraman as he ducks down under, and she gets the fins loose and whips it around once again. Kaina, similar to her 4.4 ride there, getting it loose as a goose. Here we go, and here's Spencer up and out. So, Alyssa, you had a 6.0 on that previous wave. That did replace your 5.0. You have the lead. Zoe Kaina before that score. We'll give an update once that score comes through to see what your requirement is. Hold tight.
All right, here's that replay. Beautiful turn, not wasting any time, getting up to speed. She sees that air section coming in, and she completes that beautifully, riding away effortlessly. So we'll see. The judges are still deliberating. They're thinking about how they want to score that wave from start to finish. 9 minutes, 23 seconds left in the water.
Yeah, great work by the cameramen up on the pier, getting a great shot, shooting across. We have a drone up in the air, several cameras, the long lenses shooting from the scaffold here as well. Thank you to all our camera operators. And something is approaching in the blue under the 9-minute mark. Kind of says, I want it, but I just didn't get it. And a score in, 7.17 for Zoe Kaina. Highest score of the heat, 7.17. Kaina, that puts you, you're still in second. Your requirement now is a 5.33. Zoe Kaina, surfer in blue, you need a 5.33. Spencer, you have a 6.5 and a 6.0. And you have priority. Priority is red, blue.
Yeah, Zoe's looking to replace that 5.17 that she got in her third wave. So she's kind of in that area. So she knows if I got a 5.13 on that third wave that I caught, and I just need a little bit more, it can help her give a good indication of where she can maybe pick up some points. We've got 7 minutes, 55 seconds left on the clock. Priority is with red. All right, and we've got some waves. Nice to see that the pulse has increased. And blue scraping into that. That wave wasn't quite breaking. It looked like it was going to have a nice little wall to work with, and then it didn't quite hit that sandbank to give that little punch to pop into. You know, she is on the smaller side, but you still need some energy from the wave and paddle combo to get you into that section. So not quite enough energy behind that wave, so they are going to try to reposition themselves and try again. Priority with red.
I believe Kai, is that our water photographer? Thank you very much for all the great images the last couple days. Much appreciated. It's an arduous task out there to dodge, stay in the right position, get the shot. A lot of his water shots can be found at the WSL site as well as supergirlpro.com.
It is a very beautiful perspective to have that eye level, to you see the size of the wave, to almost see the expression and the intensity on the athletes' faces when they're in a maneuver, and just being, of course, that close in the action.
Yeah.
It's different from what we see up here or even the drone shots. So having those different...
I taught surfing one year in Doheny and took my camera out there and shot some kids from the water, and boy, it's an art. That's not easy.
No, it's definitely not.
There's a lot going on, especially when there's a lot of young groms out there being pushed into waves. You got to keep your head up. But
well, you have multiple heads.
And personalities and hats.
Yeah.
That's it. Welcome in. If you're just waking up, walking up, it's 6 minutes left in this heat. Next up will be the likes of Kira Pinkerton and Dia McCart. So lots of activity to come today. Longboard finals are going to be right here before the shortboard finals, somewhere around the 3 o'clock hour. You know that previous competitor in the second to last heat was Reid Van Wagoner, who's going for longboard and shortboard glory. She's going to continue on 11 o'clock for longboard mission. Yeah, so both of them went down south saying, hey, we see something down there, might be better scoring potential. Highest wave score, 7.17, held by Zoe Kaina. But the leader is Alyssa Spencer with a 6.5 and a 6.0. Zoe Kaina in blue needs a 5.33. She has a quote that says, I'm going to be world champ someday. And I was watching her down below, big smiles, getting warmed up this morning, having a little milkshake. She trains jiu-jitsu. She's always got a smile on her face. And she is a young force to be reckoned with at 14. You want a bank that actually has your back? Front Wave Credit Union gives new members $350 when you open a checking and savings account with direct deposits. Thank you, Front Wave Credit Union, for being on board with this great event.
And brought to you by Mango Cart Wheat Ale, perfectly balanced, deliciously refreshing, made with real mango. Proud partner of Supergirl Surf Pro. Enjoy responsibly.
I think I would like
You're so responsible, you.
Oh, God, I can't even spell that word. Pura Vida is all about feeling good and looking good. As a certified B Corp, we've donated over $5 million to causes to support people and the planet. Thank you, Pura Vida. I'm pretty certain we were on board with them in one of their first years. They came out here and had these bracelets. Gravitational pull was cool, and it continues on today, Lindsay.
We love the support. We love the sponsors that help, make this dream come true. The vision of ASA Entertainment can be nothing you can call it nothing else but unbridled. And, the vision that Rick has and creativity, how he can, have these activations to build awareness on so many levels for brands to, make their debut appearance or to, reach out to a new audience or, it is very unique.
Yep.
It's what makes this event so special and, keeps people coming back year after year. Not to mention the free concert. This is a 100% free event to be a part of.
Plain white tees tonight. Lupe Fiasco last night got a call from someone saying, why is their line so big? I thought it was a free event. I'm like, it is a free event. That's why the line's so big. So if you're enticed to go check out Plain White Tees tonight, get there early. Going to be a good time. Back to the action in the water. We're down to the critical mass of under 3 minutes. It's Alyssa Spencer and Zoe Kaina. Alyssa has the lead with a 6.5 and a 6.0. She's caught 6-7 waves. 5 waves caught by Zoe Kaina, her two best. A 7.17 and a 5.17. To advance to the next round, Zoe Kaina in blue needs a 5.33. An achievable task, all dependent on Mother Nature delivering the goods. Priority goes to Alyssa Spencer, so this is what's known as prime defense. She's going to sit just on her shoulder. Surfer in red will sit on her shoulder, and then she'll say, you know what? Go ahead, take that one. I don't see much of a scoring opportunity. Alyssa now says, I'm going to go over here. This looks like it's got a little more substance to it, and she'll look to improve upon her 6.0. No, she won't. does not sacrifice priority. Here goes Kaina on the blue.
And she knew that wave was really going to only produce one maneuver because it just didn't have it was kind of coming in a U shape, so it was closing out on both sides, so literally only a maneuver in either direction. So she decided to pass. Coming up later today at 1, it's the first time that we are going to be seeing BMX. So that is going to be a clinic that it will be hosted by Olympic medalist Paris Benegas. And that is really cool. That's just going to be just north underneath the pier.
Okay.
So go check that out a little bit later today. Concerts are going to be starting at 11:15. Pretty soon. That's easy, honey, in concert.
1 minute. 1 minute. Yeah, lots of concerts, lots of activities. Just go take a look around. Lots of booths, get some free stuff. Find some stocking stuffers as Christmas is just right around the corner.
It always shows up a lot faster every year, doesn't it?
Yeah, get some of the prizes and put them in your Halloween basket and keep it out of the door.
Spencer taking priority with that. Maybe just playing a little defense, but she'll get at least one hard backside hit on that. Whether that was, a plan or just playing defense, either way, a great strategy.
Yep, 20 seconds remain, so Alyssa will stand there with her pink and white board and watch to see what the fate is with Zoe Kaina in blue. With 10 seconds left, listen for the countdown. This ride will count. Zoe Kaina needing a 5.33, a good solid snap off the top. Not sure it's going to be enough. We leave that in the judges' hands, and we will prepare ourselves for the next heat as well as the islands. That was not the start. That was not the start of the next heat. Please hold. Here's a look back. This is the islands' biggest wave of the heat. This is for you folks at home. That's Zoe Kaina whipping the tail around, getting a nice 360 in the mix. Good job, Zoe Kaina.
That was at 7:17. Beautifully drawn out. Absolutely spectacular timing with that aerial maneuver.
And we'll be back right after this.
The Nissan Rogue takes hit after hit. Punished under immense pressure. And exposed to excessive wear. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality. We put it through the worst, so you get its best.
Mango Cart from Golden Road Brewing. The wheat beer brewed with real mango. Crisp, refreshing, and always perfectly balanced.
The Supergirl Surf Festival is brought to you by Ubatuba, Life is sweet, make it acai by Verizon. Stop by the Verizon booth to learn more about special discounts for military, veterans, and families. By Vive Organic. Perfect for every immune-boosting occasion, Vive Organic shots are the fresh way to feel good every day.
And welcome back, viewers. Oceanside Supergirl Surf Pro. In the water, in red is Kira Pinkerton. In blue, Dan McCart. 22 minutes, 27 seconds left on this heat. Just getting things started. 2 waves have been ridden, waiting for scores. Last ride of blue, a 3.17 and a 4.33 for blue. First 2 rides of red, a 6.17 and a 4.5. Here's the replay.
For the replay, this is the 4.33 of Dea McCart, and here comes the 4.33 of Dea. Excuse me, we have back-to-back Dea waves. So she's earned a 3.17 and a 4.33, and here comes a 4.5 ride from Kira Pinkerton, matched up with her 6.17. So 4 waves ridden, and the situation reads as such. Kira, you have a 6.17 and a 4.5. Dea, you have a 4.33 and a 3.17. Lots of time on the clock, and to advance right now, Dea Surfer in blue, you need a 6.34. Priority is blue, red. Well, we're going to have an interview in a short bit. We'll have an interview in just a bit with Alyssa Spencer and Mark Fueley. Been involved in the surf game for decades. Comes from Australia. He helped start.
Is that why it sounds funny?
He's got that accent. Yeah, yeah, that one. He started as a young Grom surfing all over Australia. I think Manly Beach and Burleigh Heads, that was his turf, right? And then he helped start the brand Boost Mobile over in New Zealand, then over to Australia, and helped launch it here in the States. And if you follow surfing for quite some time, like Kira Pinkerton's father, Jim, you know that Boost Mobile was the recipient of one of the licenses for the Boost Mobile Pro that was formerly Billabong Pro. And that was in 2001, which actually became 2002. That was the first Boost Mobile Pro. Mark was the leader of the pack of that, and he passed on the torch to me. I ran that event for 3 full years and learned a lot about the World Championship Tour, the ASP, and how surfing works. Jim Pinkerton, I bring his name up because Papa Jim worked with us at Boost, and he would come back into the office after a day when Kira was all of 3, 4, and 5 years of age. I pushed her into this wave, and then she was 6 and she won her first competition, right? And his proud Papa moment, you know, Mom was proud as well, and Jim was like, he's a championship surfer as well. And he was so elated to push his daughter in and have her win competitions. And you fast forward now, some 18 years later, here is Kira Pinkerton. Already has a cape from Jacksonville, and she's looking to win one here. And just a little bit of story time while we have that opportunity.
Yeah, it's always special when you can have that moment with a parent or even a sibling, to have that, passion for a sport or a hobby that you can do together. It doesn't happen all the time. So a lot of the time the parents just are trying to get their kids into their passion, and, they're not always are able to, participate.
Yeah.
And when you have the history in that sport, and then you're able to then have your child grow up and do that sport, and then they actually love it as much as you do, and you get to do it together, then it creates a whole new recipe for excitement and opportunity and just a lifetime of experience. So Kira's seeing something. She's moving a little south to see if she can find a little corner. She does not have priority, so she's figuring you might as well distance herself and see if she can find something in a different neck of the woods.
Yeah, down that way. Yeah, if you could bottle that passion that we have for whatever sport you're into, this specifically surfing, boy, you'd be a bazillionaire. But rich in spirit. Let's go down to Mark Fuel, who's with Supergirl Alyssa Spencer.
Yeah, talk about passion. Alyssa Spencer has it, former champion. That heat was a fantastic heat. Zoe did not make it easy for you.
No, she did not. Zoe's an amazing surfer, and I've been watching her surf the last couple of years, and I mean, her level of progression is amazing, and those reverses that she was pulling out there, I was like, oh my gosh, she's so good. And yeah, she definitely kept me on my toes. That heat felt like it was just back and forth the whole time, and yeah, it was a great heat.
How important is tactics? How do you manage a situation like that where your competitor is behind you yet has a really big score? That air reverse, it was a near 8. So what do you do to control the situation?
Yeah, at the end of the heat, I knew that, all she needed was a 5. And on a day like today, all you need is one section, especially for someone with her skill set. And so I was just really trying to focus on, okay, next best wave that comes through, just make sure that you block her and are on it and try to limit the opportunity that she can get. And the ocean honestly kind of blessed me at the end, and there wasn't very many sets, but yeah, the tactics definitely play a big part into closing out a heat like that.
And what do you do? It's yet another quarterfinal for you. You've been here many times before, but if you get all the way through to the final, you surf 4 times. How do you manage your energy and your focus throughout the day, especially when you're not being, forced to give an interview? How do you manage yourself to be your best?
Yeah, I think it's just about trying to relax and not think about too much in between heats, and just kind of get some time out of the sun and keep the body feeling good, stay hydrated, and just take it one heat at a time. I'm trying not to look too far ahead, but of course the goal is at the end of the day to be in that final, so I hope I can be there.
Well, look forward to seeing you performing in the next round in the quarterfinals. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Oh, big smiles always. Talking when she smiles when she talks, smiles when she surfs. Great to hear from Alyssa Spencer. She's marching towards yet another cape. It would be her third, her second one here. She won in 2021 in Jacksonville. All right, back to the action here. Diana McCart, 3.23 on your last wave ridden. You're still in second place, and here goes Daya right now.
Live action. She is in a nice section, having a face to open with this nice snap.
And red matching it. Here's Kira, patiently waiting, wrapping it around, nice smooth round turn, and then a little snap, throwing some water around as the drone's coming in on her, and finishes that off. Not a lot of speed associated with that wave, but she did the best she could. She's looking to get rid of a 4.5. She'd hover around that mark, if not a little better.
And when we were down catching up with Alyssa, the previous ride of Daya was a 3.23. We're looking right now at her most recent wave, so we're still waiting for that score to come in. And behind her, that was Kira's last wave. Nice drawn out frontside turn, and then into a quick, nice little hack. You could see that wave kind of fizzled out at the end. It really didn't give her too much power to work with. Last ride of Blue, a 4.77, so that did replace her low score and just improved her, situation, but not enough to get her into the lead. Priority is with Blue. 14 minutes, 25 seconds left in this heat. Kira, you're in the lead with a 6.17 and a 4.5. Blue, your 2 scores, a 4.77 and a 4.33. You need a 5.91 to move into the lead.
Well, for McCart, Surfer in Blue, her first qualifying series or QS event was here in 2022, where she finished 33rd place. She hails from Indialantic, Florida, so has a lot of knowledge of the Atlantic Ocean. There's Leilani McGonagle on your screen, the Costa Rican, who will be coming up next. But Daya has had some great success in Outer Banks and with Virginia, and they're splitting it now. Having a look, here goes Daya on the blue in her backhand.
Nice backside strong maneuver. Unfortunately, that ride shut down for both ladies. They both took off on that peak and split it. Kira shut it down a lot faster because there was just not the scoring potential that she was looking for. She has 2 solid rides. She was like, that's kind of a waste of energy. Might as well get out the back. Here's the replay of Blue. And see how there was not really much left down the line, but still able to get a strong opening maneuver.
Yep.
Priority is with red.
Not a lot of meat on that bone. But back to Daya in 24 in Outer Banks. And the ECSC took equal ninths this year, 5th place at the Virginia Pro and 17th at the Outer Banks. So the calendar is stacked on the East Coast typically in August, then it shifts over this direction. There's a WSL qualifying series, there's a Challenger, there's the CT. Such a tremendous organization that pieces together events all over the world, different languages spoken, different organizers, and we want to thank WSL for their dedication and commitment to all things surf. Again, this event is in its 19th year. The one over in Jacksonville Beach is in its 5th year, coming up November 9th and 10th. Those Blues having a peak. We'll most likely see both of these Supergirls out there as Kira is going to head out there to defend her cape. If you follow along surfing, you know last year was the first perfect 10 in Supergirl history. Carissa Moore had a 10 here, but the first perfect 10 means 10 across the board from all 5 judges. Kira, we had nice, it was consistent 3 to 4, sometimes 5 to 6 foot waves out there. It was wonderful. The ocean was alive, and she just delivered everything you want to see that is a 10, and got right through the pier at the end. And boy, it was a standing ovation, and judges didn't hesitate. It was a great moment in time.
It really just showed the strength of her surfing, with how crisp those maneuvers were and how much power she could put into her turns and her just hits. It was just incredible to watch. It was definitely a moment where you just couldn't even speak. You just had to watch it happen.
True. Yep. And here she goes. Kira Pinkerton headed north. To the south, we have Daya. Oh, nice snap off the top on the red for you folks at home. We got that camera. We'll give you an update on Daya and a replay from that. But nice work by Kira Pinkerton. That is looking to replace her 4.5. So finding the critical mass, as we talk about, when that wave comes together and there's only one scoring section left, what are you going to do with it? And Kira showed us what she did with it. And here's
Take a look at the replay of Blue. This was Dan McCart heading southbound, getting that nice little section to lay back into. Unfortunately, not able to stay on. Kira, regular rider, going left on the backside, getting that timing done really well. And look how quickly she had to get that board up and down in such a short period of time, because the water does get very shallow there, and you definitely don't need a nosedive. That's how you break the tip off your board, and it's not fun to do. So still waiting on some scores to come in. 10 minutes, 8 seconds left in this heat. Priority is with red.
Yeah, scores coming through. They're in now.
Last ride of red, a 5.67. This is the replay. That nice little layback that she had. Unfortunately, the wave wasn't really big enough, didn't have enough energy to push that board and keep it on her feet to help her ride away successfully.
Yeah, that was
but
a 1
effort
point
was
step. Yeah.
Effort was there, and the idea was there. Just the wave was not going to give her that score she was looking for. So situation is in the lead, red with priority with a 6.17 and a 5.67. Blue with a 4.77 and a 4.37. You need a 7.07 to advance. 9 minutes, 15 seconds left in this heat. Priority is with red.
Yeah, Daya, that was a 4.37 followed by a 1.7 of those last 2 waves. As said, a 7.07 is your requirement. For you folks at home, there's a great drone shot right by that Revive banner up at the top of your screen. We've got a camera up there as well, actually closer to the Jersey Mike's banner, and someone up on the scaffolding, up on the beach, floating around, and an interview camera. So thanks again to our cameramen and Jeff Greenwood and his crew bringing this webcast to you folks around the world. Again, if you folks are on the beach and you have family at home or friends as well and they're surf aficionados, have them tune in to supergirlpro.com. Find us on YouTube, Facebook, the World Surf League page. Just let your fingers do the walk, and you can watch it on your phone, your tablet, your TV, or your computer. And check out this great action. What do you see there, Lindsay? What do you got for us?
Supergirl brought to you by Essence. Supergirls, are you ready for fun? Visit the Essence Juicy Beauty Bar for makeups, touch-ups, product giveaways, fun photo moments, and more. And brought to you by Clean Reserve. Swing by the Clean Reserve booth for an experience of a cozy fragrance skin. Let the soothing notes carry you away as you ride the waves. Enjoy a complimentary sample and grab a 20% discount code while you're there.
And red has priority in blue. That drone shot for you folks flying towards the pier. If you keep going north, you end up at Camp Pendleton. That is the home of the Marines. We'll talk about it in a minute. Out in the Marine Life, here we go. Kira Pinkerton heading north.
Red using her priority. Kira getting a nice backside hit right into that next maneuver. These waves are coming together in a funky way, but she was able to find that section and get that board vertical. So she's trying to improve that 5.67. Not sure if that will come into her score line. We'll see how the judges like that combo in that last ride. 7 minutes, 10 seconds left. That last ride I read a 3.80, so not quite enough. So it definitely had to do with the size of the wave and, you know, maybe one less maneuver from one of her previous rides. So not factoring in. Priority is with blue. Blue, you're looking to improve your 4.37. You need a 7.07.
Well, for Kira Pinkerton, she started her campaign for the Supergirl Pro back in 2014. From 14 to 17, she waffled around 61st to 85th to 73rd position. And she increased her focus in 2018 to 25th. And then from there, from 2019 down, she's done no worse than 17th. She's had a 5th, some 3rds, 9ths, and right now let's talk about Dea McCart.
Dea up and ripping down that line, seeing very active. We see a lot of power, a lot of energy behind that maneuver. Just previously, we got a glimpse of the longboard action that is happening on the north side of the pier.
Yeah, around the 11, just after this heat, I believe, for the ladies over there, Reid Van Wagoner will be going into her round of 8 over there. She's one of the only ones remaining that were in both heats, but here's a replay for you folks on screen for Dea, as she's looking to get rid of a 4.37. She needs a 7.07.
Yeah, really showing a lot of flair in that last maneuver. She was able to kick those fins free and really slide out that tail and really wrap around and point her nose southbound.
That's it.
So last ride of blue, a 4.43.
It does not change her requirements. Still need a 7.07. And Dea this is her 7th Supergirl Pro, where the likes of Kira, she's on her 15th Supergirl Pro. It took her a long time to get to where she needs to be. We're at the 5-minute mark right now. Critical timing coming up. As you mentioned, on behalf of the United States Marine Corps, thank you for attending the Supergirl Surf Pro. The Marines are a team that fight together, find individual purpose in a collective cause, the protection of our nation and the advancement of its ideals. Put your hands together for all members of the military, past, present, and future, and of course the Marines. Thank you. Next in the water, Linnea Mons from the East Coast, Leilani McGonagle from Costa Rica, followed by Moana Jones Wong and Zoe Benedetto. These are 25-minute heats. 4:14 on the clock. Dea McCart, you have a 4.43 in your last wave and a 4.77. You still need a 7.07. Red, Kira Pinkerton, current heat leader, takes her priority, comes on down towards the Mexican border and puts one solid presentation together for you.
Yeah, that maneuver was very unique. She was isolating her lower body and upper body, and then at the end, able to come together and finish the movement to add a little extra power and flair. Let's take a look at this replay again. See, there's not a lot of size to that wave, so she can't waste time moving her entire body. She has to separate her upper and lower body to be able to whip that bottom turn and get that board vertical, and then using her entire body and weight to come down together and finish and get that nice pop. So
good strength.
Not sure if that wave overall is going to come into her score line, but just breaking down that one maneuver just shows the skill set that these ladies have out in the water. 3 minutes, 10 seconds left on the clock. Priority is with blue.
Yeah, Kira, that was a 4.87. Not going to factor in. You are still Ladies, same situation as we last announced. 7:07 is what you need, Dea. You have priority. Kira, a 6:17 and a 5:67. Athletic Brewing Company is the official non-alcoholic beer of Supergirl Surf Oceanside. Make your way to the Athletic Brewing Tent to sample a variety of their great tasting non-alcoholic brews.
All right, 2 minutes, 20 seconds left on the clock. This is Heat 5 of the round of 16. One heat closer to awarding our Supergirl champion. It's a long couple of days of competitions. Some of these ladies have started in, the round of 112, and they have to make it all the way down. So it is a long few days. And some ladies have to put in the work. They're not getting maybe the buys. And that's all part of, putting your time in the water. Blue up and riding, timing that bottom turn. Unfortunately, bogging a little bit, digging the rail, and she was able to maintain and stay on her board, but it unfortunately killed her speed, so she was not able to stay with the section. So maybe not going to factor in. She is looking for that 7.07. Let's see. It was a bigger wave, though. It had a great face, but unfortunately, in that critical first move, she lost some momentum.
Yeah, not sure you want the layback right there, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. That's not going to improve upon that score. 3.17. Same situation exists. 7:07 needed for that. Red has priority. And we have 45 seconds left. Again, 25-minute heats all day long. Actually, we may extend into 30. We will see when come final time. Finals will hover around the 3 o'clock hour today. And indeed it is 30 minutes for the longboard, 30 minute for the shortboard finals. Thank you for that insight, Lindsay. Okay, we're down to 20 seconds, and Red Pinkerton doing her best to get into that, and no such luck.
Yeah, this
Blue has priority.
This tide is pretty high right now, so sometimes the wave has to be big enough to break.
Here comes the countdown. And with that sound, we end the heat. Congratulations, Kira Pinkerton, inching closer to a West Coast cape here at the Supergirl. And coming on in is Dan McCart. Excellent effort. Here's the island's big wave of the heat. This is Kira Pinkerton with a 6 and change. Made that one hit count, and that helped her propel into the next round. Here's another angle. Down low, up high goes Bert. We'll be back with more surfing with Leilani McGonagle and
this veil from off my eyes. My burning sun will someday rise.
Supergirl Surf Festival is brought to you by Visit Oceanside, San Diego's North Shore, by Waterloo Sparkling Water. Try their uniquely refreshing flavors.
And welcome back, World Wide Web, to Oceanside, California, here at the Supergirl Surf event. In the water, in red, Linnea Mons, the young gun, 16 years old, Jacksonville Beach, Florida. And in blue, Leilani McGonagle, up and surfing from Costa Rica, getting a beautiful, nice turn, back-to-back, building some momentum, a nice little hit. On the break, we did have a wave by Linnea. We are waiting for a score. Right now, priority is with red. 23 minutes, 5 seconds. Here is the replay of Linnea. Nice, beautiful tempo. She's able to get 2 maneuvers on that wave. So still waiting for a score, ladies. Could be a strong opener. Blue, this is Leilani. Very fluid with her movement. So comparing those two rides, one was a little bit more punchier and aggressive. Linnea in red at 5.83. Leilani in blue a 4.0. Priority is with red. So we can see that there was flow and a certain beauty with Leilani's last ride, but the wave wasn't as big and it didn't have that punch and aggression because the wave really didn't give her an opportunity. So she was trying to adapt and just ride the wave as it presented itself. We got a really, really aggressive 2 maneuvers back-to-back from Linnea. And that's what gave her that little extra edge and gave her that 5.83. 21 minutes, 52 seconds left on the clock. This is Heat 6, the round of 16.
Well, if I recall last year, the waves were there was half the size of this, right? It was the younger girls with lighter boards. We'll get to that in a minute. While we have a lull in the action, let's go down to Mark Fuel, who's with Kira Pinkerton.
I'm here with Kira. I was joking before that you're going to get sick of seeing me, Kira.
No, never. I love being right here on this spot every day. So.
You looked really, really sharp there, but you were saying that the conditions are not easy.
Yeah, I felt like good on my board, but every time I went up, it felt like the wave wasn't giving you that kind of push back. So it was really hard to kind of make your maneuvers look good without any bobbles. So yeah, I definitely want to look for waves that are going to give me something because I'm definitely a lot bigger than these girls too.
Well, you're showing a lot of power. Chris was saying before, want to check he's right. This is your 15th Supergirl Pro?
Whoa, maybe. It's been, I don't even know. 2013 might have been my first one. So yeah, possibly a lot of them.
So what would it mean to you? You've got the win at Jacksonville Supergirl Pro. You are into the quarterfinals. You have a chance to be the first surfer to ever go from Jacksonville and then to win the next Supergirl Pro here in Oceanside. What would that mean to you?
Oh, that would mean everything. And then if I can go here to Jacksonville again, too, that would be even better. So, yeah, I'm going for 3.
All right, good stuff. Well, there we have it. Ambition. Good luck in the next round. You're ripping. We look forward to seeing you surf.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, love it. Love it, Fuely. 2014 was your first Supergirl, according to my notes, Kira, and with both coasts, this is your 15th. I've been wrong before, but that's the math that I have.
Well, sometimes that happens. You've been involved in a sport so long, it's hard to keep up and remember everything you've done. These are the replays of the waves that we were missing during that interview. That's Leilani. Beautiful execution. Was able to show her variation in speed and control. And out the back, that is the replay of Linnea and her wave. She's trying to back up her 5.83. So we're still waiting on scores for those waves. That exchange was pretty dynamic. Yeah. They were back-to-back waves of the same set, and definitely had some different pace between. Leilani had that flow and was able to speed up, and Linnea had a great tempo that was consistent the entire way down. So we'll see how those scores can come in. Last ride of blue, a 5.57.
Married with her 4, presently puts her, well, let's just wait for Linnea. She's coming in right around the 5 marks. Hold tight. Lots of time left. Score in 5.27. Linnea Mons, you have the advantage. 5.83 and a 5.27 for red. Leilani, you have a 5.57 and a 4. Needing a 5.54. Paddle, paddle, paddle. Blue has priority. Red takes that wave. That's Linnea going to go south, and McGonagle bows out. Linnea on her third wave, up on her backhand, a couple of nice smashes, and that'll count to her scoreline, looking to improve on a 5.27. So I had a chance to talk to Leilani this morning. She is packing up tonight and headed off to Portugal. She is now looking to, let's take a peek at, for you folks at home, Linnea Mons. There's 2 nice quick maneuvers, and yet another.
Yeah, that strong opening backside turn really just helped set the pace for the rest of that wave and just kept that tempo going. When you don't have anything, holding you back, you didn't bog a rail, you didn't have to readjust your foot positioning. It helps just right off the bat to be in the right place at the right time so you can rip down that line. So 17 minutes, 53 seconds left in this heat. Priority is with blue.
Well, I'm going to open up this door right now. We're talking Olympics because we have an Olympian in the water from Costa Rica. She finished 17th in Tokyo in 2021, Leilani McGonagle. We're talking with my co-host here is Lindsay Jacobellis, who's been to 5 Olympics in competition, earned a silver in 2006, and then had a little hiatus of medal status for 3 years. And on her 5th Olympics, showed up and won 2 golds in 48 hours in the sport of snowboard cross. So I ask you, was there a motivational change when border cross was announced in 2003 that it was going to be an Olympic sport in 2006? Where did your mindset change?
Well, it was pretty wild because I never got into the sport of snowboarding as the prospect of I could be an Olympian.
Right.
It was just a sport that I loved and happened to be really good at it at the time, and I just kept putting myself in competitions and started to excel. And then when I graduated high school in 2003, it was then announced that it was going to make its debut for the Turin Olympics, and I was like, oh my gosh, look at that. Like my mom always thought I was either going to be in the circus or the Olympics. So it's just like, I guess that one's just how it fell into place.
Right, yeah. You were just enjoying the time in the snow, and then the Olympics came about. I say that because a lot of these surfers, Leilani being one of them, she was born and raised in Costa Rica. She has this phenomenal left to surf all the time, and then she gets to represent her country. I've talked to her about it, but we'll get back to that in a minute. What are we looking at on the screen for the folks at home?
We had the longboard competition. We're still wrapping up the round of 16 on the north side of the pier.
Yep, there it is. It's the north side of Oceanside Pier. And situation for the blue surfer out in the water right now. There's someone walking on the water, but for situation in blue. Leilani, you need a 6.93. You're looking to improve upon your 4.0. Leilani, in blue, you have the lead. Linnea Mons, you have a 6.67 and a 5.83. Surfer in red, you have a 6.67 and a 5.83. There's 15 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. Priority is blue-red.
Yeah, so later, after the longboard competition is done doing their qualifying heats on the north side, they actually will be moved on the south side and have their finals right before the shortboard finals. And they'll have 30 minutes in the water too. So you actually won't have to change your seat to, if you're on the beach already, you're already set up front row, ready to watch the longboard action. And it's such a different tempo and movement to walk on the longboard. And it's incredible someone like Reid who can switch gears so quickly, and it's such a different style, and having to maneuver a board of that size, it creates a different element of control, one might say. So priority is with blue, 14 minutes, 40 seconds left on the clock.
Linnea Mons, winner at OBX last year, third place ECSC. Great year for the 16-year-old. Celebrates a birthday every year on New Year's Eve. Atlantic Beach and Florida. Jacksonville's her turf. We'll see here once again. For the Supergirl Pro, finished 9th last year in Jacksonville. Took 2nd in Virginia Beach, runner-up this year. And 9th place in OBX. Started the season in Pismo Beach in the qualifying series in 5th place. and just a whole bunch of talent by Linnea. That is our surfer in red right now with the current lead, 6.67 and a 5.83. It's been a few minutes since we've caught a wave. And then our surfer in blue, Leilani McGonagle. Shout out to Mom, who's on the beach. Dad's at home taking care of the dogs and the bed and breakfast down in Costa Rica outside Pavones. Mom and Dad moved down there many, many moons ago and opened up a great business, and they're living a great life. Leilani has a brother named Noemar, who's quite the surfer as well. And here goes the blue of Leilani down the line. I like that focus. And up top on the tail end, the most critical snap was the last, and executes a nice looking ride. Leilani McGonagle from Costa Rica, a 24-year-old putting her skills to the test out here. And she is looking to improve upon a 4.0. If I were to be a judge, I'd say that might be just a little higher than a 4, needing a 6.93 to take the lead away. Here it is again, Lindsay.
Here's this replay of blue. Every maneuver seems more aggressive than the last. She's able to maintain speed and get a little maneuver at the end to show control, show completion. Here's another perspective from the drone. Nice bottom turns that are crisp. One maneuver right into the next. Very fluid. Well done. We're still waiting on a score of blue. Priority is with red. 12 minutes. 15 seconds left in this heat.
Stand by for score for Leilani. It's a 7.17, just enough to put you into the lead. You needed a high 6, and you got a 7.17, so the tides change. Leilani, you're in the lead now. Linnea Mons with priority. You need a 6.08 with 12 minutes left. Linnea, when I first did my research on her when she showed up at Jacksonville on the research channels, I found this quote, and I said it yesterday. I want to live in Molokai, surf, and have a horse. There's nothing wrong with that. That's a good goal to have. Her first contest was at 11. She took 3rd place at the Wave Masters Pro Classic. Again, she took 5th place at OBX in 2022. Evan Thompson, surf school. She started at 9 years of age. She's all of 16 now. We're talking about Linnea Mons, the surfer in red. Again, once with our sponsors, we thank them oh so much. Smokeflower, SMK, FLWR. Smokeflower without the vowels. Original and official clothing brand of stick figure. Let's look at some surfing now in her backhand. Here goes Leilani.
Wanting to keep that energy going. Leilani staying busy. She's trying to improve a 5.57 now. She wants to just keep chipping away at that and increase her lead, making it a little bit more challenging. Let's look at that replay. Wasting no time. As soon as she pops up, she's into that bottom turn. And again, repeating that maneuver. So we'll see if that can just up her score a little bit more at the 10-minute, 15-second mark.
You see those beautiful
oceans.
Yeah. Wedged in the middle of those two big buildings. To the left, there is if we had a circle thing, we'd highlight it for you. But that is where the Top Gun house is from the first Top Gun movie. It's been a protected piece of architecture as they redid the entire ocean front here. Billions of dollars put in by the city of Oceanside in the last 10 years. We thank them for the permits and what they allow us to do year over year. It's a great relationship that ASA Entertainment, the WSL, and the city of Oceanside has pieced together, and a great shot by our drone operator. Thank you.
So the last ride of blue, a 5.13, not enough to change the score line or replace your 5.57. So no situation change. 9 minutes, 30 seconds left in this heat. This is heat 6, round 16.
Well, around the sporting world, the Padres, local baseball team in the San Diego area, they're teeing off. First pitch was just a moment ago against the White Sox. They are chasing the LA Dodgers in the West by a few games as they're getting down to the tail end of the season. Chargers play the Donkeys, or better known as the Broncos, today at 1 o'clock. Chiefs in the West Division play the Giants at 5 o'clock, and the Raiders are playing the Skins right now. And that's the Top Gun house. There's the aerial shot. That's where Maverick lived. He rode up on his motorcycle. All that area was dilapidated. It was a bunch of dirt for years, and they just came in and said, "We got to do more. We got to step it up. We got to rival the rest of the West Coast and make it all come together." And they did just that. So, if you're in town, go check it out. That's a historical landmark. Tom Cruise cruises by there every Wednesday, as far as you know.
And you have a chance to sit on that motorcycle as the replica.
Yeah.
Leilani scraping into this. This wave wasn't quite breaking, so she had to give a lot of energy to get into it. And she is able to get some combo. She wants to bump up that 5.57.
Yeah. Oh, the drone is way up there. That's a great shot, isn't it?
You can see how the sand's constantly moving just on the outside of that break, so it does affect how the wave is going to break and how challenging it can be to get into the wave. But she was able to and get that nice back-to-back-to-back maneuver. Last ride a 5.07, but still not changing anything. She is actively seeking to chip away and increase her lead. So situation for red, you have priority. You're looking to improve a 5.83. You need a 6.08. 7 minutes, 25 seconds left on the clock.
Well, we had this opportunity to talk, Leilani. I met her in Panama at the ISA World Surfing Games, and it was a very entertaining moment in time. She won heat over heat. We had the interview. I went down and talked to her a bit, just met her. She was 13. As you're looking on the camera right now for you folks at home, that's Nissan's booth. You can get Supergirl capes there. For you folks that are here live, if you got kids or you're a big kid and you want a Supergirl cape, go to the Nissan booth in our Surf Festival Village area. But, Lindsay, interviewing Leilani in Panama, she was 13, and she did so well. I'm like, if you win the next heat, you're going to sign my bald head. And she won the next heat, and she got to autograph my bald head there, and it was just a moment in time, and that's solidified our relationship. I said, if by chance that happens again today, we're going to do it on the stage. Sign in the head. Love getting autographs.
Signing babies and bald heads.
That's it. Yeah, just a good human being. Great stories, great camaraderie out here for the surf world as the wind is starting to pick up a little bit, putting a little texture on these waves. Next up, you ask? Moana Jones Wong and Zoe Benedetto, a couple other veterans of it. We'll wrap up the heat of 16 with Sol Aguirre and Vaihitimahana Inso from Hawaii. Music going on in the festival village. Feel free to take a breather from the surf and go check out the tunes all day long. We wrap it up after the award ceremony today with plain white tees. Time, just over 5 minutes and 30 seconds, ladies. Linnea, you need a 6.08. You have priority. Surfing red with priority.
And coming up next in our Heat 7, Moana Jones Wong and Zoe Benedetto.
Say hello to Hummingbird 143, a family-run brand with vibrant handmade tie-dye jumpsuits, patchwork pants, shorts, and overalls for adults and children. Thank you, Hummingbird 143. Leilani's looking a little something towards the pier. Nope.
Yeah, probably a smart move there. There's not really a lot of energy behind that wave. As we look at it now, it's barely starting to break. So that was a great call. Definitely don't want to waste energy or having to come to the inside and then paddle back out and try to get into position. 4 minutes, 30 seconds left on the clock.
The tide is pushing in.
Priority is with red. Having a turn, having a look. It is really cool when you can see the ladies turn. They punch the board into the water and then let it, use its own buoyancy to propel itself forward, and it gives them that nice boost into the paddle. Red up and surfing, beautifully drawn out backside turn into a nice backside snap, kicking those fins and letting them float in that white water. She's looking to improve a 5.83. Blue with priority. She's up and surfing, nice in that pocket. Nice backside turn. Unfortunately, again, that wave kind of separates, and then there's two segments that didn't really line up, so she decided to kick out. Probably not going to come into play here, so we are waiting for a score to drop. We'll see if that improves Linnea's situation.
Yeah, for Linnea, she's looking for a 6.08. Based on what we've seen so far, that's going to be a little below a 6.08. We'll leave that up to the judges. Linnea this season on the qualifying series of 5th in Pismo, 25th in Barbados. As we look at a replay right now of Leilani in her last wave, just one and out. But back to Linnea, 25th in Pismo, 5th in Pismo, 25 in Barbados, 17th at Jackson Huntington in June. Virginia Beach, runner-up 2nd place, and Outer Banks 9th. So she's chopping away, earning those points, trying to amass the most. The top 5 worked their way into the Challenger Series. After the Challenger Series, if you get the top 5 in there, you qualify for the Championship Tour. So that's the process. It goes juniors, QS, Challenger, into the Championship Tour. Much like the best way to explain it is you got Pee-wee, then high school, then college, then pros.
Yeah, she is very consistent in those Outer Banks events, and she was awarded a 2nd at the under-16 ISAs in 2023.
Yep.
So she's been working her way up the ranks, as you said, and the ultimate goal is the Championship Tour. So these events, will always help and always give you experience to grow and learn and create some new friends along the way, because you'll see them again in the lineup.
That's right. Sometimes a friend, sometimes a foe. The WSL is known as the World Surf League. Previously, for a few decades, it was known as the Association of Surfing Professionals, ASP. But for you folks watching online at home, there is the cheerleading competition. They are throwing people up in the air over pavement. Very impressive. That's new this year. There's so many competitions here. BMX, skateboard, roller skating rink going on over there. It's a huge draw.
Yeah, that was Cheer San Diego. Extreme performance, not only because it was done over the pavement. It's just extreme in general.
Extreme.
Right after that, we're going to have that female leadership panel.
Linnea.
So situation right now, Blue, you are in the lead with a 7.17 and a 5.57. In second, Red with priority with a 6.67 and a 5.83. You need a 6.08. 1 minute, 5 seconds left on the clock. Priority, Red.
Linnea, that last wave was a 4.9. Did not factor in for you. And we thank the WSL for their high-end, back-end work to make sure that the judges are where they're supposed to be and everybody's doing what they will do. ASA Entertainment with their staff making sure the back end so we can have this front end for you all to work and come together. Very efficient, very proficient. Paddling out next, paddling out next is Moana Jones Wong and Zoe Benedetto.
As we look overhead, we get a nice aerial shot of the Oceanside Pier. Beautiful access. We got the nice ramp to bring you down to the beach. Counting things down. And that wraps up our Heat 6 in the round of 16.
That's it. Leilani McGonagle in the blue advances into the next round. She will go up against Kira Pinkerton, as fate would have it. Here's the island's big wave of the heat. It is held by Leilani McGonagle with a nice 1-2-3 punch. That earned her a 7.17 and the opportunity to move on to the next round. Here's an aerial view of it. Nice job. We'll be right back with more action from Oceanside with Jones, Wong, and Benedetto.
LA is America, only sooner. Our culture, our style, our flavors set the tone for what's to come tomorrow. Where we're from, amazing days turn into even better nights. Because where we're from, good just isn't good enough. Our beers are a reflection of our community. So we know they can't just be good. They've got to be golden.
Can the Nissan Frontier out-monster a monster truck? Not that you would, but you could. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality.
The Supergirl Surf Festival is brought to you by Celsius, the official energy drink of the Supergirl Surf Festival series. To learn more, visit www.celsius.com. By Clean Reserve Fragrances, consciously crafted by master perfumers. Reserved for you. Available at Sephora.
And welcome back, surf fans. You're in Oceanside for the Supergirl Surf Pro. In the water right now in the red jersey, Moana Jones Wong from Hawaii, and in the blue, Zoe Benedetto from Florida. Last ride of blue, a 5.0, and last ride of red, a 1.5. Priority is with red. This is the replay of Moana Jones Wong open ride. 22 minutes, 18 seconds left on the clock. This is the replay of Zoe. Beautiful first opening turn, and then she builds her speed up so she's able to get that nice backside vertical snap to finish things off. Zoe, a fan of surfing down in Barbados. She's had some great success over the last few years, a 5th just this year. And then a win down there, down in 2024, and the year previously in 2023. So she has great success in that area. And as we take a little break in the action, let's throw it down to Fuely as our previous heat winner, Leilani.
Thank you very much, Lindsay. Here with Leilani. Leilani, we were just talking about board selection. That wasn't the board that you rode in the heat. I'm like, that's a different colour. But tell us about what you rode and why you chose. How are you selecting the board based on the conditions?
Yeah, well, I have really good boards right now. CI Surfboards has dialed my quiver in, so I'm really confident on whatever I am riding. I chose to ride my ECT technology, which is epoxy and it's stringered. But it goes really fast and it has a swallowtail, so it has good release but holds. And yeah, I'm just feeling very good on my quiver.
Well, you're looking good. Tell us about the conditions and the difference today, and what how are you preparing for the multiple changes in conditions that you'll face?
Well, I feel like just not focusing on it too far ahead because it is changing really fast. So just kind of locking in and being adaptable during the heats, during these conditions is really important. But no, just happy and hoping to clean up a couple mistakes that I made in the next one. And yeah, I'd really like to get a result in this one.
Well, I think this is your 10th or 11th Supergirl Pro, but you've done it all. You've represented your country at Olympic Games. I think we first met at an ISA World Junior Championship many, many years ago. So you've represented your country, but you keep coming back here to the Supergirl Pro. Why?
Well, First, it's a good stepping stone for our career. I feel like it being part of our regional series and being one of our top events is really important for us, and being able to get this platform for young girls is amazing, and I feel like it's just a really cool event to be part of with all the camaraderie and watching all the little girls run around in capes.
Well, we love seeing you each year. Good luck into the quarterfinals.
Thank you. Un saludo a todos allá en Costa Rica. Gracias por todo el apoyo y vamos que vamos.
Sending a little love back home. That's Leilani McGonagle. Congratulations, moving to the next round. I like hearing that background information on her boards and how she's choosing them and going with the epoxy. And you know, there is some chop on the water with the wind, so sometimes that can you can feel that in the epoxy build and get kicked around, but she has such great control, and it is a lighter setup, so it helps her glide and get up to speed and just surf beautifully and get into that next round. So I like getting that insight, because how boards are efficient in the water, whether it's fins, the type of rail shape, or the shape of the tail, can help with speed and building speed and how quickly you can finish a turn.
Yeah, well said. Zoe Benedetto, you got a 5.0. Moana Jones Wong, you got a 1.5. And that is the two waves caught. Moana, 3.51 is your requirement. Lots of time left, 18 minutes. And yeah, you know, Leilani is no longer the, as Lisa Anderson called her, Leilani McGonagle back in the day when she was in Rip Curl Surf Camp when she was like 11 or something. And that was how I was introduced to her. And she's no longer a Grom. She is a lady, and she rips, and she's fully built for speed, and she's on a phenomenal board. And like Zoe Benedetto and Moana Jones Wong, same situation. Moana Jones Wong out in the water, born May 1999. There's her husband, taking a peek on. Had a chat with him yesterday. That's right. You were on camera. Moana Jones walked away with the Billabong Pro Pipeline Championship in 2022, the year that Slater was alongside as well. That was one of the most magical moments in surfing history, and I know that Moana Jones Wong will say the same thing. And not every day is going to be perfect barreling pipe, as we talked about yesterday in the interview. She's like, hey, you know, I surfed a lot more smaller waves than I did ever perfect pipe, and that's just the way it goes in any sport that Mother Nature gets to dictate, right, Mark? Welcome back, Fuely.
Thank you very much. And what was really interesting is what Moana Jones Wong was saying yesterday in the interview, the last interview of the day, is she actually loves to surf junky little waves. And she said many people, as I was, is surprised to hear that, because you would think, okay, you're the queen of pipe. You want to have big, perfect barrels, but she's genuinely loves surfing kind of junky, tricky conditions. And that just speaks to the competitive side of her nature, that, she's looking for the challenge. And you do have to adjust. You've got to adapt in these type of conditions. But Moana Jones Wong with priority, but it's going to be Zoe Benedetto takes that wave. Just a quick in and out there, and this wind is swirling around right now. Really strange conditions here today. We've had rain, now the wind coming in, and Moana looking at that one, but not able to take it. But I took a little walk through the festival down there, Chris. There's a lot that is going on down there on the beach. The longboarding, of course, the surfing that's in front of you, and just all of the activity down in the festival area. So if you're on the beach, go check it out. Moana Jones Wong takes a look.
Here she goes, running on down the line, has a face to work with. Can she get ahead of this foam section and find another open face? Good speed. She has the power, and then a little scoring opportunity there. Good looking effort, and finishes it off going the direction she came from. Well done by the Hawaiian, Moana Jones Wong.
Yeah, that was a well-surfed wave. Looking for a 4.01. Zoe Benedetto has the lead with that 5 and a 0.5. But this here, she set it up really well. Nice turn. The fins were out the back and then came back around the section. Got some more frothy face to work with. and a little rebound on a backhand, and again, for good measure.
Yeah, that was very well applied. And when we talk about application, did you know that she was one of the first graduates of the University of Hawaii with a Bachelor of Applied Science, Hawaiian Indigenous Health and Healing program back in 2021. So that is just cool. And she's going to have another go at it right now. You folks on the pier, have a look. She's coming towards you. Similar looking wave, Mark.
Yeah, straight into another one. This is really good tactics and getting the tail loose. That second turn, a lot of power. So in the space of a minute, she gets 2 scoring rides. She was already in the lead, a 5.5 for her last ride. Her low score right now is a 1.5. I think it's safe to say that is going to disappear, and that's going to leave Zoe Benedetto with something to chase. A 6 for Moana Jones Wong, and this is how she did it.
Yeah.
Looking at the replay, and set it up with the bottom turn. Nice slashing turn, but this second turn is the money one. And you see, again, fins, she's constantly pushing the fins out the back of the wave, but maintaining control with the rail just buried in the face of that wave. So that is great surfing, and she is in the lead. A 5.5 is the low score with 13 minutes 40 seconds. Zoe now needs a 6.5. A 6.5. To take the lead. So Moana Jones Wong showing that she loves to surf tricky little waves and does it really well.
That was in less than 90 seconds.
Yeah.
She just applied pressure to the Richter scale. Well done. I ask you this, Mark. Do you remember your best wave you've ever caught? Approximately. Like, you caught a lot. Okay, you do. Okay, so now I'll ask you. Do you remember the worst?
There's been so many. so many.
Right. I ask this because I'm a big snow guy, right? And every year there is many best days, right? But can you recall your best, worst day? That's what we've titled it. Like I recall it last year. It had snowed 3 feet, and then it rained for about 2 hours, and then it got cold and froze. So the entire mountain was a glazed donut. I was out with a world champion ski racer who knows how to set an edge on anything, and you couldn't set, no matter how good your edges were, you were sliding down this like surfing without fins. It was horrific, and we both got to the bottom and said that was hands down the best, worst run I've ever had. So, but what it does is it makes you appreciate the good, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, the other thing too is you definitely remember, I remember the coldest day on a mountain I ever had was in Japan. I also remember, kind of the scariest moment that you've had in sport. They're the things that you remember. But, it's like any skill, whether that is a life skill or it's a sporting skill or it's a work skill. You got to do a lot of it. And so obviously there's many, many, many hours that are involved in it. And there's plenty of surfs where you go out and, and it's like you can't get a wave. You're out at lower trestles and there's 50 ripping groms, all around you. Eden Walla's dropping in on you on every wave, and Chris Ward's getting all the sets and all that's going on. And so you can get frustrated. But one of our competitors said it really well yesterday. I can't remember exactly who that was, but she's like, keeping the perspective of this is what we love.
Yes,
to do.
That is so
really
good.
Important.
You encouraged me to go out in the lineup at Trestles with, Slater and Fanning and everyone in the Hobgoods were out there, and you said, go out there. And it was the best session that I never caught a wave in. Right? I didn't stand a chance. And I had my camera, and I was watching these guys just destroy Trestles, and it was fascinating. So I guess our long-winded point here is remember those days, and I hope that sometime in the next year you guys have a horrific session out there and recall this moment and laugh at it and take it all in. And then maybe the next day you catch a super tube and it'd be awesome.
Yeah, but it's also about the experience. We've got 10 minutes and 45 seconds. Zoe Benedetto, you need a 6.5. But these events can have kind of lasting memory. For me, the whole reason I got into brand building and marketing is I went to the Coke Classic as I think I was maybe 11, maybe 12, and get to see at the time the world's best surfers, and that stayed with me, and here I am. So up and riding Zoe Benedetto, and I remember I was watching people like Pete Townend and Mark Richards and Mark Warren and Jerry Lopez surfing, and it left such a memory with me that I was never good enough to be a pro surfer, but I made surfing and sport part of my career.
Yes.
Firstly, kind of as a journalist. Secondly, as a lawyer, as a sports lawyer, and then ultimately as a marketer. The passions have stayed with me.
Keep the ASS in passion, brother. Love it right there. So let's get to the present moment. We're under 10 minutes, ladies. 25 minutes in each heat today. Coming up for our final heat is going to be Sol Aguirre and Vaihitimahana Inso. And then we'll chop 16 down to 8. So a full day of surfing out here.
So I am seeing a trend today, Chris.
Okay.
And that is last year was all about the upstarts. The new youngsters coming in. In many cases, it was these youngsters who hadn't even surfed in the contest before, progressing through into the finals. This year, it's experience. And so all of the competitors who have progressed through so far, all of them have been here at this stage of the competition before. Bailey Turner last year, Sanoa, Eden Walla, our champion, Alyssa Spencer, a former champion. They're going to come up against each other, two champions, and Kira Pinkerton and Leilani McGonagle. So the trend this year is the competitors with the experience in this contest. But right now, Moana Jones Wong has the lead and has the priority.
Yeah, very well put. Besides Bailey Turner, all the athletes you just mentioned that have moved on have finished 5th or better. So you're right. Great experience plays a role. But that was neat last year, seeing the likes of Kiara Gold and Stringfellow, and obviously Eden Walla, the youngsters, the pack of barracudas out there just biting at ankles. It was awesome.
This last heat coming up is going to be really interesting because you've got Sol Aguirre and Vaihitimahana Inso. They compete against each other on the Challenger Series. Sol's been a real revelation.
Yep.
Incredibly powerful surfer, really smooth style, but Vaihitimahana is definitely on form. Let's take a look here using her priority, Moana Jones Wong.
Straightens it up a bit and eyeballs it, loads it up like a piston, gets that one hit and delivers the goods. Nice job, Moana.
Her low score is a 5.5, so if she can replace that with that wave, then it'll make the job of Zoe even harder. But she doesn't do it. It's a 4. It's a 4, so Zoe, with priority, still needing a 6.5. And Zoe, let's just take firstly a look here at Moana's wave. So kind of a sweeping set-up turn and then looking for the vertical, but the wave didn't have a lot of power in it. We've seen the big scores coming from the big turns, with finesse and also power, and that wave just didn't really give her much to work with. Zoe, interestingly, Zoe was here all the way back to, I think Zoe even competed here in the year that it was a specialty event during COVID. And trying to remember who she was teamed up with that particular year, but Zoe's competed here many times before.
I don't have that on my stat sheet, but you could be correct. I know this is her. She'd never finished worse than 17th in the normal competition. We had a hybrid comp during COVID that happened in 2020.
Yep. She was paired up with Caroline Marks.
Oh, that's a nice pairing. Yep. Yeah. You were announcing. Did you come down for that? Yeah, I was unable to make it.
Yeah, got to do that one. It was great. Obviously a lot of public events couldn't happen, but ASA Entertainment found a way to put on an event and still to televise it. And there were teams representing, there was Team Carissa, Team Tati, Team Caroline, Zoe McDougall, Alyssa Spencer was matched up with Sam Sibley, Courtney Conlog, Sage Erickson, and a young Katie Simmers was with Lakey Peterson.
Yes, that looked exciting.
Yeah, it was super cool. So obviously not big crowds, didn't have kind of big festival area, but they really, Rick and the team did it to support surfing and to give opportunity to our surfers and, of course, our surf fans.
That was very similar to Lindsay Jacobellis' experience in the Olympics in 2022 in China. Not a lot of people there. When she won, I went out onto the deck where there was no fans, and I screamed at her as she had the gold put around her, and I was the loudest person in the stands because I was the only person in the stands. All right, we're talking surfing here. We're under 5 minutes. This is still Moana Jones Wong in the lead with a 6.0 and a 5.5. He's Mark Fuel. I'm Uncle Lee. We got Lindsay Jacobellis now with little baby Ayla, who's 3 months old, and she's doing a fantastic job of multitasking. Right now she's fueling her fire and taking care of her motherly requirements, and she's doing great interviews as well. Zoe Benedetto from the San Clemente, originally Palm City, Florida, spending a lot of time in San Clemente as well. She is in second position with a 5.0 and a 0.5. Will there be something on the horizon for her to earn a 6.5? That's a requirement for surfer in blue, Zoe Benedetto.
I think Zoe is still the youngest ever winner of the Outer Banks Pro. She was just 14 years of age when she won that.
Yeah, good call.
3 minutes 45. Zoe, you need a 6.5 to take the lead. Moana, your low score, a 5.5. A 5.5. Incredible, Chris, to have, for those viewers at home, to have this aerial shot here of beautiful Oceanside. And the drone operator doing a brilliant job of bringing us some incredible imagery.
Mark, it's time for the Celsius moment of Did You Know?
Okay.
Did you know that the wave that is found in stadiums around the world now was conceptualized in Oakland by the Oakland A's, a gentleman by the name of Crazy George? You talk about your inspiration, right? That for events, that was mine. I was 5 years of age, and this guy was insane. He had a drum kit. He was crazy. His hair was all over the place like a mad scientist, and he ran around the place and got people fired up. He did it for the San Jose Earthquakes. He's done it for the Raiders. He's done it for the Warriors. He's a Bay Area native, and that was my inspiration to get involved with events. So, I want to be that guy.
Yeah. And you were the only one. And you're still an Oakland fan.
Always, always. Yeah, the Raiders are playing right now. They're playing although they've moved 3 times, they're playing the Skins. And actually, that's a new name that they have.
2 minutes 25. 2 minutes 25.
How are Washington, the Washington football team, or whatever the heck they're, the Commanders. They're losing 20-10. But that's football. We're still talking surf out there. Nothing's changed. 2 minutes left. A little over 2 minutes left.
And we are coming up to noon o'clock. And at 12:15, we'll have a female leadership panel discussion that is happening down in the main festival area. So make sure that for all our future female leaders, of which there's many here on the beach, get down there and get some learning. It was fantastic having Alison Witherspoon, CMO of Nissan, up here with us yesterday. It's great to have a chat with her, and incredible sponsors, Nissan. Been with us for many years, and great brand values, great company values, and incredible innovation. 20 vehicles being released in the next 20 months.
20 vehicles?
In 20 months.
20 months?
Yep.
Like newer vehicles?
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
Dang, that's aggressive.
Yeah. So
that is a product development achievement and an organizational conundrum, I bet.
Yeah, a lot of coordination. 1 minute to go. Moana Jones Wong still in the lead. Zoe Benedetto with priority. You need a 6.5. Let's see what Mother Nature will give us. Moana Jones Wong, the smiling assassin, of which we have a number. I feel like one of the great themes we get here at the Supergirl Pro is we've got these incredible competitors who are fiercely competitive, but they're just lovely people.
I think we gave that to Alyssa first.
Yeah, Alyssa first.
Smiling assassin.
Kira Pinkerton's another one. Vaihitimahana is another one. You know.
Yep. Same with Moana. She's smiling all day yesterday as well. Probably smiling right now. 15 seconds left. lean amount of waves caught. Only 7 total in this heat. We're counting it down. Stand by. Islands Burger, big wave of the heat. This is the 6.0 by Moana Jones Wong. It was relatively early on as there was not a lot of waves in the background. Here's another look at it here, and she puts that rail right there, and we will be right back with our final 2-pack of Aguirre and Inso when we return to Oceanside.
Aha! I knew it! You are stealing my Jersey Mike's gig.
Danny, it's just because Jersey Mike's is an official sponsor of the NFL. I'm not taking your gig.
Now you're taking my look.
This is how I dress.
My glasses. I've been looking for those.
I wear glasses. I have astigmatism.
I'll give you astigmatism.
Ready for you on set, Eli.
I gotta go.
Oh. This ain't over, Manning.
Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
Hey, that's my line. A sub above.
Marines are made for this. Made for the calling only warriors can answer. Made from an unshakable belief in our nation and a strength that comes from the determination to win together. But you'll have to earn your place among us, because you don't join the Marines. You become one.
Morning light, she's on the move, riding waves fueled by vibrant energy, racing through the city, nourished by superfruit, conquering heights driven by vitality, breaking barriers, pushing limits, unstoppable and empowered by acai berry. Empower your journey with Ubatuba acai. Feel the energy of real Brazilian acai. Don't compromise. Be unstoppable.
The Supergirl Surf Festival is brought to you by Golden Road Brewing, your local craft brewery. By Front Wave Credit Union, for banking, lending, saving, planning, dream big. We got you. Visit frontwavecu.com to get started. By Beach Break Cafe, great food, great friends, great service. Located in South Oceanside.
Working there. This thing's standing up for her. Quite nice. Sol in the first couple minutes puts together a beauty.
And it's great to be here at Oceanside again. The last heat of this round of 16. This is heat 8. And the winner of this will go through into the quarterfinal. That was Sol Aguirre. They her first score under the board. And so she took this on the inside. Nice floater over the section. And again, you can see the power as well as the flowing style of the 22-year-old Peruvian. Really strong finish there. So Sol Aguirre of Peru will get a score on the board, and that will leave Vaihitimahana Inso from Hawaii holding priority. She's the Peruvian taking another look at that, thinking, why not get a quick one? She gets a 6.5, a 6.5.
Bravo, bravo.
Sol Aguirre, so opening up really strongly. Straight away here for Sol Aguirre. We've got to see a little bit of Sol. We'll learn a little bit about her. She is featured on the new Surf Girls International on Prime TV, produced by Amazon Prime. And we've got to follow her and a bunch of our other Challenger Series competitors around the world. And so she's very, very competitive. Grew up really surfing with with boys and against boys. Peru is a country rich with waves, but it's not like there's the number of surfers that there are in other countries, and so she grew up competing against the boys, and so she's fearless. She has a very, very flowing style and a lot of power. And when the waves get really good, she is something to behold. But a 6.5 on that first ride puts her in a strong situation.
Yeah, suffice to say, she had to fight for her right to catch a wave, fight for her right to party, and with a lot of guys there. And we wish her the best out here from Lima, Peru. We're talking about Sol Aguirre. There's Fuely. Hi. Uncle Lee for you folks at home. We're in Oceanside, California, close to SeaWorld and not so close to Disneyland. If you've never been to Southern California, those are two spots that people know. Oceanside is North County, San Diego. The pier that you've been seeing on the screen has been rebuilt 5 times, and it is a staple of North County. This event's been going on for 19 years. It started in Pacific Beach. It went north to Huntington Beach for a few years where it was a junior event. And in 2012, it's shown up here at Oceanside, stayed here ever since. And in 2021, we decided, or the organizer, Rick Bratman and ASA Entertainment said, let's go to Jacksonville Beach. So for the last 4 years, there's been dual coasts for the opportunity for these athletes to earn the coveted Red Cape, which is synonymous with the Stanley Cup or the Super Bowl trophy of surfing. In a roundabout way of speaking.
Or direct way of speaking.
Yeah.
It's interesting, as we get through heading towards the quarterfinals here, there are a number of our competitors who on Tuesday will be flying straight to Portugal for the next Ericeira event, the next Challenger Series event, and so there's a lot of competitions on the schedule. This is Inso. Can she just is not able to get into that wave with 18 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Sol Aguirre with the lead with a 6.5 on her first ride. Some of the quarters that we've got coming up. Quarter 1's going to be Bailey Turner and Sanoa Demplean. Quarter 2, Eden Walla and Alyssa Spencer, your winners here at Oceanside for the last 2 years. Quarter 3 will be Kira Pinkerton and Leilani McGonagle, and quarter 4, Moana Jones Wong and the winner of this particular heat. And so they're all good, but that quarterfinal number 2, the defending champion and the 2023 Supergirl champion.
Yeah, there's no easy road to the Red Cape, that's for certain. Red, here is Sol Aguirre looking for her second wave. She's got it. Wraps it around, looking to thrive into the open face, hopping along to gain some speed, and says that's enough.
Yeah, the wave just died and not able to keep the board moving. Hopping can only do so much in that situation, and but she will get a score. It's a 2, and so you can see here, little first turn, but she's looking for the setup. She's looking for the power of the wave, and it just never came to her. But it is a 2, which means that Vaihitimahana now needs an 8.5 in combination. And here she goes.
Let's see what the birthday girl has to offer. Today is her birthday. Here's her first gift, a wave from Mother Ocean, and she puts it upright, and that is going to offer a little bit more. Way to hop on through, and she's still got something to work with. You folks on the pier, the birthday girl's coming right at you, and she takes this thing for all it's worth. Happy birthday, Vahiti. 18 years young.
And there was a gift at the end of that wave. It reformed and allowed her a few more. Took it off. You can see here the smooth style. That first turn, really good. Second one, setting it up. Gets a third. Big re-entry, and then you go, okay, that's it. But no, the wave reforms, comes on the inside, another nice sweeping turn, a little bit of a layback, and there's the wave still going.
Yeah,
another birthday turn, and welcome to 18.
Yeah, that was sure was a gift. That's like an infomercial. But wait, there's more, and you had yourself a good opportunity there. Sol, your last wave was a 2.0, waiting for Vahiti's score, and then we'll have an interview. Hold tight.
And
yes. So Vahiti rhyming with Tahiti, a full Hawaiian name. Lots to talk about in her Supergirl Pro history. She's done no worse than 25th. She's had 2 9ths, 2 5ths, and just a pleasure to have her around, smiling nonstop. 5.83 score in for Vahiti. Here she goes for her second ride, Mark.
Yeah, no, good move. Straight into another one. That really powerful cutback turn. Now she's getting a reform up off the section. Uses the top of that wave as it just fades out. But she did get at least one solid turn in on that wave. And you can just see both of these surfers are very, very powerful and have beautiful styles. Vahiti there it is, that sweeping cutback, throwing a lot of spray. Looks for the second turn and not able to get enough push out of that wave to push it back down. But right now, let's go down to Lindsay with the winner of our last heat.
Thank you, guys. I'm here with last heat's winner, Moana Jones Wong. Congratulations on your heat win. Spectacular performance. Now, I'm curious, we know you as, Hawaiian big wave surfer. You're put into pretty heavy waves that have high consequences. And then you shift gears and you come to a competitive mode, and we can have a variety of different waves here. So I'm just curious what motivates you on pushing the limits in the big waves and then jumping into the competitive world.
I think what motivates me is wanting to be better at everything. Like, I get bored doing the same thing, so whatever pushes me, whatever I'm not that good at, I'm like, I want to get better at doing that. So, originally I sucked at getting barreled, and I couldn't get barreled at pipe to save my life. And what motivated me was I see all my friends, all my brothers growing up, they're they can do it, why can't I do it? So that's what motivated me. And for surfing these type of waves, I didn't grow up surfing beach breaks. I grew up surfing the North Shore. It's reef and very powerful. And when I came here, I was so bad at it. And I'm I need to get good at this. This is a challenge.
Absolutely. I mean, you want to be well-rounded. You want to be pushing the limits. And I get that. I love that determination. And I'm also curious of how you push through a moment of fear or frustration. And, those waves can be rough and they can have high consequences. And how do you get yourself out of your head and not be scared to charge a wave or to come from the back and get a score right at the end at that buzzer?
Well, for me, whenever I'm afraid or whenever I'm actually any emotion that I feel, I'm a Christian, so I pray. And I just put my trust in God, and that calms me down. And if it's meant for me, I know that he'll make it happen. If not, that means I just need to learn how to be more patient and be happy and content with whatever happens. As long as I'm trying my best, that's all that matters.
All right. Keep calm, paddle on. Congratulations. Best of luck in your next round.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
I love it. Keep calm, paddle on. Situation for blue, Vahiti. You have a 5.83 and a 3.17. You are currently in the lead, a 5.83 and a 3.17. You have the lead, and you have priority. Sol Aguirre. We are looking at another score coming through. Yep, wait for a score.
We are waiting on one more. That was for this ride here.
Hold tight. Yep. Well, that's
and
nice.
A nice series of backhand turns, and then another strong finish for Sol Aguirre. So waiting for that score to come in. She's looking for a 2.5 to move up into the lead. Priority is with Vahiti in blue. 12 minutes and 5 seconds remaining here. We'll bring you that score as soon as we can. And the score is in, and she moves into the lead. A 5.43. A 5.43 for that last ride for Sol Aguirre. Now Vahiti is in priority, but needs a 6.11. A 6.11. As we
manageable.
Yeah, very manageable for her. When you look at her previous scores throughout this competition, there's been some high, excellent, near excellent scores. She had some good performances this year already. 9th at the Toa Pro, 9th at Jax, 9th at the Bolito Open.
Yep.
And as well as on the Challenger Series, she's been in Newcastle, She's been in South Africa, and she's been competing in the US Open. So, and off to both these surfers heading off to Portugal this week. 11 minutes remaining. Vahiti with priority, needing a 6.11.
So Vahiti, back in 2021, took 5th place. She beat Coco Ho, and she gave props to a great human. Coco has won this event 1, 2, 3 times. The only gal to walk away with 3 victories. She won in 2008, 2010, and 2016. Alyssa Spencer tributes her early passion to Coco's autographed picture that sat by her bedside as Lindsay's having a Mai Tai. Awesome, Lindsay. Good to have you all here. Speaking of Mai Tais, if you're into adult beverages, Golden Road Brewing has several. Mango Cart is one of them. It's a wheat ale, perfectly balanced, deliciously refreshing, made with real mango. They do not provide us with any of that up here. We have to stay on our best behavior. Next up, Matt Hippie. We embody freedom, free thinking, free spirits, free love. Matt Hippie took all the liberation and bottled it up. Our mission, free up your routine, your wallet, and the planet. Thank you, Matt Hippie. Coast News, North County's trusted voice at Coast News, keeps you connected to local stories, events, and businesses and lifestyle. Thank you, Coast News, for your support. And if you're looking to do some whale watching, some dolphin watching, you check out Oceanside Adventures, your premier local luxury whale watching and dolphin cruise provider in California. Proud sponsor of the Supergirl Pro. Wet n Wild, calling all adventurers. Stop by the Wet n Wild Adventure Company tent to talk all things travel. Check out our awesome branded gear and grab your raffle ticket for your chance to win a custom surfboard. I'm missing Tahiti Air this year. I really am. Tahiti Air had the best booth. They had like Tahitians here dancing, banging on drums, hula dancing. They won booth of the year 2 years in a row. Where are they?
They'll be back.
Yeah.
Okay, let's have a look. Sol under priority. Looking at this one, nice first turn. It's got some speed. Sweeping cutback. Now hits the end section, throws a massive amount of water on that one. Wow. So Sol was looking to drop a 5.43 to extend her lead. And that's going to be a fun one to rewatch as we get to see it here.
Yeah, she did nice. All the elements here. Look at the speed, wraps around, gets in that pocket to push her forward again. Then whap, gets on layback of sorts and executes the ride out. That's nice flow.
Yeah, it was definitely a big layback re-entry. It's an 8.33. An 8.33 for Sol Aguirre. Now, Vahiti, you need a 9. You need a 9 to advance with just under 8 minutes.
That's
wow.
Second highest wave of the competition, an 8.33. Maddie Stanton had a 9 on day 1. And excellent effort by Sol. Way to deliver the elements.
Yeah, that was a massive turn. And she's having another look at this one. Up on a backhand, into the pocket. Nice steep section there. What can she do on the inside? And not a lot on that wave, but she doesn't need it because she's got an 8.33. Her low score is a 6.5. A 6.5. And with 7 minutes and 15 seconds, Vahiti has, in one wave, if she were to move up, she needs a 9, or she can chip away at both her scores.
Mm-hmm.
And there is time, 7 minutes remaining. Our next heat in the water is going to be a quarterfinal.
You're right. It's going to be Bailey Turner and Sanoa Demplean, the Canadian, against Bailey from Huntington. Great day to be here. Great day to be alive. Thanks to SMK Flower, Smokeflower, one of the sponsors that really came on strong and helped us get this event going. A clothing brand of stick figure. Shop online at Smokeflower. Get rid of all the vowels, and that's how the company is spelled. SMKFLWR.com or in their Huntington Beach flagship store. Thank you. They're helping the staff out with gear. Merchandise is for sale. Thank you very much.
And it is great gear. Got to check it out this morning. Super creative. Beautiful material. There we get to see Sanoa preparing for the quarterfinal.
Yep, coming from Tofino, a very cold part of Canada for surfing, but there's surf all year long there. You earn your chops up in Tofino, as my friends have told me from the Whistler area. Winter Olympics starting in February. Opening ceremonies are the 8th over in Italy once again, the second time they've had the Olympics in the 21st century. Lindsay Jacobellis was there in Turin in 2006, where she earned a silver medal in the sport of snowboard cross. You'll see potentially her there again in her 6th Olympics. She'll have to qualify, but we'll see.
Amazing, amazing career, and very fortunate to have such a super girl with us here.
Yes.
Year after year. And another fantastic human. 5 minutes and 15 seconds. 5 minutes, 15 seconds.
And in 2028, Upper Trestles will be the site of the Olympics surfing location for the LA Games. All right, Sol's in the right place at the right time. What do you see, Mark?
Well, up on a backhand, looking to replace her 6.5 is the low score to make it even harder for Vahiti. And that wave just dying out there. The tide has shifted. We're starting to drop out. But some of those waves still a little soft on the inside. So cutting out of that one. And the score remains Sol Aguirre with an 8.33 and a 6.5. Great aerial shot here for the viewers at home. First turn, set it up well, but you just see this wave just doesn't have any power. And it has been the power turns where these big scores have been coming from, including her 8.33. Vahiti with priority has a 5.83. She needs a 9 to move up into first place. Only first gets through into the quarterfinals. 4 minutes and 5 seconds. Let's see, what do we have here? Vahiti up and riding.
She's working her way down the line towards you folks in the pier, generating that board speed, looking for a great scoring opportunity, and she does just that, and that will round off that wave out back in the red. Here goes Sol.
And Sol keeping it close to the pocket, but then chooses to cut out and racing now for priority. That wave didn't look like it was going to do a lot for her, certainly not going to replace her 8.33. And so wait to see where priority lands. But Vahiti's wave, looking at the replay, nice first cutback, and then she was looking for the big last turn. Working down the section, this wave got a little bit crumbly, but she did get the fins out. And Sol here, first turn, and straight away she could tell that wave wasn't going to give her a lot. So why not cut out and maintain priority, which she did. Red with priority and 3 minutes remaining.
Tahiti last score, 4.83. You replaced that 3.17. Still need a 9. Vahiti and blue, you still need a 9. Priorities with red.
And now we start to see Sol appears to be paddling towards Vahiti. Remember, priority allows you to catch whatever wave you want, but Vahiti's taking a look at this one. It's a long one working towards a pier. Look at this face. Big turn into a reverse. Not able to ride out of that, but the idea was a good one.
Yep, looking for another birthday gift here on this Sunday, last day of summer.
Was looking for progression. Sol demonstrating her patience, letting that one go. So if you take a look here, so Vahiti was looking for something radical. Oh, and she got so close to making that.
Yep, the slow rotator and the foam pile got her all caught up.
Still got 1 minute and 50 seconds remaining. 1 minute and 50 seconds. Vahiti still needing a 9. This will determine the last quarterfinalist.
Yeah, we welcome back Sol Aguirre. She had 3 years in a row minus the COVID year of Supergirl Pro. Started in 2018 at the age of 16, and she then competed in 19, back in 21, went dark for a while, and she is back. For you folks at home, those are the Supergirl capes that can be found at the Nissan booth. As well, the cape will be wrapped around the neck of our champion, and that will be somewhere around the 3:30 hour today. Thanks for tuning in on the World Wide Web. You folks on the beach, we're talking to a webcast, and we're talking to you. We're also primarily here to give information to the surfers out there, giving them the time call. 1 minute left. Let them know what their scores are. Sol, you have an 8.33, a 6.5. You're in the lead with priority. Vaihitimahana Inso from Hawaii, you have a 5.83 and a 4.83. You need a 9. You need a high score. A 9 is the highest score we've seen so far in this comp, held by Maddie Stanton on day 1. If it's conceivable, it's achievable, it has been said. And Vahiti, with 35 seconds left on her birthday, what will Mother Ocean do, if anything?
Just 20 seconds remaining. The winner of this will go into the last quarterfinal up against Moana Jones Wong. 10 seconds. And great sportsmanship there by the birthday girl, Vaihitimahana Inso. Always great to see her, but it will be Sol Aguirre of Peru progressing through into the quarterfinals.
Island big wave of the heat, held by winner Sol Aguirre from Peru, earns an 8.33. Oh, so delicious. Both that wave and Island's biggest wave of the heat. Here's another peek at it. Enjoy that slice of ripping, and we'll be back with the round of 8 when we return to Oceanside. We'll back.
The Nissan Rogue takes hit after hit. Punished under immense pressure. And exposed to excessive wear. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality. We put it through the worst, so you get its best.
Mango Cart from Golden Road Brewing. The wheat beer brewed with real mango. Crisp, refreshing, and always perfectly balanced.
Sports comes to Oceanside's Front Wave Arena. October 28th to November 2nd, the Sports Illustrated Women's Games. 7 sports, 6 days, over 100 world, Olympic, and national champions from more than 25 countries. The Americas versus the world in a new all-star format. Tickets on sale now at axs.com, si.com, and the Front Wave box office.
The Supergirl Surf Festival is brought to you by Jersey Mike's A Sub Above, by Mad Hippie, award-winning, clinically proven skincare. Hippies do it better.
And welcome back, surf fans. This is Supergirl Surf Pro in Oceanside, California, in the water. In red, Bailey Turner. In blue, Sanoa Demplean of Canada. First ride for blue, a 4.83. Red with priority, 23 minutes, 15 seconds left in this heat. Blue having a look, and she is up, going right on her backside. Nice strong hit. Unfortunately, a little slow coming down to finish, so she buried that nose, not able to complete. Out the back, Red doing nice sweeping turns on her backside, getting a bunch of combinations. Finishing strong, she's getting her first score. Coming in soon.
And that was good surfing there by Bailey. Just the flow and the linking of the turns together there just looked really nice. Didn't get the super strong kind of finishing maneuver that you'd like. But Bailey Turner, though, gets a 5.83. A 5.83 on her opening turn, but Sanoa has the lead.
So looking back, the replay of Blue. This is her first ride that was bringing her all the way to the inside. See how she was patient. Let that little inside section stand up so she was able to have some weight behind that maneuver. And this is her replay of her most recent wave, getting that one maneuver and then losing her balance, bearing that nose. The replay of Bailey Turner's first ride. Nice back to back to back. It was just the tempo, the repetitive movement, just still providing and keeping pace. So that's what rewarded that 5.83 for her first ride. Priority is with Blue. Blue is in the lead with a 2-wave combination score of a 4.83 and a 1.07. Bailey in red with a 5.83, looking for a 0.07 to take the lead. So just pretty much standing up on your second wave can get you that, but she's wanting to, have a really, really strong backup score. So she's going to be selective. She doesn't have priority right now, but plenty of time. I mean, we are just kicking things off. This is our heat 1 of our quarterfinals.
And that was just a beautifully surfed wave. Just you could see the linking of the turns, and it was all in bottom turn, top turn, bottom turn, top turn, and each one compression on the bottom turn, and then up and vertical on the backhand, and just beautiful to watch. Sanoa, her score on the 4.83 came from the last turn, just destroying the kind of little lump at the end of that wave, just throwing a massive amount of spray. So differing styles here, and now we see both the girls paddling. Priority is with Sanoa, but Bailey's going to make her work for it.
So Blue with priority. She is showing that she is interested, therefore she gets it. Nice backside turn as a setup into the next maneuver as she cuts back to the power source, setting up for that last hit and riding away nice and clean. So she's going to be ditching that 1.07 to get her backup score. Her first score, 4.83. 19 minutes, 55 seconds left on the clock. Priority is with red as she sees something out the back. Turner moving into position, but here's the replay of Blue.
Yeah, and it was a good ride for Sanoa, just putting together just a combination of turns and a good strong re-entry. But let's go down to Christopher Ernst as we'll just look at the end of that last wave. That was Bailey Turner. But while we wait for the scores, let's go down. Chris Ernst is with Sol Aguirre.
All right, having some great conversation with Sol and her number one fan over there, talking about how they met. We'll get to that in a minute. Let's talk surf out there. It was not very consistent out there, but you found the right place at the right time.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard, but there's some fun ones, and I'm really happy I got those 2 waves and that ride, especially at the end. It felt really nice. I'm really happy to move forward, and yeah, the energy is amazing, so really happy to be back.
As this is a international event, we're having people watch from all over the world. What would you like to say in your native tongue back to people at home that are watching?
In Spanish? Sí. Nada, gracias a todos por apoyar. Ayer vino un montón de gente de Latinoamérica a verme, así que gracias por venir y feliz de pasar a los cuartos y vamos con todo.
I speak un poquito español. She said, I'm a better surfer than most anybody watching right now, and I want to earn a red cape. Is that right?
Hell yeah.
That's it. Her name's Sol Aguirre. She's going on in the round of 8. Your partner in crime out there was Vaihitimahana Inso on her birthday. You did not deliver exactly what she wanted, but what would you like to say to your fellow competitor and competitors out there?
I mean, she's amazing. She serves amazing, so inspiring and flowing. I knew it was going to be a hard heat. I'm happy I made it. But yeah, she's really nice, and we always compete together now in the challengers. So yeah, I guess it's competition, but yeah.
Final question. You came here as a little girl for 3 times, first in 2018. Last we saw you was 2021. You've grown up a bit. What have you learned in your competitive surfing career since then?
I would say keep being consistent and never give up and keep pushing through the hard days.
Keep pushing, never give up, and have some fun. Her name's Sol Aguirre. She's moving on to the round of 8. Back up to you guys.
Thank you very much, Chris. And we do have some scores.
Yes, last ride of Red at 4.17. So you are in the lead with priority. Bailey, you are in the lead with priority, looking to improve a 4.17. Sanoa, you want to improve a 4.83. This is the replay of Red.
Yeah, and this was well surfed. As you see, look at that, just held the rail through the entire sweeping kind of arc of that turn, and earns a 4.17 and also earns the lead. So 4.91 is what Sanoa needs to retake the lead right now. 16 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. So we've got a lot of time on our hands, Lindsay, but just want to comment. That was a fantastic interview there. Like Sol Aguirre, another one of these young champions. She's emerged out of, kind of being this little girl, now at a stage where she's harnessing her power, but it also comes with a beautiful spirit.
Absolutely. We love seeing the different reach of Supergirl and how that reflects every individual and why they come back to this event year after year and help inspire that next generation of female surfers, or, females that want to, reach the highest true potential.
And experience is definitely the theme that we are seeing through this quarterfinal. Every one of our quarterfinalists is either a former champion or has got themselves a good result at a Supergirl Pro, whether that be here in Oceanside or over on the East Coast at Jacksonville. So we have no absolute newcomers left in the quarterfinals. So it's the experience showing through this year. And in the next heat coming up in the water is going to be the champions of the last 2 years here at Oceanside, Eden Walla up against Alyssa Spencer.
What a match. That will be exciting. Both powerful surfers. They are always pushing their limits. They know what they're capable of, and then they want to flirt with that next level to see where they will land in the score sheets. So 15 minutes left in this heat. Priority is with Red. We are seeing the ladies move back towards the pier as this tide is changing and starting to drop low again. The current is somewhat under control and the wind has stayed down. The rain that was just, around earlier today maybe helped keep that, texture off of the water.
Yep.
Which is very nice to deal with, and the sun's starting to come out too, so it makes it a little bit easier for the ladies to see the definition in the water, especially when you're surfing the wave. The last thing you want is to not be able to see enough definition, and therefore your timing, your pumping, it's just a little off, and you can't afford, a mistake to, slow you down, bog on a rail. Just want to keep that momentum and that fluid consistency from start to finish of a wave.
We'll see if the wind comes up, but as you said right now, staying very calm. 13 minutes 54, Bailey Turner out in front. Her low score is a 4.17. She also has priority. Sanoa is looking for that 4.91. And a bit of separation between the two surfers right now. And for Bailey, even though she's only 16 years of age, really experienced competitor. There we see defending champion Eden Walla on the screen at home, getting ready to defend her title.
Definitely making a strategic plan with her coach, trying to figure out where she wants to paddle out, where she wants to sit, how are the sands changing.
Yeah, well,
how's the tide affecting everything?
Yeah, and obviously the two competitors know each other very well, both being down here from Southern California, San Clemente and Encinitas. And so they know that each one is a champion. And is going to be a fierce battle, that is for sure. But that's coming up in a little over 12 and a half minutes right now. Bailey Turner in the lead. Her low score is a 4.17, so still very much striking distance for Sanoa. The Canadian just needing a 4.91. And Sanoa has had a lot of experience. At just 20 years of age, she's surfed all around the world. Second place at the 2023 Pan American Games in Santiago, Chile. I think there is not sure if it's a Challenger Series or it's a qualifying series event coming up down there in Iquique in Chile in the near future. We're starting to see a lot of contests over the next couple of months down there. That is Alyssa Spencer on your screen, 2023 champion, also champion over there in Jacksonville. But right now, this is Sanoa looking for a 4.91 up vertical on her backhand. And a rebound off the foam.
Yeah, just that little floater to show that, she wasn't fully done with that wave. She had control and she was able to stay with it a little bit longer. So she wants to improve that 4.83. Here's the replay, staying nice and high, able to get around that foam and eye that section, kick those fins loose and really, really maneuver that tail end of the board, maintain control and get that nice little finish floater at the end. So she's back out into the lineup fairly quickly and in the mix. And these ladies are sitting on the beach and they're watching, they're preparing, they're seeing how everything is moving and they're trying to make a plan. Then they have a backup plan and then they have series of scenarios like if I'm behind, I'm going to do this. I'm going to sit here unless this is happening. So there's so many scenarios that they have that they want to be aware of, so then they aren't in a panic situation. If something like that comes up, they're already ready for it. They already thought, this is maybe what I can do and how to, move forward, so then it increases my chance to qualify and move to the next round.
Well, the score is not enough for Sanoa. It's a 4.33. So Sanoa, you still need a 4.91. Bailey Turner, a 5.83 and a 4.17 has priority. There's 10 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. And just want to send a thank you and a shout out to all of our sponsors, one of which is Pura Vida. And Pura Vida is all about feeling good and looking good. And as a certified B Corp, they have donated over $5 million to causes that support people and planet. So make sure you stop by the Pura Vida booth. Oh, look at this wave now.
And nobody went on it.
Okay, so
somebody was trying to bait somebody to go into
that was
it.
Really, and it looked like it was going to be really good, but it didn't end up delivering much. But Bailey Turner will use her priority, up and riding. Nice wall in front of her, nice first turn, and now with speed, hits the end section and rebound up off the foam. A lot of speed there, Lindsay.
Yes, absolutely. That really stood up nicely and gave her a great section to build some speed. And out the back, Sanoa having a look, and she is up. Same shape as that previous wave, but a little bit smaller. Didn't have the same speed coming into that section. Unfortunately, not able to complete that maneuver, but now it's a race back out to the lineup.
It's a paddle battle for priority, and this was Bailey's wave. So much speed.
Yeah, we're still waiting on a score for this one, but you can see she's able to get into that section, really lay into it. Maybe could have been a backside little rebound on that inside, but she said that last move was strong and finished, and she wanted to end with that.
We'll see if that increases her lead. The low score is a 4.17, and this is part of the festival, the roller skating rink.
Yeah, brought to you by the Zion girls. That is open to the public.
It's so much fun down there.
I saw when I was driving home, one of those ladies actually was using her skates to get to the car, so she didn't even care.
I saw her as well getting into the car.
If she parked all the way to the harbor, she wasn't going to be worried about it. She was just cruising on down. So I was like, well, that works too. 7 minutes, 55 seconds. Bailey, your last wave of 5.4.
So that did extend her lead. Sanoa, you need a 6.13, a 6.13. And Bailey, your low score is now a 5.4 with 7.5 minutes remaining. So chipping away, increasing that lead ever so slightly by a little over a point. But Bailey Turner in the lead here in the first quarterfinal of the day. 25-minute heats. We'll wait to see if the final is longer. And now we're starting to feel the first of an onshore breeze for today. A bit more texture on the water. And this looks like a wave here. Bailey Turner has it to herself. Which way is she going to go?
She's going right on her backside, immediately into that bottom turn and snap. And again, unfortunately, that wave got really soft on that midsection. She's not able to connect to the inside, but she did get 2 maneuvers. I'm not sure if it's going to replace that 5.4, but staying active. Priority is with Blue. Blue's score to replace a 4.83. She needs a 6.13. Here's the replay of Turner.
Yeah, and it looked like it was setting up well, and then the wave just died. And so just those first couple of little turns. And that is a 3.17, so it doesn't change the scoreline. Bailey's low score is still a 5.4, and Sanoa still needs a 6.13, but has priority with 6 minutes to go.
And Supergirl brought to you by Surfing Coconut. Stay cool, stay strong, stay hydrated. Surfing Coconut is here at the Supergirl Pro. Surf up fresh, premium, custom branded coconut. Stay hydrated and taste the tropics and ride the wave all day long.
Still important even on a cooler day like today to stay hydrated, especially if you are surfing and you're getting to surf up to 4 times today.
Yes.
For our finalists.
Making sure you're getting not only hydration, but electrolytes and some quick, simple carbs just so you can fuel your body. You know, drain yourself when you're going back to back to back like this. You're using a lot of energy and you are sweating a lot, and you don't always sense that when you're sitting in the water. So eyeing up a section right now, Red having a look. She is up and surfing, going backside again. She really likes going that side right now. She's really strong on her backside, getting that final third hit and the nice little revert floater, staying on her board, staying controlled.
Yeah, that 5.4 is what she's looking to replace. It's got a really great backhand style. Bailey Turner, just all flow, as you can see here. There's the first one and the second. Just that flow of top to bottom and then finishing off strongly. So 3 turns on that wave. And the score is going to come in, and it's a 4.87, so it does not change the score line. Sanoa still needing a 6.13, 4 minutes and 20 seconds in this heat. Can Bailey Turner make her first semi-final at the Supergirl Pro? And for those viewers at home, that is one of the magnificent Nissan adventure vehicles there on the beach. That is capable of going anywhere that your heart desires, looking for adventure and life experience. 3 minutes and 45. Bailey Turner in the red, in the lead. Sanoa Demplean of Canada with priority needs a 6.13. Our next heat in the water is the battle of the champions. Eden Walla, 2024 defending champion, up against 23 champion Alyssa Spencer.
Hello, sun. Look at that nice shimmer.
It is bringing a little bit of breeze along with it, though. Right now it's more offshore than anything else. Certainly side shore. Really nice conditions down here today at Oceanside. Swell in the 2 to 3 foot range. And Bailey Turner is just hunting, happy hunting grounds down there. by herself. Both surfers happy to just pick their spot. Sanoa is sitting where in previous heats, she's been able to find waves that have allowed her to use her power and get some big scores in critical parts of the wave with big maneuvers. And she's taking a look here. She does have priority. And it looks like no, chooses not to use it, and a good decision. That wave just got really fat and soft.
Yeah, you can see it's still having a hard time breaking, so that would not give her the vert she was looking for and that power, so she could really lay her strength and power into those turns that the judges like to see. So she's going to keep hunting. They're keeping themselves pretty distant from each other. They're really just focusing on their own game strategy and really just get into a position and hunt down a peak.
Well, there's 1 minute and 45, 1:45. Bailey Turner on a bigger set down the beach. Sweeping turn off the top. Will she get another chance? Yes, she does. And a rebound off the foam. And cuts out of that one. Meanwhile, Sanoa closer to the pier, up. Having a look at this one on a backhand.
Getting the floater right off the bat, getting ahead of this section, see if she can build enough speed for that final maneuver to kick those fins loose. And she does, and finishes it with a little revert and a floater to get an extra little bonus.
So 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining. Maybe enough time to get one more ride for both our surfers. 2 scores yet to come in. Sanoa was looking for a 6-1-3 on that ride, but Bailey Turner also has another score yet to drop. And it was a good size wave for Bailey Turner, and it is a 6 courtesy of this hard off the bottom, hard off the top, finishing off with a strong re-entry. And so Sanoa now needs a 6.73 on that last ride. There's still 35 seconds remaining. She may get another shot. And it wasn't enough on that last ride of 4.3. So Sanoa, you still need a 6.73 with 25 seconds.
And so now you see Bailey Turner scraping her way over to buddy up to Sanoa. We've got 15 seconds left on the clock.
And so the 16-year-old progresses through into the semi-finals here at the Nissan Supergirl Pro for 2025. And it's a big win for Bailey, courtesy of the island's big wave. And this was the biggest wave of the heat as well. And a searing combination of turns there for a 6 on this ride, and setting herself up for the semi-finals. We'll be right back with the Battle of the Champions here at the Nissan Supergirl Pro.
The Nissan Rogue takes hit after hit. Punished under immense pressure. And exposed to excessive wear. Nissan. #1 in new vehicle quality. We put it through the worst, so you get its best.
Mango Cart from Golden Road Brewing. The wheat beer brewed with real mango. Crisp, refreshing, and always perfectly balanced.
Sports comes to Oceanside's Front Wave Arena. October 28th to November 2nd, the Sports Illustrated Women's Games. 7 sports, 6 days, over 100 world, Olympic, and national champions from more than 25 countries. The Americas versus the world in a new all-star format. Tickets on sale now at axs.com, si.com, and the Front Wave box office.
The Supergirl Surf Festival is brought to you by Jersey Mike's A Sub Above, by Mad Hippie, award-winning, clinically proven skincare. Hippies do it better.
Welcome back to Oceanside, California. The Nissan Supergirl Pro for 2025. Mission Pacific there. One of the magnificent hotels here. And what a quarterfinal that we have. Quarterfinal Heat 2. Eden Walla, the defending champion, up against Alyssa Spencer, the 2023 champion here from Oceanside. Eden Walla from San Clemente, Alyssa Spencer from Encinitas, the local girl. And we have no waves ridden at the moment and no priority at the moment. 22 minutes remaining. Plenty of time. And Lindsay, welcome back to you. We've been looking forward to this. But right now, while there are no waves in front of us, let's go down to Chris Ernst with the winner of the first quarterfinal.
Thanks, Bewley. With Bailey Turner on to the semis, onto the 4-pack. Nice job. How'd it go out there for you?
Went pretty good. It's so fun, actually, if you can find one. A little bit slow, but it's still super fun.
Yeah, you just at the mercy of the ocean. It's not the first time you've been in this type of situation before. What do you do with the nerves, any of the anxiety? Do you have a special something that goes through your mind? How do you prepare for that?
I just know that I'm surfing and just wait for the next wave, I guess. I don't know, just breathe and stay calm and just have fun.
Yeah, just take it all in. What would you like to say to the younger girls than you that may be watching this online that want to achieve success someday or get a Supergirl cape? What are your words of wisdom to them?
To just always love surfing and just have fun with it, because it's the best sport you can do. It's the most fun, so just always have fun with it.
And you've developed quite a few friends through the years here. Who's your little pack that you like to surf with most? Do you have a favorite you like to go out with?
Yeah, there's a lot of kids in Huntington, so we all surf together every single day because none of us we're all homeschooled.
Yeah, you go to school, but you do it at home. Awesome. What do you want to say to your parents out there, your OG sponsors, and also your teachers?
Yeah, thanks for my teachers for teaching me, and my parents, of course, for always driving me down and taking me to the beach and just letting me surf.
Awesome. Her name is Bailey Turner. She's from Huntington Beach. She's going on to the Final Four. High five. Boom. On Super Sunday, Supergirl Sunday. She might walk away with a cape. Time will tell that story. Good luck.
Thank you.
Well, she's certainly looking very strong, and for such a young competitor, she's got incredible style and poise, and as well, very grateful for the opportunities that she's got. And she is in the semi-final.
Yeah, if you're just tuning in right now, we are in our Heat 2 of our quarterfinal round, and this is a banger. You know, we've got our winner from last year and going up against powerhouse Alyssa Spencer. So we're going to see some great surfing out in the water. So many more incredible heats yet to come and stack up. We finished our first round of the day just a little bit ago. We are in the quarterfinals, and we've got semis and finals coming up. It is a long day. It reminds me a little bit like border cross heats. It's just back-to-back action. You don't have a lot of time in between, so you are hydrating. You are getting a snack, stretching, listening to music. How you prepare yourself in between those moments is always a very personal experience, and how you need to get that reset and recoup to get back in the water. And
it's not always easy, especially, the Supergirl Surf Festival is a festival. There's so much going on. So, and obviously it's the same when you're at Olympic Games or a World Championship event. How do you shut out, all of that energy and excitement? Because for most people, it's it's all about that. Like, the busier, the better. So what do you do to create your own space?
You know, some athletes thrive on the chaos and how much is going on. Personally, myself, I have to compartmentalize those aspects. And, you know, if I have sponsorship obligations, you just try to, you know, set aside some time, but then have like a hard shutdown of, nope, this is what I need to do. And if it fits into what I can accommodate for, you know, the sponsors, then perfect, that's great. But I need to get back and check all the boxes I can control, so I can, you know, be executing my best and trying to just get out of my own head. So I'm sure that's what's happening out there in the lineup. These ladies have time on the beach. They check in with their coach, they check in with their parents. They've got their support system that can grab them a snack or whatever they might need. So, you know, these ladies know what they're doing and they're ready to take on the rest of this day.
So we are almost 8 minutes into this heat, and we might have to get some advice on at what point is there a restart. These are the longboarders. They're getting plenty of waves over there on the north side of the pier. We're actually going to be calling the final of the longboard event between the last semi and the final of the women's shortboard.
Yeah, you can see how the longboarders are paddling very close to the pier, because almost at that moment, you can actually use the current along the pier to almost be like a little chair lift ride. It can help drag you out so you're not fighting the waves. So you definitely don't want to be trying to just scrap through all of the white water. So you're trying to find the path of least resistance and have the water and the currents work with you instead of against you, because you will never win against the powerful ocean waters and those currents. So years of experience have educated these ladies on how they need to place themselves in the lineup. How are the currents moving? How is the tide shifting and creating these little pockets? So having a look and trying to chip into something was Eden Walla. You can see how that stands up on the inside, but then quickly fizzles. So it was a good call for her not to go on that. She looked quick left and right to see if anything could come of it. But now down north, shifting her way, and she got a couple of great rides here on her previous heat. So she is looking similar setup as before. We have a little pulse coming through.
Eden not able to get into that one. And Alyssa Spencer having a look at this, and she will get the first ride of this quarterfinal.
Beautiful frontside turn into a nice slow drawn out wrap. This inside section going to come together very nicely for her. A nice opening ride for her. Priority now sits with red. 15 minutes, 30 seconds left on the clock.
So that took 9.5 minutes to get our first ride.
And surfers now have to be aware of that. Does the strategy change? Here's the replay on that beautiful bottom turn setup, kicking those fins loose at the top. The timing has to be just right to be able to get those fins free, and that combo snap to finish out really, really crisp maneuvers.
And one of the things that Alyssa does so well is she never wastes energy, and it seems that she is able to put the board in a clean position every wave, and that score is a 6.5 for Alyssa. And so the placement of her board was the perfect spot for that particular wave, and clean turns, really kind of sharp, a lot of energy in those turns, and so she's got an ability to make the most out of whatever a wave may be serving up, even if that wave is just one turn. She always seems to be able to put her board in exactly the right place.
Yes, agreed. She likes to find those pockets where she can throw a lot of that power and strength behind that movement. As we see also Eden Walla working her way a little north, getting a little bit closer. She found out that the secret spot to get the 6.5 was a little closer to the pier, so she is moving north, trying to get herself a nice little shoulder to work with.
And with priority, obviously, is Eden Walla, and 16 years of age from San Clemente. The youngest Supergirl champion we have ever had at 16 years of age here. And it's been a progression. She was 33rd in 23 and she was 49th in 2022. Was a member of Team USA at the ISA World Surfing Games recently down there in El Salvador, Surf City, El Salvador. Big shout out to everybody down there. And then she went off to Japan and won the Stab High Ladybird. So it's been a great year for her. Alyssa Spencer looking for her second ride, up and riding on her backhand. Nice first turn. Can she get in another? Up and over the section as she does so well. And so 2 scores now as Eden Walla looks for her first scoring ride here in the quarterfinal. There's that compressed style, 2 nice turns and up and over for a third. So Eden Walla now with a score on board. Joining me now, Chris Ernst, welcome back to the commentary booth.
Thank you for turning my microphone on. Yes, nice. Boy, that was quite a hold for no waves, fearing a restart. But Alyssa Spencer, right place, right time, and boy, they were spaced out there trying to figure it out and having a nice conversation with quite a few people down there, getting tidbits of information. The likes of Sage Erickson out in the mix. We'll talk about her in a minute, but right now, I'll look back at Eden Walla. Yeah, you said the nice compact style, those hands out in front, generating the board speed. Great skill set by the youngster who walked away with a title last year. And as you mentioned, Mark, we have the last 2 years defending champs up against one another. We haven't had that in quite some time in this round of 8. I'm trying to go back in my notes and see when we did. And
yeah, I don't remember this occurring in the quarterfinals. Obviously in the semifinals.
No.
We'd seen it before, but these 2 champs matching up against each other. 11 minutes and 40 seconds. We're waiting on scores. The second scoring ride for Alyssa Spencer, a 5.93 to go with your 6.5. So a 6.5 and a 5.93. Score yet to drop for Eden Walla. Priority is blue. A 4.5. A 4.5 for Eden. So, Eden, you need a 7.93 with 11 minutes and 11 seconds remaining.
Yeah, lots of time. Lots of time yet to come. And you ask who's next, another battle. Kira Pinkerton, Leilani McGonagle. So, 3 capes in a row.
Yeah.
Eden, Alyssa, Kira. All in this quarterfinal. So, that's impressive. Set of 3 of the 8. Have earned capes. Beautiful day here. Kind of overcast. 2 days ago, it was kind of muggy and hot. And the day before that, we had tropical depression roll on through. Flash flooding up in the mountains as I was driving down. And rain here. And now it's just cooled off. Last day of summer. Oceanside is the northernmost city in San Diego County. Right next, butted up to Camp Pendleton, the home of the Marine base. Thank you to the Marines, all members of the military. You folks on the beach, and while you're at home too, put your hands together. Big round of applause for all the members of the military, past, present, and stepping into the future. Protecting our freedom because it comes with a price, Mark.
That it does. We're halfway through this heat. 10 minutes remaining. 10 minutes remaining. Eden Walla needs a 7.93. She's just got 1 score on the board right now. Alyssa Spencer. Both these surfers waited for 9.5 minutes before a wave came. And then Alyssa got herself 2 waves in pretty quick succession, a 6.5 and then a 5.93. So leaving Eden Walla, our defending champion right now, with a 7.93. And just want to also send a big shout out to everybody who is at home watching live on supergirlpro.com or on the WSL app or on YouTube. I know that for most kids, it's all about YouTube now. My son Max is there at home, and he loves it when I get to call an 8.67. Call 6.7. Call 6.7. So he doesn't care about TV. He doesn't care about everything, but the fact that we are coming live on YouTube, he absolutely loves. But we don't have an 8.67 yet in this heat, Max. But there'll be one coming to you.
That's adorable.
Call the 6.7.
Call the 6.7, mate. That's good. His name's Mark Fuel. He's known as Fuely, integral as to all things surfing. Built out the Boost Mobile brand, and brand maven, we like to call him, and extra passionate about surf. He had the pleasure of calling Olympic mountain biking in 2000.
Yeah, and
correct?
triathlon.
And triathlon as well, yeah. So very well versed in all things sport, and we're talking surfing now.
Yeah, and throwing it out there, I've had a good fortune. Supergirl Pro is something, I think maybe this is 8 for me, but really grateful that I get to come and do this and support this event in any way that I can, because its values are incredibly important and meaningful. But the one thing I do still have left is I want to call a Paralympic Games.
Oh, that would be good. I got to do that over in China. It was spectacular. It's the inspiration. I got to ski alongside and snowboard alongside the athletes on the slopes. It was just us, chairlift rides, and the stories are next level. They suck you in, and everything that they've overcome. Like, talk about adversity, man. It's special. All right, there's some paddling going on. Blue with priority, but Eden Walla will take this thing southbound. There's that nice aggressive compact style. She's racing. Look at that speed. Where's the scoring opportunity? There's one, and she's laying it back and not able to hold on.
Well, it was the right idea, though, because she was looking for a 7.93. It's going to be a 1.17. So Eden Walla still needs a 7.93. But you could see the speed that she was looking for. It was a decent-sized wave. Working down the line, she's looking for a big turn. We know she's got an incredible air game. The fins were completely out of the lip, but the wave just didn't give her any power to bring it back down underneath her, and it flattened out. So because the wave went flat, the board also just went flat straight out in front of her. So that's not going to change the situation with 6 minutes 40, but she's going to have another go here.
Yeah, she got right in front of Alyssa and said, I know you have priority. I need to do everything I can right now, because she's fighting for a right to defend that cape. Needing a 7.93, that's a girthy situation with these conditions. And they're really utilizing the whole field. Our playing field is pretty much where that white sugar cube to the south is, over to the pier. That is our permitted zone. We highly encourage and anyone else to stay out of that area. We'll have you removed if such, but no problems with that thus far. Storytelling is what we're up to here. Our job as announcers is to educate, entertain, and inform. The surfers primarily something coming out. Great shot for you folks at home with the drone, but neither lady in the right position.
And with 5 minutes and 45 remaining, and Alyssa has priority, gamesmanship strategy also now becomes part of it for Eden Walla. It's just a matter of staying busy. Up now on a backhand, nice first turn. You can see that compressed style bouncing. Can she get through onto the inside? There's a section coming towards her. Gets it up and vertical and finishes off clean.
Yeah, Mark, this is reminiscent of last year. Both Eden and Ruby Stringfellow, along with Kiara Gold, that's what they were doing. They were chomping at the bit on the front end, on the inside a little bit more so, when the waves were similar in size, and just that tenacity and staying with it. And it happened in this heat against Alyssa Spencer and Leilani last year, when these waves were not as big.
5 minutes remaining. This was a well-surfed wave here by Eden Walla, and pushed through onto the inside. She then got another section to work with, got it up vertical, and a rebound off the foam. But for Eden Walla, still needing a 7.86. So that was her highest scoring ride, a 4.57. So it chipped away a little bit, but she still needs a 7.86. And as we have 4.5 minutes remaining, this is a very similar situation to the last round that Alyssa Spencer had, where Zoe Cayena came on strong. She was behind, but she did that huge air reverse, and so didn't need a big score. And so what Alyssa did in that case is used her priority, protected her ability to get the best wave in the dying moments. There's still 4 minutes though, but Eden Walla still needing a 7.86.
Yeah, great strategy. And hello to everyone on the webcast. You know, it was 15 plus years ago, Mark, almost coming up on 20, where webcasts were not what they are now. You recall working at the Boost Mobile Pro, we brought a satellite truck down underneath trestles. We had to deflate the tires to get the truck underneath the train overpass to get it onto the beach, to cram a team of 8 inside a satellite truck in order to satellite it up, in order to have that webcast. It was absolutely groundbreaking at the time, and now it's a completely different ballgame.
Yeah, the technology has evolved so much, and the fact that we are able to watch and call events from all around the world, even in remote locations like Nias, you know, kind of for example,
sure,
is incredible. There we see on the screen one of our little future Supergirls, and there's a future champion.
Yep.
Right there. 2 minutes and 50 seconds. 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Alyssa Spencer with priority. Eden Walla needing a 7-8-6. Or replace both scores.
Either or.
Yep, either or.
Next heat, just looking on, it's Kira Pinkerton and Leilani McGonagle, just to the south.
Plenty of experience in that matchup.
Yeah.
Two minutes and 15. And Alyssa is not letting Eden out of her sights right now.
Sitting on her.
Yeah, literally sitting right there so that if a good wave comes, she can use her priority. 2 minutes remaining. 2 minutes. For both these surfers, they're heading off to Portugal next week for the Challenger Series. Both surfers looking to find their place on the World Tour. Alyssa Spencer, of course, has been there on the World Tour before. And competed all around the world in the sport that she loves.
It all started right here. She watched Coco Ho surf. She got an autograph as a young girl, put that by her bedside. And fast forward about 10 years, she beat Coco Ho in a heat and thanked her for the inspiration, and then went on to win the event in 2021 in Jacksonville, and 2023 here. One of only 2 to win by Coastal Capes. She has the opportunity to take another Cape here. She has to get through the next minute here with the position that she's presently in. A 6.5 and a 5.93 are the 2 waves that she has from the only 2 that she's caught. How's that for efficiencies?
45 seconds.
Walla's had 4 waves, a 4.5 and a 4.57.
And the winner of this will match up against Bailey Turner in the first semi-final. 20 seconds remaining.
And this will count it down and
Alyssa Spencer will take victory here and move into yet another semi-final, defeating our defending champion Eden Walla. And it was this ride, the island's big wave, was a big score for Alyssa after 9.5 minutes of waiting, and made the most of it with precision surfing, power, speed, flow, and takes the win. We'll be right back with the third quarterfinal with Kira Pinkerton and Leilani McGonagle.
LA is America, only sooner. Our culture, our style, our flavors set the tone for what's to come tomorrow. Where we're from, amazing days turn into even better nights. Because where we're from, good just isn't good enough. Our beers are a reflection of our community. So we know they can't just be good. They've got to be golden.
Can the Nissan Frontier out-monster a monster truck? Not that you would, but you could. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality.
At Front Wave Credit Union, we're all in on you. You're not just a number, you're a member. And we're putting $350 behind what we believe in. Get started today. Dream big. We got you.
The Supergirl Surf Festival is brought to you by Revive. Fuel your body and mind with all-natural, elevated wellness. Rise stronger with SG Revive. By Owala, the water bottle that keeps things interesting.
You're having a peek overhead view of Eden Walla. That's right. Just knocked out by the previous year's champ, Alyssa Spencer. There's a look back right now at Kira Pinkerton live in the water. Well, replay a moment ago. This heat features Kira Pinkerton from San Clemente against Leilani McGonagle in the blue from Costa Rica. Two of our most valued competitors in the number of events they've competed in. I believe they're over 25 if you combine 25 Supergirl pros over that number throughout the course of the last 13 years or 13 years.
That is incredible. And Kira gets a 5. She gets a 5 on her first ride, and Leilani now has priority with a 2. So less than 3 minutes in, and we've already got 2 scoring rides. Interestingly, in the last round, where Kira won and moved into into this quarterfinal, what was really interesting is when I was talking to her, because Kira is one of those competitors who is fiercely competitive, but just has this really beautiful spirit. She's always happy. She's always positive. But she said something really interesting when I said, what would it be like to go back to back? Because she won the U.S. Air Force competition, and then so she's got a chance here to win here. But then she said, well, what about then also going back-to-back in Jacksonville as well? So there's the mindset of a champion there, right?
Yes.
Like, even though she comes across as all really nice, she's thinking, I'm going to win here, and then I'm going to go back to Jacksonville, and I'm going to really go back-to-back. I'm going to win 3 in a row.
Winners win.
Yeah,
winners.
I just thought it was a great insight into her competitive nature.
What does Ricky Bobby say? If he ain't first, you're last. His dad says, I said that?
Yeah, that was always, what's second is first loser. That was
right. That's it. Everyone's a winner out here. Any Supergirl competing in this. We've watched them come up through the ranks. Leilani McGonagle at 13, I say it time and time again. I'll never forget meeting her because I interviewed her time and time again at the World Surfing Games. And we had a wonderful exchange back and forth. And she just had this bubbly personality like all these young girls do. And we developed our friendship. And here she is, a dozen years later, and she's in this semi. Quarterfinal right now, looking to get to the semis. Yep. While these waves look to produce, and you folks at home are looking at the pier, let's go down to Lindsay, who is with Alyssa.
Thanks, E. Congratulations, Alyssa. What a wonderful execution, and you gave it all out there.
Yeah, that was definitely a tricky heat. The ocean went a little quiet for us. I almost thought we were going to have a restart, and then that one wave came with like 10 seconds before the restart would have happened. But yeah, I'm just happy that I was able to find some opportunity, and I knew that was going to be a really challenging heat. I have so much respect for Eden as a surfer and as a person, and she's someone who's definitely pushed me a lot in the last couple of years, and we've been sparring partners, so I want to say thank you to her for pushing me to become the surfer I am today, and yeah, it was a great heat to surf against her.
Well, yeah, that's definitely some wonderful camaraderie, but how do you keep yourself calm where there can be a potential restart? And do you want to go for that wave, or do you want to roll on the gamble of having the reset, or is the wave right in front of you, you jump on it?
Yeah, it's always an interesting one in your head because you're battling with yourself of like, oh, well, I'll have 10 minutes more time if I just wait and like don't go on this wave. But, you know, I was like, if a wave comes, you just got to take the opportunity that comes to you. And there's still 15 minutes left in the heat, so that's plenty of time to find another wave. And yeah, it's definitely a little stressful though.
So immediately after the round of 16, you knew you would be up against Eden. Are you dwelling on that fact? How do you mentally prepare going into that next round, knowing it would be a challenging heat?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like heats nowadays, there's never an easy heat. All of the girls are surfing amazing, and looking on paper, obviously, I was like, well, I definitely need to bring my A game to this one because she's an incredible surfer, and yeah, I knew it was going to be a battle for sure.
Well, much respect, and wonderful that you give that props to Eden. You guys are both incredible surfers, and you gave a wonderful performance. Congratulations, and best of luck in your next round.
Thank you so much.
Back to you guys.
Mark, you've heard whistle while you work, but smile when you talk. It exudes optimism, right?
Yep. And she has that in spades. Alyssa Spencer into yet another semi-final, and that first semi-final will be up against Bailey Turner.
That's exciting.
From Huntington Beach.
Huntington Beach against Encinitas. Hey, listen up. If you're interested in getting an autograph from a legend, two-time Supergirl, Sage Erickson, she is with child, did you know? 7 months along. Yeah, due on December 7th-ish. But right now at the Revive booth at our vendor village, Sage Erickson's signing autographs. She'll sign papers. She'll sign your baby. She'll sign your bald head if you want. Go see Sage.
I've got a check for her to sign. Would you do that for me?
She sure will. A traveler's check. Yeah, go check it out. We're going to swap seats here, get Lindsay back in the mix. Stand by. All right, welcome back. Lindsay will jump on the headset here shortly as we've got 16 and a half minutes left. Scores, all we got so far. Kira Pinkerton at 5, Leilani at 2. And I want to say hello to the Costa Rican fan with the flag. Yep, wearing it. Waving it with pride right on the sand. And there is a shot of Sage for you folks at home. See the little bump in her belly. This is the Revive. It's a great natural energy drink. Had a couple of them. They don't get you all wired up, but they are quite good. And that is Sage. Won this event twice and runner-up a couple of times. And now she's going to be a mama. Speaking of mamas, we got Lindsay Jacobellis, two-time Olympic gold medalist, joining us back in the booth, who has had a child in the last 3 months. Ayla, how is motherhood?
It is a journey. I'm trying to take it one day at a time. Pretty much like I take SPX racing, one heat at a time, because that's all I can really handle. So I'm learning a lot, and patience is a part of that journey as well. But really exciting, and it's just a totally different experience to the world I've known for 20 years plus. So now getting to collect a Supergirl cape and bring it home to my daughter is kind of a fun thing. So I'm glad that I was able to snag one just now in my in-between, shuffling around back here, but now back up in the action. So 15 minutes, 15 seconds left in this heat. This is Heat 3, quarterfinals.
That's right. Similar to what we saw last year, a little lull in the action, but when the waves come, best in the world, hit them and surf them. We want to thank the sponsors that make this come together. Jugo, Sun Surf and Superfood. Swing by the Jugo Superfoods booth to try delicious superfood gummies and enter to win their huge raffle. Jugo Superfoods is a local company based out of San Clemente. Don't forget, you can stock up on all your favorite Jugo gummies at your local Whole Foods market. Thank you. Pura Vida. And we'll talk surfing now because we have some water action in the blue backhand. Leilani McGonagle gets one hit, but that is going to help her cause. She only needs a 3.01, I should say. It's not a lot to ask for. Here it is again. One snap and over the top. Olympian from 2021 took 17th place there in Tokyo, representing Costa Rica proudly. Her dad, Sean, went down there. He's from San Clemente. He went down there, close to over 30 years ago, I want to say now, and found a piece of property. He and his wife moved down there, built the property here. We'll talk blue. Let's go with
blue. Leilani up and surfing on her front side. Getting this inside section to line up for her. Nice, strong vertical snap. And out the back, Kira on a bigger wave, getting a nice backside hit. Still only one hit, but nice and strong. She wants to back up that 5.0. So waiting on scores for both surfers. 13 minutes, 15 seconds left in this heat. That was a nice exchange. And if you notice from that aerial view, there was definitely a combination in that swell. We had a little bit more of a push on that north, and this is what Leilani was chipping into. She was getting that little combo swell with that north, so it gave her that little inside section that stood up. And the direction changed a little bit when it was more from the south, and that's what Kira hopped on.
Yeah, good effort right there. Again, do one thing, do it well. 6.17, Kira. A 6.17. Married with your 5 has you in the lead. And Leilani, you've got a 4.5 and 3.33. You're in second. You need a 6.67. Surfer in blue, Leilani, you need a 6.67 to take the lead. Priority is red.
Yeah, and the surfers are repositioning themselves a little further south as that north swell mixture came in with that combo of that south swell. So we are seeing the tides shift, the swell shift, and keeping that wind down. That texture off of the water would be nice and probably preferred by our surfers. Priority nice. Is with red. Just under the 12-minute mark. Wet and Wild calling all adventurers. Stop by the Wet and Wild Adventures Company tent to talk about all things travel. And on the screen right now, our clothing company, Smokeflower.
Yeah, look at that.
Their
some collared shirts, some cool bikinis.
Great materials. Local.
Yeah. Check it out.
Supergirl surf partner.
Bring some merchandise home. One of our sponsors, a lot of our staff is wearing the Smokeflower gear. Orange County based, and they have a store in Huntington, so go check that out. SMKFLWR, Smokeflower.
Surf-inspired streetwear.
Well, again, the two ladies out in the water is half of the time. A little bit more than half the time is evaporated. Costa Rica's own Leilani McGonagle. Her and her brother Noemar, born down there. They have Costa Rica citizenship. They travel the globe. Leilani has so many passports, probably full now. It's ridiculous. She's off to Portugal after this. And then keep her globetrotting on. No time for a relationship. She said, I'm going to stay busy with the relationship with the ocean. And she's done just that. Kira Pinkerton, just north of here. San Clemente, one of her first events that I was aware of was north side of the San Clemente Pier that her father told us about when she was about 6 years of age. So proud Papa and Mama on the shoreline right now, rooting her on as she's been also filling up passports all over the globe, doing what she loves, and that's surfing. Mama McGonagle is here this time, rooting her on, and here comes Leilani. She's got a nice open face to work with as she positions her board in the right spot, keeping it moving. Good flow. Looking for any sort of speed she can get as it's coming to final open face, and that's a great looking ride. That will improve upon her 3-3. Put your hands together for McGonagle from Costa Rica.
Yes, that was a beautiful exchange of movement, all the flow from one snap and turn to the next. There it is. This is the replay. Beautiful wrap, spotting with her head right into the next one, using her entire body. Now she's setting up, build up some speed to get to that inside and finishing strong, kicking those fins loose.
Yep, knows what she needs to do. There's the flag. Costa Rica being waved proudly. Majority of red with a couple of white and blue stripes in the mix. Yeah, score in 5.93. Leilani, a 5.93. Your new requirement is a 5.25. Leilani, you now need a 5.25. Kira, you're in the lead with priority. 9 minutes left. Leilani also spent time with the ISA Athletes Commission, a member quite a few years ago, but got involved with the ISA. Let's focus on Leilani now on her fourth wave. Oh, delivering the goods once again. A couple of nice snaps, making it look clean, looking to replace that 4.5. She needs a 5.25.
And let's take a look back at the replay. Leilani getting a beautiful frontside turn, pushing so much power. And then again, that second one, that combination back-to-back, showing a lot of strength, a lot of energy behind those movements. Still waiting on that score of blue. She's looking for a 5.25 to move into the lead. Red, Kira having a peek, liking what she's seeing. She's going to get into this. Nice backside turn, pushing so much water, building up to that inside, getting that nice backside hit, a little revert, and getting a nice frontside floater to finish things off. And no time wasted. She was having a look, decided that was going to be a closeout, only going to give her that one maneuver. She wants the combos. She wants that back-to-back action.
Leilani, a 6.07 on that last wave. That puts you now in the lead. Leilani, you have a 6.07 and a 5.93. Kira, you now need a 5.83. Surfer in red, Kira Pinkerton, you now need a 5.83 with 7:20 on the clock. So it changes like that. These are two very seasoned veterans of this event and the surf world. Here's Kira on her backhand as of most recent, and she's looking for a 5.83. It's not going to come in that high.
Yeah, it was a great wave, but just not the size. So she surfed that beautifully. However, that size of the wave wasn't quite there. So the judges aren't really going to be able to give her the points she's looking for. So she's got to get back out there and try to find one of those peaks on these, swells that are rolling in.
Yeah, that was Moana Jones Wong and her husband looking on by that Nissan Frontier, getting an eye, sizing up the competition as Moana will go up against Sol Aguirre next.
Hello Sister is in concert right now. In just a few minutes, the Cheer San Diego Extreme is going to be doing another performance. Yes. You saw that before.
Oh, yeah.
And soon, the pro semifinals for the longboard will be kicking off here on just the north side. So we know that Reid will be in that.
Yeah.
Reid Van Wagoner.
Reid Van Wagoner.
So she might be finished on the shortboard side, but she is keeping things going. She might even be paddling out now. Hard to tell through the pylons.
Yeah.
Only seeing few, but here's that beautiful aerial shot. You can see the action on both north and south of the pier, as well as the whole festival village. So it's a great perspective if you wanted to walk along the pier, check out both sides. You can definitely dip into both actions on north and south. So 5 minutes 45 seconds left on the clock. Priority is with blue.
I want to thank our judges and the WSL staff. Our judges, they stare at thousands of waves a year. The rare perfect 10 does pop up every now and then. It was Kira Pinkerton last November on finals day in the semis that walked away with a perfect 10. All five judges said 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. And that was enough to get her into the finals, where she walked away victorious and earned a Supergirl cape in Jacksonville. She has the opportunity today to repeat that on this coast. She's got her work cut out for her. A little over 5 minutes left. Surfer in red, Kira needs a 5.83.
The ladies see something on the horizon. They are trying to position themselves. And Leilani is trying to snuggle up close to play a little defense. If she wants it, she gets it.
Opts out of that. These two have surfed together for quite some time. They're hovering around the same age. 22 is Kira, 24 is Leilani.
And Leilani is up, and that left is lining up for her, and she's trying to get that revert. Fully swings it around, rides away in control. So not too many movements before, but a nice turn, and then into that execution for that finishing maneuver. So she wants to improve that 5.93. Let's take a look again.
Yep, gets fins loose and just does a nice flat ground rotator. I like that. Shows execution of completed execution. Nice job, Leilani.
So grabbing that rail can help tip that board and assist with getting those fins loose while it's in the white water, and then using her head to help complete and finish that maneuver. But then you have to stop and spot and ride it out.
That's it. That's it. Score.
So still waiting on a score for blue. Last score for blue, a 6.37. So that increases your lead. Priority is with red. Red, you're looking to improve a 5. You need a 6.28. 3 minutes, 33 seconds left in this heat. This is heat 3 of the quarterfinals. Wind staying nice and calm, which is always nice. Makes things easy to help maintain speed.
Maintain speed.
I like speed.
Something about that. Essence. Supergirls ready for fun? Question mark. Visit the Essence Juicy Beauty Bar for makeup touch-ups, product giveaways, fun photo moments, and more. Thank you, Essence.
And Ubatuba, fuel your day the healthy way with Ubatuba acai from classic acai bowls with blended and tropical toppings. You got the perfect pick-me-up between heats. Proud sponsor of the Supergirl Surf Pro.
Approaching the 2:30 mark. Again, Kira needing a 6.28. Leilani in the lead with a 6.37 and a 6.07. On deck, Moana Jones Wong and Sol Aguirre.
Leilani paddling in a little north, seeing if she liked the look of that. Nothing really generated there. She was curious, so she decided to have a paddle and investigate. Staying active, it's all about movement. You don't want your joints to get stiffed. Just under the 2-minute mark here. Priority is with red.
Almost time for a Celsius. I feel it. No longer is coffee a requirement at this hour. I think I'll migrate and shift to a Celsius. Quite a good few flavors. They've got a booth here. Go check them out. They'll set you up with one if you're wandering around your home. Swing by any market, pick up a Celsius. Live fit. Thank you, Celsius, for the continued support of this great event. Supergirl Pro. Right under a minute 20. Under a minute 20 now. Situation still the same. Pinkerton, her hopes and dreams of a bicoastal cape are diminishing right now. Mother Ocean is the ultimate dictator of her said destiny. But Leilani, who's had a 5th place several times before, she's going to inch a little bit closer if it stays the same here to her cape. But you never know. We've had buzzer beaters before. We will have them again. Kira has priority in red, and we're getting down to 40 seconds. 4-0.
Some lines on the horizon could be potential. We have 30 seconds left in this heat. Could there be a little shoulder to chip into?
Well, Kira's going to give it all she's got right here. It's a last-ditch effort. Something on the horizon. She's paddling into it. She's got this to work with. Kira needing a 6.28. Everything in her powerhouse has been unleashed right there with that one turn, and that's going to be it. Is up to the judges now. Did the best she could with one thing to do. Here we go. Countdown on. And it comes in at a 3.87, not enough. Leilani McGonagle goes on to the semifinals, and here's a final look at Kira's one hit. So Leilani going on to the final four semis in about an hour's and change time. Next heat coming up. Listen in for the countdown.
And the island's big wave of the heat goes to Leilani McGonagle with that 6 and change. Beautifully executed reverse. And we'll be right back with you next.
Aha! I knew it! You are stealing my Jersey Mike's gig.
Danny, it's just because Jersey Mike's is an official sponsor of the NFL. I'm not taking your gig.
Now you're taking my look.
This is how I dress.
My glasses. I've been looking for those.
I wear glasses. I have astigmatism.
I'll give you astigmatism.
Ready for you on set, Eli.
I gotta go.
This ain't over, Manning.
Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
Hey, that's my line. A sub above.
This veil from off my eyes. My burning sun will someday rise.
Gotta climb to the top, but we're never gonna stop. When the low, yeah, we going high. We're going high. We're going high. We're going high. Yeah, 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 yeah. In the air, yeah, feel it. You will never leave it. When the low, yeah, we going high. Gotta climb to the top, no, we're never gonna stop. When the low, yeah, we going high.
Is she coming round? What's it all about? Can you feel it now? I can feel it now. Feel it now. Dance now. Is she coming round? What's it all about? Can you feel it now? I can feel it now.
The Supergirl Surf Festival is brought to you by the all-new 2025 Nissan Armada. Rugged design, adventure-ready tech. Shop NissanUSA.com. By Perfect Hydration. Sustainable alkaline water created to help you feel your best and hit your goals. By Pura Vida, makers of the original friendship bracelet. San Diego natives, Pura Vida's waterproof. Handcrafted jewelry lets you stack your story, spread friendship, and support global causes with over $5 million donated to people and planet.
And welcome back, Oceanside. This is the Supergirl Surf Pro. And in the water, in the red bib, we have Moana Jones Wong, the Hawaiian, and in the blue, Sol Aguirre from Peru.
You know the legendary freestyle skier Wayne Wong, right? We're going to talk about him in a minute,
here
right?
is the replay of Moana's second ride that gave her that 4.67.
Yeah, and Sol Aguirre's got a couple of minute waves, 0.77, 0.97. With 25 minutes to start this heat, we welcome everyone on the World Wide Web. If you're watching from Peru, you've got Sol Aguirre. Her boyfriend is in the mix. Had a nice conversation with him. Nice support staff rooting her on and giving her a little massage, loosening her up before the heat. That's Sol from Peru. She's in the blue. Moana Jones Wong from Hawaii. From Hawaii, she is a big wave Chargers, won the Billabong Pro Pipeline in 2022 as a wild card. She got a third place in Jacksonville on her maiden voyage there in 2022. So great to have Jones Wong and Sol Aguirre here. Aloha over in Hawaii, and bienvenue. Buenos dias, actually, down in Peru. Nice to have you here watching on the web. For you folks live, thank you for being here for the 19th edition. To any of the birds that are cruising along, hello, birds. Lindsay Jacobellis is alongside myself, and Mark Fuel is with our previous heat winner from Costa Rica, Leilani McGonagle. Take it away, Fuel.
That was a historic heat between you and Kira. Over 20 Supergirl Pro competitions surfed, but it seemed like your energy just built and just kept building throughout that entire heat.
Yeah, it was a tricky heat. It started off super slow, and I kind of got lucky to get a couple lefts under Kira. But she's such an amazing surfer, and even at the end, I was super nervous because she is like famous for getting buzzer beaters, and I didn't have priority. So I was just really happy to get it, and I have a lot of respect for her and all the other girls. At this point, they're all really dedicated and really amazing athletes. So just happy to make it through, and more heats, more points, and an extra chance for Cape.
Well, you've had 2 fifths here before. This is your first time in the semi-finals. Do you change your tactics? What do you do to get ready for the semi-final?
No, just keep trying to surf smarter and smarter heats, and hopefully it'll be a little bit more consistent in the semi and finals, and we can have like a good showing of surfing. I mean, as I said, all the girls are really good, so it should be fun for everyone to watch.
And tell us about your support on the beach. Seems Costa Rica has a lot of fans.
Yeah, we have a few people here from Costa Rica supporting me, so it's so awesome. Traen todo el pura vida, entonces eso se lleva a los hits, y la verdad el apoyo de ellos significa todo para mí.
Fantastic. We'll see you in the semi-final.
Congrats, Leilani. We will be looking forward to your next heat. In the water, in the red, Moana Jones Wong. In blue, Sol Aguirre. 18 minutes, 56 seconds left in this heat. Heat 4, the quarterfinals. So situation is Moana Jones Wong in red in the lead. Sol in blue with priority, looking to improve a .77. You need a 4.18. Is there an opportunity here? Priority is with blue. Not showing interest, so red bib. Moana is going to jump on this and race down the line, getting a beautiful little frontside slash. Seeing that wave was not going to really give her much, she opted to stop and get back out there.
Interesting fact, as I'm doing my continued research, in the 19 years of this event, and including Jacksonville, we have yet to have, here's a look back at this wave right here from Moana Jones Wong.
Look at how fast she is able to get that board up to speed on such a small wave. It's very, very, very challenging to do. It's one thing if you are at Pipeline and you drop in, you have no choice to deal with that speed.
Happen, right?
That is a natural reaction, but you have to generate so quickly, and it's such a small transition, so you have to be quick and light on your feet and moving your feet independently, so they are not bogging you down. So it's a light touch and challenging to do.
You know something about that. I watched you, Lindsay, so quick feet make the board glide a little bit better. I watched Lindsay up in China. I watched you learn the start. You guys can YouTube this. You can find it online. The start of the border cross course in China was just really tricky. And you spent a day learning how to push and how to let that board flow and get the fast feet. And that proved to be a big advantage for you as you got into the finals there. And that's what it takes, is preparation, training. You don't get fast on a wave like that without understanding how to be light on your feet. Certainly the right board choice with the right weight helps, but that comes with time.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I had to play into my skill set because I didn't have youth on my side or the, the extra power of, back-to-back heats. So I had to go off of just flow and feel and almost not overpower that section, kind of let that section come to me. So I knew potentially it might not put me in first, but it keeps me in the mix. And then my next best skill would probably be drafting. So then I was like, if I'm just right behind him, then I'm going to draft him and try to have a bunch of time to make a pass. So, these ladies know their skill sets. They know what they need to be working on, but then they know what they can really focus on to capitalize on getting the score that they need.
Yeah, agreed. And for you folks at home, I'm going to offer you a little bit of something to take notes on right now. You guys have the power of opening up other tabs while watching this webcast. That voice you're hearing is Lindsay Jacobellis. Do the Google search on 2006 Olympics border cross finals, okay?
Yeah, we're not.
Do that one first. Watch that first and watch what happened to Lindsay. Then Google 2002 snowboard cross final Olympics and watch her win a gold medal. The first one was great until it wasn't, and then the second one, 16 years later, was a gold medal march, and that's what tenacity is defined as, is sticking with it. Let's talk about some tenacious behavior right now.
Live
Waiting
action.
for it. This is Sol Aguirre. She's putting it vert. Nice, solid one-hit wonder by the Peruvian.
That was so quick and executed just so nicely. As she got up, was immediately in that low, loaded position and straight up, getting that board vertical and not having one problem coming back down and finishing that clean. So we'll see that one maneuver, how that plays into her scoreline. That most likely is going to replace that .77, and she's back up for more with a nice backside hit. That wave shutting down, so only allowing her to get that one hit. So now she wants to replace that .9. So maybe that was a part of her strategy. She quickly wanted to get rid of that. So those waves on the smaller side, but it's better to keep just working your way up and keep slowly improving if more waves are not on the horizon. She's got to get it started somewhere. So
chiseled away.
Last ride of blue, a 3.5. So that does keep you in the lead. Red, you are in second. You have priority. You're looking to replace a 1.4. You need a 3.10 to move into the lead.
I was saying earlier, doing the research in the last 18 years, this is the 19th for West Coast Supergirl and 4 years of Jacksonville. We've not had anyone outside of Hawaii or the USA take the title. Tatiana Weston-Webb claims Brazil as a country that she surfs for, but she spent the majority of her life in Hawaii learning to surf. So besides Tatiana Weston-Webb, we've not had anyone out of USA or Hawaii to take a Supergirl cape. And I say that because we have Costa Rica and Peru still in the hunt right now for possible cape winners. LKFs, they're called. Little known facts. LKFs.
You love your little acronyms.
I do love acronyms. That's how we learn. Good size crowd out on the beach. Nice to have you folks up on the pier. Welcome to Oceanside. This is the Supergirl Pro. We're down to a heat that will define who's going to go to the semifinals. What do you see out there?
Blue up and surfing on her backhand, getting a nice crack off the lip right into that second one. See if she can squeak one more move in, and she does. So that little 3-move combo will help her out the back. Answering back quickly is Moana Jones Wong, getting that 2 combo. Nice aggressive maneuvers. That ride didn't last as long, but she was trying to improve and throw away that 1.4. So she needs a 3.1 to get her into that advancing position. 12 minutes, 26 seconds left in this heat. Let's look at the replay.
And there's a backhand smack for her. This is Sol Aguirre. It's coming on strong in the last 5 minutes with 3 waves caught. And here's a peek at Moana Jones Wong on her forehand. She puts it up and continues that speed down line. That is so quick. Those 2 maneuvers, like that's real time and real good. And so the judges doing their thing right now. 6.17 for Sol Aguirre, 4.2 for Moana Jones Wong. Here's the situation. Moana, you have a 4.67 and a 4.2. You need a 5.78 to take the lead away from Sol Aguirre, who has a 6.17 and a 4.27. Surfer in red, you have priority. There's 11:35 on the clock.
And the ladies are moving a bit south, maybe seeing an opportunity. This is Sol trying to see if she's having an interest. She's got to work hard to get into this. It's a little bit smaller before it stands up to that inside, but she is able to get a backside hit and a nice little turn there. She wants to improve a 4.27. So she's just slowly trying to inch her way further away from giving Moana that opportunity to move on. Priority is with red. 10 minutes, 40 seconds left on the clock. Here's the replay. She was looking right, decided to go left, using her whole body for that sweeping backside turn.
Moana Jones Wong in the red. Born middle of May 1999. That puts her at the 26 years of age mark, the goofy footer. Quite feisty, always smiling. At 15 years of age, the Surf and Sea Pipe Pro out in Hawaii. She took second place, took a fourth the next year. The Wahine Pipe Pro, a second. Pipe Pro in 21. She won that, and she's also won the Billabong Pro Pipeline. Let's have a look at the red going for it. This is Moana Jones Wong, and look at the focus down the line. Another couple of great snaps, and realizes that's what that wave had to offer. Looking to do away with her 4.2. I think that's going to be just above that. Nice surfing by Moana Jones Wong from Hawaii.
Yeah, that first move had just so much power and intensity. A beautiful bottom turn to set up into it with so much spray. Yep. And then quickly able to get up to speed and finish that off in such a nice way. Hopefully that is enough to throw away her 4.2. She needs a 5.78. 9 minutes, 15 seconds left in this heat. Priority is with blue.
Yeah, that speed, power, flow we talk about. The speed down the line, the power of the maneuvers and the turns, and how do you keep that flow going from start to finish? Those are some of the criterias.
Last ride of red, a 6.23. So that does move you into the lead. So the situation is red, you are in the lead with a 6.23 and a 4.67. Blue, you have priority. You have a 6.17 and a 4.27. You need a 4.74 to move into the lead.
Nice patience game by Moana Jones Wong.
So it was the execution of that bottom turn, how she was able to get up and get that nice vertical snap and then maintain control, get in the power source and get back up to speed and get one more hit in before that closeout. So that really helped show the control and execution to the judges. So 8 minutes, 10 seconds left on the clock. Priority is with blue. We got about 20 more minutes of our longboard competition. The semifinals happening on the north side of the pier. Hello Sisters wrapping up their set in concert right now.
There's BMX action coming up. You got skateboarding. There's been soccer, volleyball, and football going on out here. This Supergirl Pro. 750 girls have registered for over a dozen different competitions that have happened out here. So a testament to this great event. And ASA Entertainment, we thank you for your diligent work and support. All those banners hung up there from the Verizon to the Revive, that's an art form. You've got these metal rods down below that hold and weight them down so they don't blow away. Thank you to the ASA staff for getting those up there and making them look good. Thanks to Jersey Mike's also. Over 3,000 locations nationwide. My goodness, been around since 1956. Serves authentic, fresh sliced, fresh grilled subs on the in-store, freshly baked bread. Yum.
And the Beach Break Cafe in South Oceanside, where every meal feels like home. Enjoy delicious food, friendly faces, and service with a smile. Great food, friends, great service. That's the Beach Break way. We had some great burritos this morning, fresh salsa that came with it. Lovely to wake up to that. So that got us ready to give all the details and fun activities of what's happening here at Supergirl. So thank you to our sponsors for keeping us going.
Islands Restaurant delivered the lunch today. Delicious salads. Thank you, Islands, for your...
And the nice fresca that came along with it.
Fresca, yum. Ubatuba, fuel your day the healthy way with Ubatuba acai. From classic bowls to pitaya blends and tropical toppings, they've got the perfect pick-me-up between heats. Proud sponsor of the Supergirl Pro, Ubatuba. Situation remains the same. Sol, you need a 4.74. Surfer in blue. To the right of your screen, that's Sol Aguirre from Lima, Peru. She's competed in 3 different Supergirls here and took a little bit of a break. She's had great success on the QS, a first in an event back in November of 24 down in the other hemisphere. We welcome her back here to Oceanside. She was a little girl, now she's a young woman, and she is here with her boyfriend Support and looking to see if she can make it into the second semifinal to go up against Leilani McGonagle. But she's got her work cut out for her. Moana Jones Wong from Hawaii, from the North Shore, Haleiwa specifically. And she has a 6.23 and a 4.67. That surfer in red right now.
Ladies might see something, see a little shift, might have a little corner to work with. Unfortunately, no takers.
As the rain starts to pick up, those without umbrellas are moving. 5 minutes on the clock, 5 minutes.
Having to stay patient out in the water and not get in your head, easier said than done. It is definitely a skill that over time you have to understand. You have to understand how you might react to this scenario and be prepared for it. So it's maybe situations that they are thinking about before they get in the water. How can you better your situation? You know, what might you be up against? How can you best handle it? Sometimes you can practice these scenarios, sometimes you can't, and you have to experience it the first time and then learn from it.
Yeah, and a lot of times, you know what works well? Prayer. Prayer.
Living on a prayer.
Living on a prayer.
That's you.
Yeah, a lot of prayer. So Sunday's a good day for prayer.
It's a full-time job praying for you.
It is. I lean on something greater than me every day. I need all the help I can get. Amen. Hallelujah.
I definitely saw a nice little ride from the longboarders as I peer through the pier. So we can see those ladies, you know, managing those massive boards.
Yeah.
I learned that a longboard has to be a minimum length of 9 foot.
9 foot?
2 inches?
I think it's 9. I think it's 9. It's greater than 8. I know that. Okay, blue has priority. That's Sol Aguirre. She's going to take advantage of that. And she gives up priority now. Now it goes to Moana Jones Wong, who has the lead. So Sol thought she saw something there, utilized it, and did not capitalize.
Sol only needing a 4.74, so very obtainable in these last few minutes. She just needs to get an opportunity, find a little corner. Unfortunately, now not with priority, so Moana Jones Wong in red is going to buddy up and play a little bit of defense and keep her off of a ride that could give her that potential scoring opportunity. It's not always easy to determine if a wave will give you that score until you eye it and really kind of track it for a minute. And unfortunately, you're not seeing these waves come in for a very long time. They're almost popping up right in front of you. So Sol may be tempted by that wave, and she, you know, looked at it and decided to paddle on it. And then as it started to really come into its form, it didn't look like it was going to give her that 4.74 that she needed. So then unfortunately, she doesn't have priority anymore, and now she has to just try to see what she can find out there. 2 minutes left in this heat. This is heat 4, the quarterfinals.
Yeah, so we're up against the clock here, under 2 minutes left. The Jacksonville event, where Moana took third in 2022, is happening again this November. It's a 2-day event this year. It has been shrunken down from a 3 to a 2-day, so the numbers of competitors will be less. That's November 8th and 9th of this calendar year, or 9th and 10th, excuse me.
Showcasing what happens behind the scenes, all the camera gear, and protecting it, especially from the rain. Is this a wave that blue will be up and on? Unfortunately, those waves kind of separated and didn't give her that nice little runner she was looking for. She needs that 4.74. She found another one. She's turning on it. She's going left on her backside.
Nothing doing.
You can see she's not giving up. She wants to hunt it down, and she is staying active. There's still hope. There's still some time.
At the mercy of Mother Nature in more ways than one. 35 seconds left. Aguirre needing that 4.74. the Peruvian looking out towards the horizon. What will, if anything, produce? And down to 20 seconds. And there's a little bump, but listen for the countdown from the voice of God. That wraps that up.
Quarterfinals, and we're going to take a look at the island's big wave of the heat. 2, Moana Jones Wong, that's 6.23. And we'll be right back after these messages.
Front Wave Credit Union, we're all in on you. You're not just a number, you're a member. And we're putting $350 behind what we believe in. Get started today. Dream big. We got you.
The Supergirl Surf Festival is brought to you by Smokeflower, OC Born, LA Built Apparel for your SoCal lifestyle. By Ubatuba, life is sweet, make it a Psy-E.
And welcome back, Oceanside, to the Supergirl Surf Pro. And in the water right now, in red, is Bailey Turner. And in the blue, Alyssa Spencer. We are in Heat 1 of the semifinal. And this is the replay from Alyssa Spencer's first ride. Still waiting on scores, but beautiful wrap as she builds her way through this midsection and able to get to that inside and keep that flow going. Still waiting on scores. Priority is with red. Alyssa Spencer, a CT and a Challenger Series athlete, and here at the QS, so knowing how important this event is for her points overall and to be a part of the Supergirl movement. It's why she comes back year after year. Supergirl is going to be celebrating 20 years next year. Very exciting to see how this event has developed and grown. This year is by far the largest for women participating in many different sports around the boardwalk, not just in the water, and a lot of activation as well as women's panels and wonderful experience for the ladies. So while we take a break in the action in the water, we're going to kick it down to Fuely.
Thank you very much, Moana. You had to fight for that one.
Yeah, I had to fight for that. I had to, unfortunately, sit on my competitor, which I hate doing that because I'm friends with everybody and it just sucks doing that to your friends, but that's what you got to do sometimes. So Sol's an amazing surfer, and it was awesome surfing against her.
Well, speaking of friends, you're coming up against Leilani McGonagle in the semi-final. Last time you matched up at the Supergirl Pro, I think it was 2022, and she knocked you out for a 9th. What do you have to say about this matchup? What can we expect to see?
Yeah, I'm really excited. Leilani is one of my oldest friends, actually. We met when we were so young surfing NSSA. I think we were both like 11 years old. So we've been surfing against each other for a long time, and she's one of my good friends. And I'm just super happy to be here, and I'm thankful for my family, and thank you to God for letting me live this life. And thank you, everybody, so much.
Well, you're flying the flag for Hawaii. I know the culture is really important to you. What do you want to say to the people at home in Hawaii?
Yeah, I don't know who's watching back home right now because I never really told anybody I was competing because I didn't think I was going to do that well. So whoever's watching, thank you.
Well, good luck. We'll see you in the semifinal.
Thank you, guys.
All right, blue is up and surfing, live action out in the water. A nice vertical, aggressive maneuver from Alyssa Spencer. Her first score coming in at a 4.5. We'll see how that wave that she was just on comes into her score line. Here's the replay. Speed right off the bat. She's able to just race down that line and have so much momentum into that critical maneuver. 20 minutes, 50 seconds left on the clock. Scores coming in for blue. Second ride, a 4.93. So Bailey, you have priority. You need a 9.43. So still early on, Bailey yet to catch a wave, so she doesn't necessarily need to get that score in one go. She can break it up. There's still plenty of time to chip away. If there's opportunity out there, she will find it.
This is nice, Lindsay, having you up here. I'll tell you that. You know, for years, it was, I just got to see you out in the slopes, announce you doing this, that, and the other thing. Many an X game, the Olympics. And then you came out here, and as a Paul Mitchell advocate, there's a celebrity event that you're out there, and you become a great surfer, a great a student of surf, and you're speaking about it now, and a mother now. You should be very proud of all your accomplishments. Pleasure to be here with you.
Still trying to grow and learn every day myself, now in a new world and a new experience. So I'm looking forward to those everyday challenges and taking the wins when I can. So I felt like I had a great win last night. Ayla let me sleep till 4 a.m. So I felt she was like a team player and be like, all right, she knows it's finals day. So it's great, ready to get things started. Ladies in the water, 19 minutes, 22 seconds left in the heat. Alyssa Spencer in blue, Bailey Turner in red, and she's got priority.
Yeah, Spencer has been so prominent in getting that 1-2 punch. Yeah, Mother Nature provides, right? But boy, she's able to find that. She goes boom, boom, 1-2, and she's done just that. Bailey Turner, though, Huntington Beach, all of 16 years of age, a fierce, fiery little competitor. And Alyssa was just like that at the young age as well. 22 years of age is Alyssa, now the goofy footer. Born in Pasadena, Carlsbad, Encinitas is her home turf. And what a pleasure to witness her in the water, on land. She's a great advocate for the sport. And we'll see what she can do here, maybe earning a cape. Let's talk about people that have earned capes twice for Supergirl Pro. On my list, the only person that's done it 3 times is Coco Ho. 2008, 2010, and 2016. Courtney Conalog has won it twice, in 2017 and 2009. And Mama to Be, Sage Erickson, won it in 2012 and 2014 here. And I'm going to see if I can find Sage. I'd love for you and Sage to have some dialogue. She's down below.
I'm very excited to catch up with Sage. It's been a minute. It's pretty much been a full year. That's what's also great about Supergirl. I keep getting to come back and, nurture those friendships that I have created throughout the years and, different sports. Our paths don't cross that often because one's in the mountains, one's in the ocean. So if I can come back to an event where they're all at, it's a great chance to catch up with them. So 17 minutes, 35 seconds left in this heat. This is the first heat in semifinals.
Yeah, if you get the chance, go on to the Supergirl site and look at all the events that ASA Entertainment has done in the Supergirl world. There's been snow that Lindsay was a part of it a couple of years, if I'm not mistaken, helping organize the snowboard side of Supergirl Surf Pro. There has been skate. It goes on and on. We could talk till we're blue in the face about it. But this particular event was the maiden voyage, the flagship that started in Pacific Beach in 2007. I still don't have, in all my research, I don't have who won that event. All my records go back to Coco Ho in 2008, then Conalog, then Ho, then Lakey, then Sage when I started here in 2012. So it's been a historical run. Rick Rick Bratman's the only ASA employee that is still with the company since 1994 because he started it. And not
It's good that he's still with it.
It's important, yeah. Not one of our competitive surfers that is in this competition was alive when Rick started ASA Entertainment. So a testament to action sports when it was at one point called extreme sports. It's the year I started my company, and Rick and I were in somewhat competition together. We were developing the sport of skier cross based on what border cross was. And that's what I delved into. What do you got out there in the blue, Lindsay?
Alyssa Spencer up and surfing, getting a nice frontside turn into a beautiful cutback and wrap. Again, followed up with another frontside turn. See if she's going to build some speed to the inside. Time for one more maneuver, and she sneaks one in and out the back. Bailey Turner getting her first ride and getting a very sharp, aggressive backside hit, but not able to hold it together. So she wants to start to ratchet it up. She needs some scores on the board. We've got scores coming in still. 15 minutes, 33 seconds left on the clock. And here's the replay of Spencer getting a nice frontside wrap there, back into the foam pocket where the power is to help generate and move her forward down the line. Just a little stall there, and then slowly building up speed. Again, cracking, getting those fins out. And there's that backside hit that she was able to get the first combo and not link up that second maneuver. She definitely was over-exaggerating the movement of that last hit, but unfortunately catching her, what I would say an edge, but it's a rail in that foam and having her, tumble. So there's a little bit in the washing machine.
A little bit in the washing machine like that.
So last ride for blue, a 6.67. First ride for red, a 3.0. So situation is blue, you're in the lead. You're looking to improve a 4.93. Red, you have priority. You have a 3, and you need an 8.60.
This is Alyssa Spencer's 11th Supergirl Pro. She was not in attendance. Excuse me, this is her 10th. She was not in attendance in Jacksonville this past November. She has 2 first places, 2 thirds, a 5th, and her first 2 events, 25th place and 85th place back in 15, 16, respectively. So there's very few people that show up here and win it in their first year. Eden Walla did that last year. Second place, Kira Gold. Both of those have been eliminated. We'll have a new Cape winner for this year. No back-to-back repeats going to happen, but perchance Alyssa can do it. Lowell out in the ocean right now. Time to thank our sponsors. Pura Vida, what started with San Diego friends and a few handmade bracelets is now a worldwide community. Pura Vida makes waterproof, hand-woven styles that are made to share, stack, and spread good vibes. I've had one. Have you?
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Raise your hand if you have a phone. Actually, raise your hand if you don't. They're available for all of you. Verizon's My Plan. You can get our best deals and only pay for what you need. Drop by the Verizon booth to surf plans. Learn how you can earn up to 4% rewards on purchases. Second biggest market in the world is cell phone technology. Did you know? You know what the first is? Real estate. Actually, oil supersedes all of that. I'm not sure that's actually even an industry. It's a global domination. Nissan, you need a new vehicle. There's a bunch of them that Nissan has. 20 vehicles in 20 months. Is that what we heard? 20 vehicles. New vehicles in 20 months. And on screen right there, looks like it's Lieutenant Tubera. Don't see any stripes there, but Tubera, part of the Marine Corps there. We are close to Camp Pendleton here in Oceanside for you folks that are watching online. That's the pier. I got some information on that pier. I bet you want to know, don't you, Lindsay?
I do. We've got just under 12 minutes left in this heat. Ladies are giving themselves some space out in the water. Alyssa's trying to find another shoulder that kind of bounces off that pier, see if she can get a nice little runner. She's had some success in that area in previous heats. And we can see Bailey Turner trying to migrate down towards her to see if she's going to have such luck as well. Priority does still stand with red bib. This is heat 1 of the semifinals.
Lindsay, take a guess. How long is that pier? It's been rebuilt 5 times. How long is that pier?
I don't know.
I'll give you a hint. Between 1955 and 1953 feet. Take a guess.
I need to focus on the ladies in the water.
Okay,
You're throwing numbers at me. I've been up since 4. Like, come on. 4 is, that's all I can handle.
It's a paying attention lesson. It's 1,954 feet long, 596 meters. It was built first in 1888 on what is now Wisconsin Avenue. It's been rebuilt 5 times. And this one, it was rebuilt in 2012, it looks like. So a lot of information on that. The current pier is built and formally opened to the public in September of 1987 at a cost of $5 million. There you go. Now you know. Your curiosity
Bailey
is satisfied.
is tempted to shift down to the south. Maybe she sees something. Sometimes these surfers can see a certain pulse come in and know that, you know, within so many seconds there might be another swell that works its way through. So she is trying to take a look. We got 10 minutes, 5 seconds left on the clock. Bailey's looking to get a backup score. And so she is taking her time. She wants to execute. She has priority. It is challenging when the tempo changes so much throughout the day, and these athletes are sitting and watching, and they can almost be frothing when they see their friend surfing and competing in the water, and there's just endless waves back to back to back, and they're like, oh, it's getting good, it's going to be my turn soon, and then they get out there, then things change, and it's all part of the game. They understand that, they know, but you can't help but get excited when you see the waves come in. It's just a part of it, and it's part of that excitement and what surfing's all about. So these ladies are hoping that something can come through. 9 minutes left on the clock. Have some future Supergirls on the beach enjoying.
Yep. It's going to be you and your daughter next year. Milling about. Coming up next, McGonagle and Moana Jones Wong, Costa Rica against Hawaii. Again, we've yet to have another country walk away with a Supergirl cape in the 19 years. We'll see what that happens to. Looking at some of the World Championships surfers for the year. Lane Beachley. Fuley spent a lot of time with Lane growing up with Lane, 7-time world champion. Lisa Anderson, 4-time consecutive world champion. Carissa Moore's got 5 titles. Steph Gilmore has the most at 8. And Carissa, we said 5. Tyler Wright's got a couple. And Supergirl Caroline Marks and Katie Simmers, who have both been through the ranks of this event, have walked away with world titles as well. So this is one of those feeding events to get you through the qualifying series into the Challenger Series, and then ultimately to the big leagues, which is the Championship Tour. Alyssa Spencer, who's in the water, has done some CT events, I think 5 of them total.
Alyssa making a move north towards the pier. She sees a little something. There could be a tiny wave that she can get into. The wave, when they're this small, they have to almost be braking so they can have enough power to get you going. And she is up and surfing, making the most of that smaller wave. She's trying to improve a 4.93. Not sure if that wave can give that to her, but can't be sitting for too long without any activity. It is hard to, get back in that aggressive, energy state when you've been idle. So the surfers try to do light treading. Let's take a look at this replay.
There you go. Spencer, that patented backhand. She just... it's reminiscent of Tatiana Weston Webb's style. Very upright, keeps the back end out, uses the legs for the force. That back foot is just pressing and moving the board on that pad around. and looking where she's going. It's such vision, as all the surfers do.
Both Tatiana and Alyssa have that patented back leg kick out. It's where they finish their move. But right now, live action, Bailey Turner up and deciding not to go. Unfortunately, loses priority. 6 minutes, 23 seconds left.
Blue has priority, and then she's going to take it on this wave. This is Alyssa Spencer, Supergirl, twice, one here and one in Jacksonville back in 2021, and just adding, just chipping away, looking to improve upon that 4.93.
Yeah, just seeing the intensity and power behind that, I could see how much she had to actually initiate her core. You see it in her face to help finish that maneuver strong. Bottom turn, beautifully executed, nice and high and low again, and pop.
Oh, that is so good, so textbook. Well, it's well surfed. You're looking at Alyssa Spencer in the blue, Bailey Turner from Huntington Beach in the red. Bailey's looking for another wave. She's
the last ride of blue, a 6.83.
Nice work. Alyssa enjoys the comfort of that cape, the protection of it. She's on her way.
So priority is red. 5 minutes, 18 seconds left in this heat. This is the first heat of the semifinals. Up next is in the red in Leilani McGonagle and blue Moana Jones Wong. We have another potential set coming in as we have the overhead. Who will take it? Priority is with red, but didn't look like it was going to be a wave that would give any scoring potential. Turner in a combo scenario. She has a 3. She doesn't have a backup score yet. So she needs to get a solid ride and then get back out there and get another one that improves her 3. Definitely feasible when she is in a position with priority.
It's those moments in sports that you recall in interviews. I've done a few in my time, but the one that really stands out is, I know I say it a lot, but some of you have not heard the story, but Alyssa was on stage when she won in 2023 here, and she spoke of a time where she was a youngster, like the kids we're seeing right in the waterfront right now. She was young. Coco Ho won the event. She got an autographed something from Coco, and she put it by her bedside. At that time, Alyssa wasn't surfing, and she picked up surfing. She's like, I'd like to do that someday. Fast forward approximately a decade, she ends up competing against Coco in I think it was a semifinal heat, and she beat Coco, and she acknowledged that in the interview and said, hey, your dreams are possible as long as you set a goal, and that's what she did. So, and she said it with a big smile on her face, too, as she's always smiling. You know, I don't think, even when she loses heats, I've seen her smile. You know, I think she's grateful for what she has, and she's a tremendous ambassador for the sport of surfing.
I have a similar story with one of the girls that's on the team with me now. I at USASA Nationals took a picture with Brianna Scoresbush, and now she is 10 years later she's on the team with me. So we did one of those 10-year challenges of the before and after pictures of us together. So the first was at USASA Nationals, and the next was just in the mountains in France somewhere eating melted cheese. Chamonix.
That gives me chills. That's nice. There's on your screen Moana Jones Wong in the blue, headed out to the conveyor belt underneath the pier to go join the likes of Leilani McGonagle on her next heat. 2:25 left on the clock. Bailey Turner is she's got one wave, not what she was anticipating, but again at the mercy of Mother Nature. The ocean has settled down for a bit. 5 waves caught for Alyssa Spencer, a 6.67 and a 6.83 has her in the lead. Bailey's comboed. And with conditions like this, it looks like it's going to have Alyssa sliding into the finals. Great shot right there for you folks looking at those razor-sharp barnacles. Not something you want to throw your body up against, but that little conveyor belt gets you out of the water much quicker than fighting the whitewash. So that's experience speaking. There's a bunch of people zoomed in tight on that camera shot. Big lenses, that's on the pier here in Oceanside. Minute 30 left.
It is also nice that those pylons actually do a lot of the work and break up the movement of the water. So when waves are even coming towards you and breaking, a lot of that energy has dissipated because, those pylons are breaking it up. So it does make it nice and, just a moment of calm before you need to get out in the mix.
For you folks maybe watching surfing for the first time, your very first ever surf competition, there is no app. We do not have a wave pool. We cannot generate waves. We are at the mercy of Mother Nature. We have a window of 3 days to hold this event every year. This is the third and final day. This is the end of the first of 2 semifinals. This is Bailey Turner from Huntington Beach in the red. She has a 3.0. She's caught 1 wave in the last 24.5 minutes. Alyssa Spencer, defending champ from 2023 and 2021 in Jacksonville, is looking for her 3rd cape. If this continues, she will move on to the finals to march towards that cape. She is from around these parts. She's a notable force in the surf world. Her name is Alyssa Spencer in blue. Next up, we'll have Leilani McGonagle from Costa Rica and Moana Jones Wong from Hawaii. There's that big smile from afar. They know it's the way that the tide rolls. Bailey Turner will do equal thirds at best, and we will move into Alyssa Spencer into the finals. Here's the countdown to end this heat. 1.
And let's take a look at the island's big wave of the heat. That's Alyssa Spencer with a 6.83. And we'll be back just after this.
We're back.
I knew it! You are stealing my Jersey Mike's gig.
Danny, it's just because Jersey Mike's is an official sponsor of the NFL. I'm not taking your gig.
Now you're taking my look.
This is how I dress.
My glasses. I've been looking for those.
I wear glasses. I have astigmatism.
I'll give you astigmatism.
Ready for you on set, Eli.
I gotta go.
This ain't over, Manning.
Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
Hey, that's my line. A sub above.
LA is America, only sooner. Our culture, our style, our flavors set the tone for what's to come tomorrow. Where we're from, amazing days turn into even better nights. Because where we're from, good just isn't good enough. Our beers are a reflection of our community. So we know they can't just be good. They've got to be golden.
In the morning light, she's on the move, riding waves fueled by vibrant energy, racing through the city nourished by superfruit, conquering heights driven by vitality, breaking barriers, pushing limits, unstoppable and empowered by acai berry. Empower your journey with Ubatuba Acai. Feel the energy of real Brazilian acai. Don't compromise. Be unstoppable.
The Supergirl Surf Festival is brought to you by Verizon. Stop by the Verizon booth to learn more about special discounts for military, veterans, and families by Visit Oceanside, San Diego's North Shore.
Great overhead view for you folks watching online from around the world. We're ready for semifinal number 2. It's underway. It's Leilani McGonagle on screen right now. This is her first wave in the first 10 seconds. Waiting for that score to come in still, but to have a look at what she was able to unleash. Right when you think it's just about over, she hops, and it gets a little bit more right here and adds a little bit more substance to the first wave caught in the first 10 seconds of this 25-minute heat. And then Moana Jones Wong has a great first snap, races on down the line, gets a little board heavy forward, and then not able to quite hold on. Oh, that would have scored something special. And it got a 3.5. And Leilani, you get your first score in on that first early wave, a 5.0. So, Leilani, you have the lead and priority with a 5. With Moana Jones Wong, a 3.5 at Surfer in Blue. 22 minutes left. Alongside two-time Olympic gold medalist Lindsay Jacobellis, Mark Fuel will be doing the interviews and have him in the booth in just a bit. And I'm just a guy that likes to talk about sports for many decades now. Chris Ernst is my name. Someone gave me a nickname of Uncle Lee years ago, and I'm sticking with it.
It is fun how well-versed you are in so many different sports, and I love how interested you are in learning about the aspects of it, and you ask great questions all the time. And when I first met you decades ago, you know, when Bordercross was new, when I was new to the circuit, you just ask questions so you can figure out, you know, what's behind the whole concept of that specific sport. So then you are better able to project that to the crowd, who's on the beach, who's at home, and that's wonderful. And I've learned so much sitting next to you about all things announcing. And so we're here, and I'm enjoying this whole process. So thank you, E. Thank you, ASA, for making this opportunity a reality for the ladies in the water, for myself in general. It's incredible. So we've got 20 minutes, 45 seconds left on the clock. Priority is with red.
No such thing as a dumb question. I've learned that I don't know is a complete sentence, and what that affords me is the opportunity to learn more. So if you don't know something, ask the question. That's how we learn. I was fortunately classically trained thanks to some mentors by ESPN, and they have a research department that taught us to ask questions and learn. And Joe Morgan, Howard Cosell, John Madden, those are some of my favorite announcers of all times, and they were very good analysts, and they also asked questions and learned a lot. So you never know unless you ask. I see a Costa Rica flag out there. Wave it proudly. There it is. She's got the rain poncho on because there's a lot of rain in the middle of the earth by Costa Rica. Leilani McGonagle has the lead with a 5, being chased by Moana Jones Wong.
Leilani is going to use her priority here, and she is up on a front side, going left, kicking those fins loose, doing a nice, beautiful wrap, slowing things down, getting back in the pocket, and getting that timing to line up perfectly for that last final maneuver. She wants to back up her 5. Let's see what the judges think of that last ride.
Delicious, just delicious. I'm being handed notes from the Federal Bureau of Ripping, better known as the WSL. Oh my goodness, what is up next, you ask?
So up next, this is the Supergirl Longboard.
But right now on screen for you folks at home, here's Leilani striking with vengeance, the Costa Rican, looking for the first international flag to be worn for the Supergirl Pro. We'll talk about the Supergirl Longboard final in just a minute as we await the score for Leilani. Let's go down to Mark Fuel, who's with Supergirl Alyssa Spencer.
Thank you very much, Alyssa. Into your third final here at a Supergirl Pro event. But what's going on with the domination of goofy footers today?
Yeah, I think with it being this like south swell with all lefts, it's just been a really good canvas for us goofy footers to kind of have a little bit of an advantage going front side.
So you're heading into the final. I'm not meant to ask you this, but is there one surfer that you want to go up against or don't want to go against? You do spend a lot of time competing against both Leilani and Moana.
Yeah, both of these girls are some of my really good friends, and we've been competing against each other for many years. So honestly, it would be an honor to surf against either one of them. And yeah, it's going to be a fun final either way.
Any strategies you want to share, or are you going to keep it under wraps?
I think I'm going to keep that one to myself for now.
All right, well, we just want to give you one chance to say a thank you, a shout out to your fans at home before they see you in the final.
Yeah, I want to say thank you to all of my friends and family that are watching from home and everyone who's down here at the beach today. It's really special to have an event so close to home and feel all the love and support.
Well done. We'll see you in the final. Back to you guys. Alyssa Spencer going for her third Supergirl Pro title.
And thank you, Fuely. And so action back out in the water. Let's give a situation rundown. In the lead, Red with a 6.5 and a 5.0. Red, your last ride, a 6.5. In second, Moana in blue with priority 3.5. You need an 8.0, but live action in the water. That is Leilani going for her third ride, staying quite active. 16 minutes, 55 seconds left in this final semi-final heat.
That was live, and here's the replay. That was as ripe as that previous one before we went to the interview. Just look at that low body, compact style, strong legs. The board up and down, as you say, quick reaction time.
Yeah, so much energy at the end of every maneuver. Such strong power and pop. Quickly done. 16 minutes, 28 seconds. Priority is with blue. So coming up next, we're not going to go right in the finals of shortboard. We are going to take a beat and do the Supergirl longboard final. In the red bib, we will have Alana Johnson from Hawaii, and in the blue bib, we'll have Caitlin McKelson from the U.S. The women are positioning themselves, giving themselves some space, some distance, not right on each other right now. Priority is with blue. Last ride of Red, a 4.7, didn't fall into her score line, so she wants to try to still replace that 5, see if she can increase her lead. We're getting closer and closer to awarding our cape.
Yes.
We've got one more semifinal heat. It's going to be very, very, very exciting. That will be the longboard. Longboard finals is going to go directly after our second semifinal heat. Then we'll go right into our shortboard finals. And then we will move towards the stage where all the concerts happening and award our champion. Up and riding out the back, blue. Having a look, not seeing that was going to give her the score she needs. She's looking for an 8, but there's plenty of time to actually improve and get 2 good scores. So she's not in a combo scenario. These are the 2 ladies that are getting ready.
Yep, Caitlin.
To go out in the water. So they're starting to just scout. Check out the lineup. Where are they paddling out and how are they going to position themselves? They've been on the north side, so they've been surfing mostly right, coming towards the pier. That's that replay of Moana just in and out, not liking that lineup. So ladies surfing on the longboards on the north side. So it's just a little different movement of water. And a few more fishing lines that you might have to avoid on that side. I just remember when I surf on that side, I feel like I'm swiping them away. But the ladies are excited to get in the water and be front and center for this action. All right, action out in the water. What do we have? Blue is up and ready for action. Unfortunately, that closing out, she's not able to get down the line. She's still looking for a solid backup score. Priority is with Red, 13 minutes, 31 seconds left in this heat.
And blue getting after it. That's Moana Jones Wong again. Finding opportunity on the inside, gets one good snap.
Yeah, she can want to ditch that 0.67. She had a nice floater on that front side, strong hit. So we'll get the replay on that. So it was only one hit, but it was very, very well executed here. She is up, getting 2 pumps of speed and right into that front side hit.
And for Leilani, she's had a third here in 2021, a couple of 5th places as well. Yet to have a victory. She won the Barbados event many moons ago. Probably of anyone surfing presently, Melissa might be in the mix. Leilani's got a couple more years. She has more QSs than anybody competed in anybody in this competition. The numbers are staggering. This was a couple years ago on my note card. 70 QS events since 2017. That was up until 2023. 82 total events from CTs. She's the only person to have competed, only female to have competed in a men's QS back in China in 2014. So she's been on the championship tour, the Challenger Series, men's QS, women's QS, the junior specialty events, wave pools. She's just dedicated her life to surfing, and she keeps a cool, even demeanor about herself. She's promoting a great new sunscreen as well that you go onto her feed, talks all about it. She's a great ambassador for the sport and the environment as well to make sure it's protected. Her name is Leilani McGonagle, representing Costa Rica. Moana Jones Wong, Billabong Pro winner in 2022. If you follow surfing, you know that was the year Kelly Slater came back and won it as a wild card, and Moana Jones Wong won it in her home turf. She said that's a great time, but pipe is not always as barely as that. She's had some beatings out there, and she said she kind of enjoys these type of waves because it's scrappy, is what she said. Like scrapping for it and figuring out how to earn a score. So.
Yeah. That was a QS, but it was a QS 10,000, so that was a very, very big, that was a championship tour, and that was, very, very high stakes, great points opportunity, so that helps you, stay in the mix and be selected for wild cards for the next year or qualify for that championship tour again. Yeah,
it's her home break, and she knows it well. She beat Carissa Moore in that event. It was a one for the ages. Kind of like the Slater-Andy Irons battle back in the day. A lot of good surfing going on. There's a look for you folks at home. That is Caitlin Mickelson in the blue and the red. Alana Johnson. Good luck, ladies. And your finals are going to be 30 minutes for the longboard and the shortboard. 3.4, Moana Jones Wong. 3.4 was that last wave. Just to reiterate that with your 3.5, you're in second. Leilani, you have a 5 and a 6.5. You're in the lead. Red has priority. Thanks to our judges and the WSL staff for all the efficiencies. Thank you to the city of Oceanside for providing us with the permits to hold this event. It is a large undertaking. The established relationship between Oceanside, the ASA Entertainment staff headed by Rick Bratman, and the WSL. It's symbiotic and it flows rather well. We thank them through the years for everything to allow us to put this event on.
Nine minutes, 15 seconds left in this heat. This is our final semi-final heat. We are so much closer to awarding our champion.
Can you tell me who's on stage now back there playing?
I was just about to
all sorts
look
of
that
music
up.
going on here for you folks who are watching online. This is North County, San Diego, town, city of Oceanside. Been redeveloped, revamped, and famous historical movie, Top Gun. There's a piece of history right there. Tom Cruise's house is up there with the motorcycle you can sit on and take pictures. Music's playing right behind us. Who you got?
Mackenzie Brook in concert.
Yeah. Last year, CeeLo wrapped up the final day at around 6 o'clock. He put on a great show. Packed house. Last night we had Lupe Fiasco. Heard them from afar. Packed house. Here we go, surfing, getting it done. Moana Jones Wong. Look at her focusing on what's down the line to hit. And look at the board speed. She keeps on moving down. She says, I'm not done. Now she is. All right, looking to improve upon a 3.4. She needs an 8. That's a hardy score with these conditions.
The speed she was able to achieve on that wave was incredible. So we'll see how that score comes in. Love to see the replay. Here it is. She's up, few pumps, and all of a sudden she is off after that maneuver. It's so incredible to see how quickly she can get back her feet under her after she does that maneuver. So she wants to improve her 3.5. Last score of 4.10. So she's got a 4.10 and a 3.5. She needs a 7.4. She's got 6 minutes, 55 seconds left in this heat. Priority is with red. So she's slowly chipping away at things. There's still some time. As long as there is some opportunity on the horizon, we should see some incredible surfing still out of both of these athletes.
If you're running up and down the beach and you got a kid like those two you see on the screen there, customize your Supergirl cape and see the Nissan lineup at their booth. The 2025 Nissan Frontier has power to pull. Oceans of power behind the Nissan Frontier with 7,150 pounds maximum towing capacity. Shop NissanUSA.com. Thank you for your love and continued support of Supergirl Pro. Need some energy? I just had one. It was good. The official energy drink of the Supergirl Pro series is Celsius. Visit the Club Playa to refuel with a refreshing ice-cold complimentary can of essential energy. They have stepped into the arena. They're sponsoring all sorts and endorsing athletes and events, and we thank Celsius. Walla, the water bottle designed to sip or swig. Walla, where boring ends. Oh, nice tagline. I like that. Smokeflower, SMK FLWR, Orange County original and official clothing brand of Sublime. Yeah, Sublime. Then became Long Beach Dub All-Stars, but a legendary band of the 90s continuing their mission. Smokeflower, SMK FLWR lifestyle. Shop online at smokeflower.com or at their Huntington Beach flagship store. And the Marines, would you put your hands together, everyone, for all the members of our military? That's right. Put your hands together whether you're on a couch, a chair, or sitting on the beach. On behalf of the United States Marine Corps, thank you for attending the Supergirl Surf Pro. The Marines are a team that fight together, find individual purpose and a collective cause, the protection of our nation, and the advancement of its ideals. Thank you, Marines. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you're watching online, that pier is about 2,000 feet in length. If you go north about 5 miles, not even that far, and a stretch leading up to Orange County, that is all protected land. Why? Because that is our Marines training grounds for Camp Pendleton. And we thank, again, all branches of the military. Let's talk surfing. Out in the water, we got surfer in red, Leilani McGonagle. She's on her backhand heading south towards that cameraman, and she's wrapping it around, a little more open face to work with, and she's just chipping away, looking to make it into the finals. 4.5 minutes away. Nice job, Leilani. Got that Costa Rican flag right on shore. A lot of excitement. Muy bien, muy bien. Here's another look, Mark.
And up and riding on her backhand, Leilani McGonagle keeping that carbon composite board moving really well. Just working through all the way onto the inside. She has the lead. Was looking to get rid of a 5 as her low score. The score's yet to come in. Moana Jones Wong now has priority with 3 minutes and 40 seconds remaining at this stage, needing a 7.97. A 7.97.
Leilani, you just logged a 5.57, and you're up and riding again. Right place, right time, Mark.
Yeah, this has been a theme for her. A big slashing turn there. Fins out the back. And again, this is a better ride for her. And 3 turns in succession. Now Moana Jones Wong never gives up. But that wave didn't give her anything to work with. So cutting out, she'll maintain priority. 3 minutes and 5 seconds. So for Leilani McGonagle, look at this. Just streaking down the line. Big slashing turn. Huge buckets of spray, as they say. And then finishing off cleanly, and that was a 5.57.
Great overhead shot right here again. This is the red of Leilani working her way down. Just, God, love that overhead shot.
Yeah, score is still coming in for that. It's a 7. Woo! A 7 for Leilani on that last ride, replacing the 5.57. Moana Jones Wong, 2.5 minutes. You need a 9.4. 9.4.
9 is the highest score we've had in this comp by Maddie Stanton back on Friday. You know, the Lord giveth, the Lord taketh, right? Last year, it was Kira Pinkerton, Alyssa Spencer, and Leilani McGonagle in the round of 8 in the quarterfinals, right? And the young guns, the waves were smaller, and they got better timing, right? I remember Alyssa and Leilani and Kira looking over and saying, "This is just not to be my day," and they did not advance on. It's kind of, the tides have somewhat turned for both Leilani and Alyssa this year so far, with a minute in just under 2 minutes left. Leilani's just had the fortune of being right there, and once again, here she goes.
And she looks so hungry, up on her backhand, in and out, but she's staying super busy. She doesn't have priority. Her low score is a 6.5, and so just showing the persistence, not sitting on her laurels at all, knowing how dangerous Moana Jones Wong is, particularly under pressure. What's really nice about today is with this sort of unusual weather pattern is it stayed very, very calm. And so we're still seeing very scoreable waves as opposed to those kind of low tide, windy conditions that we had on the Friday. So a minute to go here, but Leilani McGonagle is in a very strong situation. And who will it be to match up against Alyssa Spencer in the final? We're going to have a fun Supergirl longboard final before the shortboard final, and Alana Johnson and Caitlin Mickelson. Hawaii versus USA is coming up with that shortly. 35 seconds.
Well, Moana Jones Wong, you earned a third in Jacksonville in 2022. It's always a slice to have you out in the ocean. Unfortunately, these conditions were not adding up to the best of what we know your skill set is. For Leilani McGonagle, the best that she has finished is third place before. And with 15 seconds left, with a 9.4 needed by Moana Jones Wong, it appears that Leilani will be going to the finals and joining Alyssa Spencer. The Battle of Costa Rica up against Carlsbad, USA. Our finals is set. Leilani and Alyssa. Before we get there, we have the longboard final with Alana Johnson and Caitlin Mickelson. Stand by for the start of that. I'm going to step aside. And before we go, we're going to have ourselves the island's biggest wave. Mark, is this one.
And this is Leilani McGonagle. Eyes on the prize with a huge turn there. That was a 7, rewarding that combination of maneuvers. And Leilani McGonagle, the Costa Rican, into the final up against former champion Alyssa Spencer. We'll be back after this.
Front Wave Credit Union, we're all in on you. You're not just a number, you're a member. And we're putting $350 behind what we believe in. Get started today. Dream big. We got you.
The Supergirl Surf Festival is brought to you by Smokeflower, OC Born, LA built apparel for your SoCal lifestyle. By Ubatuba, life is sweet, make it a Psy-E.
And welcome back to the Supergirl Surf Festival for 2025. Our finalists are set, and that is one of our finalists, Leilani McGonagle of Costa Rica. There has never been an international winner of the Supergirl Pro. It's always been Hawaiians and North Americans, and so a chance there for Leilani McGonagle after more than 10 years of competition here at the Supergirl Pro. Between the last semi, which Leilani won over Moana Jones Wong, and the final, we're going to take a little bit of a break because we have the final of the Supergirl Longboard competition. And out there in the water right now, in the red, you have Alana Johnson, and in blue, Caitlin Mickelson. And joining me in commentary, a man with all of the history and all of the knowledge and expertise in longboarding, particularly down here at Oceanside, president of the Oceanside Longboard Surfing Association, Bing Crosby. Yes, you heard it right. Bing Crosby is in the house.
How you doing? How you doing?
Good. Great to have you here, Bing.
Thanks for having me.
We started off on Friday with 60 longboard surfers, the most that we've had. We had a total of 176 surfers between shortboard and longboard. You've been part of this from the very start. Tell us about the history of longboarding here at the Supergirl Pro, but just Oceanside as a whole.
Absolutely. This is our 5th year. Rick has asked us to come and take care of it for him. And this year, this last year was kind of fun. We opened up all day yesterday to AMs. We just opened it up to 32 AMs. All over the West Coast, Hawaii, East Coast, they all came up. And it was a great, fun time. We had a final yesterday afternoon. We brought all 4 finalists. We gave them their own final. We want to give them bragging rights, okay? But we went ahead and brought 1 through 4 into today's seating for the pros. All day was pro today, and we threw them in there, and a lot of them did really well. Lily Green, come think of her, Miss Lopez. But so today we threw them in with the 28, and here we are at the end of the day with the last 2 girls. We've got Caitlin Mickelson is an Encinitas Oceanside girl. She surfs the harbor all the time. She's been on the Oceanside Surf Club for the last 16 years or so. I watched her growing up since she was 15 when she got her license. She's been all over the world. She's a pro surfer extraordinaire and a super mom, by the way. But then you have Alana from Hawaii, from Oahu, riding the Bonga Perkins BP design board. And she's 17 years old. She's 20 years younger than Caitlin, who's 37. It's so great.
That's amazing. It's an amazing story, both in terms of longevity and passion and commitment, as well as the new, young and up-and-coming talent.
That's right.
Of course, it's Dr. Caitlin Mickelson.
It is, August 26th in San Diego. She's done so much for the surfing community in San Diego that the San Diego board decided to honor her for
That's
that.
amazing.
Yes, and she has a practice in Carlsbad, and she's a good girl.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing waves ridden. It is a 30-minute final that's about to get underway, but right now let's go down and hear from the next finalist here at the Supergirl Pro.
She's from Costa Rica. Her name is Leilani McGonagle. If you follow surfing, you know who she is. She just was a recipient of a lot of great waves out there due to timing. Sometimes it goes your way, sometimes it doesn't. Talk to us about the conditions in your timing out there.
Yeah, I got really lucky, got a few fun ones. Moana's been ripping all event, and I knew it was going to be a good heat, 2 goofies. And there's 2 goofies in the finals, too, so that's going to be really fun. And there's good waves on offer, just a little slow.
2 very positive people. All surfers are positive, but you and Alyssa, you embody and you resemble and represent optimism. Anything you want to say to your competitor, Alyssa, that you're going to be going up against right now?
Oh, it's going to be a lot of fun. I hope that we have a good heat.
That's to see optimism with a smile. 2 smiling assassins out there. All right, there's a lot of people watching back in Costa Rica. If by chance you win the Red Cape, you'll be the first international Supergirl on either coast. What are your thoughts on that?
It would be an honor, of course. I always love to represent my flag and put it high. Costa Rica is my home and where all my people are from, so it would be an honor to do that.
And you've got a bunch of people watching at home. How about a little something in Spanish for us?
Hola a todos en casa, pasamos a la final una más, entonces Ahí vamos, por allá.
She's bringing the cape home. I think that's what she said right there. She has a 50-50 chance. Her name is Leilani McGonagle. We'll see her in the finals in just a bit. High five. Boom. Back to you guys.
Very much, Chris. Leilani McGonagle into the final up against Alyssa Spencer, former champion. So, Bing, in this final, 30 minutes, what are we looking for?
Well, what the judges are going to be looking for is an outside footwork. You're going to see straight to the nose. That's where you're going to get most of your points. If they can do some good nose ring outside, and being Oceanside, this is a beach break, they're going to get some speed, mega speed, and what we'd like to see is just a big off the top if they can get it, to really go for the gusto, and then work this thing back and forth. You can go left, you can go right. This is a true waterman spot. There's tons of peaks everywhere. You can go have fun with it.
And we are about to get underway here. And we are underway. 30-minute final for the Supergirl Longboard. It's great to have both Alana Johnson from Hawaii in the red, at 17 years of age, up against Caitlin Mickelson in the blue, 37 years young, and a lot of experience competing across the circuit. And it looks like it'll be Caitlin Mickelson not able to get.
No, she likes to get busy quick. She does that one. Looks like Alana's eyeballing one. You know, we poached her too. She's on our surf club as well. You know.
Where did you poach her from?
From Hawaii. She comes over here. Here she goes. All right, outside, taking off straight to the tip. She knows how to do it backside. Natural footer she is. Got herself a nice section here to opening up. She's going to keep her speed. Particularly the judges will look at that footwork that she just had on that flat section. They like the little subtleties like that. She's working it all the way in. She's a trooper. She knows how to take it all the way to the beach and step off of the sand. That's what we want to see. All right.
Very smooth, beautiful surfing there. Bing, tell us about the boards and the differences in the boards that the surfers can choose depending on the conditions.
Well, many of them ride the single fins, but a lot of them are ride the 2+1s, you know, and they'll take the fins out if they need to. But most of them are riding the log steel. We're seeing a lot of tail kick in this board as we watch this replay from where she just walks right off the nose, got some section, some speed to burn. She's eyeballing what's coming next. Very casual, stepping up around, looking good. Medium entry rocker for most boards nowadays, but a lot of kick in the tail because there's a lot of power surfing going on in the tail lately.
And so you're seeing that combination of shortboard and longboard surfing when you mention, the kick in the tail that allows increased maneuverability.
That's right.
You're seeing some big boards being thrown around with kind of very radical positioning now.
Absolutely. You know, we had our contest, the 40th annual Oceanside Longboard Surfing Club contest, and of course Friday is pros only, Saturday and Sundays clubs, and we had Josh Constable here. He rolled over, and we had Taylor Jensen, who lives right behind us 2 miles away, and we had Jonathan Mendez, and so it was a radical final all the way to the bitter end. Taylor Jensen goes straight up on his boards. I mean, he absolutely rips. That's what the guys are doing. They don't care anymore. They're going to ride whichever way they want. They're going to go vert, they're going to go flat, they're going to hang 10 forever, or they're going to go up and slap it first. It's all open nowadays. They're pulling down the barriers that people have been told in the past they need to do.
And also the size of the waves that we're seeing being ridden on some of these longboards now is really impressive.
Well, last night I stayed up till 11:30 watching that Bell's Beach. Here we go. We got Alana taking off backside again. She's going to set this thing up for a quick little 5. Just taps it, just kisses the nose a little bit, swings it around, burn that spin and set it up again. For those of you out in the World Wide Web, what you want to see is get some nose ride, burn that speed, set it up again, run to the nose again. She's going to work this thing over all the way to the beach. You can get a little extra point here and there inside if you get some open face in there. That's what you want to do on a longboard. Take it to the beach.
Looking very relaxed. Alana's first score was a 6 for her first score. That will be her second scoring ride, and just all style here.
Yes, very clean. She has that Hawaiian personified, easy, clean surfing, just walking here, walking there. There's no shuffling for those of you out there who are not sure what I'm talking about. We don't want to see them hopping. We want to see them walking, gliding, dancing across the board, going as fast as they can, getting to that nose, getting back, and just setting up for another nose right after that. If they can get a vertical hit, we got Caitlin looking out there. She's eyeballing something. She's getting a little impatient. She likes to hustle.
Well, she does have some time. 26 minutes left remaining here. And Bing, what about the technology? Obviously, there's been a lot of advancements in longboarding since the early days. A lot of which the innovation and the heritage comes out of this area. But anything in the more recent years?
Well, the recent years, what you see happening in shortboard is absolutely happening in longboard as Caitlin takes off. She's taking off backside right here, straight to the nose, just kisses the tip. She's got a nice little extended one right there. She's got some speed. She's going to pop it up. Bam. Good for her. She's going to try to take this thing, and Alana's looking. Alana's eyeballing. Now she's going to get it on her natural foot front side. Oh, close to a 10 right there. The judges love seeing them getting all the way. And for those of you who don't know, 10 means 10 toes, 10 little piggies over the nose of the board. If you say, oh, she just got a nice 5, that means look at your right foot down below at your feet and your 5 toes, that's 5. If you want to do 10 like she just did right there, or 5, you can do that. Or if you want to try to hang 10, you throw both feet up there and get the toes over and wiggle them a little bit. As far as the, think about the black and white days of Duke Hanamoku, where Lana's from, in Waikiki and Queens and Diamond Head. They were riding 90-pound wooden boards, okay? So that came over here in the early 1900s, and then, they had balsa boards for a little bit after that, and then they went straight to the fiberglass, thanks to World War II and the balsa boards and the fiberglass wings and whatnot that they were doing. And then it turned into all fiberglass, and big skegs. Skegs have been a big deal lately as far as the fiberglass boards, but the composites that you're seeing, the clear stringers like Taylor Jensen's riding, and a lot of the new technology, it provides a whole new world of lightness. They can continue their nose riding, absolutely, but the responsiveness is what they're looking for too. Everything progresses.
Yep.
And so it's fun. It's fun, and we have a big industry here. Like Huntington used to be like the industry worldwide. Oceanside is slowly, quietly becoming one of the bigger industries in the world right now. Everybody's coming here. A lot of the boards you see made are made here in Oceanside.
It's really interesting too, the parallels between the development in surfing materials and military materials as well. Of course, a lot of military companies are based in Orange County and San Diego County, and a lot of the top engineers were also surfers.
Indeed. Dick Brewer, you've heard the name?
A few times.
He was a hang gliding champion in California in the Western Regional States.
That I didn't know.
I just saw the movie, the Dick Brewer movie, at the California Surf Museum here in Oceanside. And I was the black and white photos of when he was 15, 16, 17, before he quit university and moved to Oahu to become Dick Brewer that we know. He was into all that. He used to shape his little wings and his remote control airplanes. It's pretty interesting, yes, like you're saying, the correlation.
Yeah, technologies as surfers and water people, we're always up for trying something new because it's always fun no matter what we're riding.
That's right, it's always fun. Even now we'll go out in the old logs just to reset ourselves sometimes.
Well, it's funny looking back. You say, they were 90 pounds. When you look back, kind of 40s, 50s, or even earlier, everybody was so fit because you had to carry those things around.
You had to drag it. Yeah, absolutely. God forbid you get hit by them.
That would not be fun. Okay, update now.
Yes.
A surfer in red is in the lead. Alana Johnson, a 6 and a 5.17. Caitlin in blue, you have a 4.77, looking for a 6.4 on this ride.
She is. Straight to the tip. She's getting a nice 5 there. Held it a little bit and throws that tail out just to send that spray. She's feeling it on that one.
A lot of experience, a 3-time North American champion, second in the world when it was back when the ASP World Longboard.
That's right. Well, she's been doing it 20 years, so
that's amazing.
A lot of changes.
Yeah. ASP to a WSL, and that's been another great development in the sport in the last couple of years with the World Longboard Tour with the WSL.
Well, they're pushing it, and this year there's going to be 4 complete. Watching the one last night, like we were talking at Bells Beach, it was great. It was fun to watch, and then they're going to have the Abu Dhabi coming up soon, and then finish it up in El Salvador.
Yeah, that's an interesting. Let's just take a look here at the replay with the drone. Beautiful hang 5, and then just cutting back into the pocket. But that's the other aspect is longboarding in a wave pool.
Hey, everybody's doing it. Shortboard, longboard, boogie board, whatever. I guess hey, whatever you enjoy surfing in the world today. Hey, you can do it in a wave pool now too, which opens up everything like Lemoore. I heard that he's doing one in Austin now, the Austin Surf Club, and I just played golf with him at the Goat, and he was talking about all the wave pools is it's big developments. They can go anywhere. So I see it. It's interesting. It's fun. Appreciate Oceanside's lifeguards taking care of us. They took care of us on the north side and the south side for you guys all weekend. Taking care of the crowds, watching out for everybody.
Yep, keeping everybody safe. And thank you to all of the people of Oceanside.
Absolutely.
For having us. It's a great town.
It is, and they put out the pineapple for the surfing industry. I'm one of the 7 building inspectors here. But hey, they really do. They love surfing, and that's why they allow Rick and everybody else to bring in their contests throughout the year.
Yep. Brings in a lot of tourism, a lot of spectators over the weekend as well.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, you saw the sea of humanity behind us. Every year it gets bigger and bigger thanks to Rick and the crew. Yeah, they're putting, the Supergirl, the theme, empowering women. That's what it's all about, and he's doing a good job. And at this point, we were talking yesterday morning, he's maintaining that. It's been so long he's been doing this for 20
years. 20 years next year.
Yeah, 20 years. So, well, we got some bumps outside. See something kind of starting to flow in, and Caitlin's getting busy by the pier.
She is still looking for a 6.4 to take the lead.
Well, she's going to kick out on that one. Alana kind of went to the south a little bit. Let's see if she takes off on this left or right. She likes these lefts right now, going backside. Equally good each way. Extended 5 right there. She's just keeping her speed up just for good measure. Another one and then hitting it off the top and keeping her speed. She's really good about that. She loves keeping her speed. The Hawaiians know how to do that, absolutely. And then look at this. She's going to start working her feet over. She's going to start cross-stepping, taking it to the beach. She's going to look left, look right, see if there's any little things she can do. And then do it again. That was, 3 nose rides right there. Isn't that great?
You get extra points for looking effortless because that's how that looks.
Well, absolutely. Back to the shuffling and hopping, the girls aren't here to do that. Put it that way, But, they've been doing it for years and years. I'm not sure how long Alana Johnson's been surfing, but she's got a great family here. I know she's from Oahu, mentor Bonga Purton. She's riding his board right now for the BP Designs. And like I said, she's riding for Oceanside when she comes over here in the mainland, and she's just a great surfer. You can tell right off the bat, big off the top there with the drone view. Yep, effortless. That's what you would say about
really
that.
Smooth. Her low score is a 6. Her high score a 7.17, and that's exactly what she got on that last wave, is a 7.17. She's in the lead now. Dr. Caitlin Mickelson needs an 8.4.
Well, we got a lot of time left. She knows how to look around. She's a come-from-behind queen. I saw her do it in El Asunzal for the ISA World Longboard Champions back in April, May. That was giant. It was 8 to 10 feet the third day. The first day we got there 4 to 6, 6 to 8, 8 to 10 the third day. Contest is going on the whole time. All these girls are absolutely ripping out there, charging, and she was one of them. Her and Rachel Tilley, they were a great team for us this year for USA Surfing. Yes, it was fun.
Yeah, well, that's one of the great things about the sport of surfing. You get to travel the world to exotic locations like El Salvador.
Make friends everywhere. It's all about surfing. Here we go. She's going to eyeball maybe a right. Here we go. She's going to run to the tip. Quick little 5. It's going to close out. She's not going to like that very much, but she's got plenty of time.
There you can see the single fin.
There you go. I like the little super girls running around in the beach break right there. They're so cute. Look out.
Getting ready for the final. Getting ready for
Here we go. Straight to the nose. Stomps that little 5 and almost gets the guillotine.
Yeah.
That was close.
Had a board to the head here. It's interesting how Oceanside, sometimes these little waves, just the foam can suck your board down, then flick it back up. It gets so shallow so fast.
Ask the girls who came in from their heats this weekend. It throws quicker. It jacks faster than you think.
Yep.
You can be paddling, all of a sudden, boom, you're vertical ledging. It gets anything overhead. It's pretty hollow, and it's a great beach break area. But yeah, you got to watch yourself out there. It's not like a Sanoa or anywhere like that where you have 3 strokes, 4 strokes. You get up, you're cruising. You get up and go and boogie with speed here.
Yeah, you got to get straight into it.
Got to get around that section quickly.
And we do also have, for the first time all day, a little bit of a bump on the face of the wave. It stayed smooth all day, courtesy of this sort of shifting we actually had some rain.
Little monsoonal rain from Mexico, yeah.
But that kept it smooth, and so now we see a little bit of texture on the water.
That's all right. It's easier for us to see them.
Yeah, that is true. Okay, both surfers paddling for this. Priority is with red, but this might be a split peak here. Let's see.
Yeah, a little too far out.
Both and Caitlin waving, and yes, priority did shift. Caitlin, priority shifted to you in blue. And we have 15 minutes and 40 seconds remaining, so almost halfway through this 30-minute final.
All right, so what do we have so far, Fioli?
Well, we've got, for Alana Johnson, a 7.17. That was her last ride, and a 6. Okay. Caitlin has a high of a 4.77. She needs an 8.4, or just replace both those scores.
Well, here in about 19 seconds, she's used to 15-minute heats in the Coalition Club contest, so she's going to start over here.
Okay. Time to start.
That's right. That's right. But, no, I'm glad to see Alana getting some good waves. Caitlin will get some, too. Both of them are great girls. They're out there talking about, well, which one do you want to go? You want to go right? You want to go left? I don't know. Yeah, they both come from great families. Good representatives, ambassadors of the surfing world right there.
It's a really strong community.
It is.
Got down here.
It is. It's a big community. You know, everybody surfs. You can see everything out in the lineup at our local spots like Terramar and Carlsbad or the Harbor or Swami's and Cardiff. Everybody rides everything. Yeah, after a while, you just see the same people, you know. So.
But you've had some legends.
Oh yeah, you know,
here as well.
Well, right here at the base of this pier, where the pier goes into this concrete lifeguard tower, is where the Oceanside Surfing Club used to meet and burn their tires on Friday nights and have fun. They were the lifeguards that came back from World War II. LJ was telling me this story. You know, in the late 40s, they started the surf club because they were all working for the city as lifeguards after they came back from World War II. And this was their domain. It wasn't busy like it was now, but they needed lifeguards. And so they would turn the lights on in the late at night and go surf out here at night because they had the switch, because they owned that little lifeguard spot. It was great. And so Phil Edwards, the Truex, the Tux, Ticos, those were the old names that started the Oceanside Surfing Club. You know it was the Oceanside Surfing Club because there was no longboards. It was just surfboards.
Right, it was just surfing, yeah.
It was just a surfing club, you know, and now we kind of differentiate it. Donald Takayama started it back in the 80s when longboarding made a comeback, and we made it the Oceanside Longboard Surfing Club just to keep it going, and we versed Santa Cruz, and that was 40 years ago.
Wow.
So that's what, we're in the 2.0 ocean of the version of the Oceanside Longboard Surfing Club, or Oceanside Surfing Club. That's the backstory with that. LJ's a great guy, 84 years old, 63 West Coast champion. He was over there all day yesterday watching us. He loves the surfing. You know what he loves mostly? When we beat Wind and Sea at all the contests, and especially the paddle racing. It's so funny. He loves the paddle race.
Well, talk about a lot of history. Wind and Sea, of course, the second, or I know there's a little bit of a debate about whether it was the first or the second World Championships. Was it at Wind and Sea?
In Wind and Sea or Malibu or
Manly Beach, Australia.
Exactly. Oh, there's a little lore about that. That's correct. How about we talk about how much time is left, and these girls want to know what they need.
Well, we've got 12 minutes and 45 seconds. Alana Johnson in the lead. A low score of a 6, a 7.17 and a 6. Caitlin, you need an 8.4 right now.
She's got a 4.77 and a 4.57 for that. So, yeah, she's there.
Here we go.
She's right there. It's like she said, she just started the heat over right now.
And you can do it in two ways. You can get your 8.4, or you can say, you know what, I'm just going to build on both scores.
And that's what she'll do.
Yep, and replace.
Start moving around. Now, you girls can move around if you want. Don't worry about sticking up around the pier. You guys can separate. No big deal. There's peaks everywhere.
Yeah, they can go all the way as far south as a second buoy.
That's right.
There's our fan on the beach.
There
one of our future Supergirls.
Mini Supergirl right there.
Just stoked to be down here. Eating sand, having fun.
Yes. We'll be dealing with that later.
Yeah. So, Big, what do you ride yourself? What's your craft?
I ride a Brian McInerney and Carlsbad Shaper, and it's a single, and it's a triple stringer, red, white, and blue. I got the red stripe, white stripe, blue stripe. I'm Captain America. You know, I call it the Captain America board, and I love my buddy Michael's boards. You've heard of Michael Takayama, of course, a nephew of Donald. He's right in throes of it, building boards for everybody right now on Oceanside, down in the valley here. In fact, Caitlin is riding one.
Okay.
Yeah. And then let's talk about Miss Alana. She's got Bonga Perkins model BP designs from Oahu. Okay, we got something popping here. And she's going to eyeball this right. Did you see the little subtle go left, right, and she could get on the nose? Okay, there's a quick 10 right there. She went from a 5 to a 10. Pretty sick little nose ride right there, and she's going to ride it out with her own little cross-stepping and see what she can do with the inside. Boom, kick out. All right, so she did that little subtle go towards the pier, go left, and then turn real quick and run to her forehand on the right, and then she got the 5, and then she threw a 10 up there real quick. Let's watch it.
Beautiful style here. So here is the 5.
She's going to throw the second one up. Bam, she gets a little close. Yeah, that's what it's all about, nose riding. Just get up there like you're a pelican and fly. That's what I like to do. See how long you do it. Here we go. Alana's up on her forehand as well. She's just straight hanging 10 right off the bat. She's not fooling around with the 5. She goes straight to the 10.
Using the power of that wave, a nice little steep section on it.
That's right. That's what I was talking about. You got the most power. You got the best wave outside. Use it. All right, and there you go.
And 10 minutes remaining. 10 minutes remaining. 2 scores to come in. Caitlin's score did come in. It was her best ride so far, a 5.3.
All right, I like that. That's a little. Now it goes straight to the 10 for Alana right there. Nice work. And then if you watch the subtleties of her feet, she's going to start walking right about now. She's walking up. She's getting back. She's going to walk up again. All right, outside, Caitlin. Let's see what she's got. Straight to the tip. Little soul arch. 10. Big old swing around. Use that rail. Throw some spray, girl. That's what she likes to do. She's a heavy cutback girl. Yes. At Sunzal, she was just throwing those cutbacks down, coming out. I'm like 15, 20 miles an hour after a big old nose ride, 8-foot wave, and just carving it in. She's a great surfer.
So strong. So as you said, her heat started at the halfway mark.
That's right. Look at that little soul arch. There's our replay. Boom. Just redirect. Real hardcore right there. Just showing what she knows. She's got years and years and years of seasoning behind her.
Oh, reminiscent of PT there with that soul arch, like a Sunset Beach soul arch.
Ah, I remember that picture at Sunset when he was skinny and young.
He's still young at heart. At heart. So 2 scores yet to come in. 8.5 minutes remaining, and we definitely have a competition on our hands now. Scores yet to drop for both Alana and for Caitlin. Red has priority. We'll give you those scores as soon as they drop.
Quick little tidbit about Alana. My wife gave me some notes. She's in her first year of college at ASU, and she's been solidly competing for 4 years in a lot of contests. She's 17 years old, like we saw, surfing for O'Neill and Flying Diamonds. Yeah, so that's her little bio right there. Oahu girl, Waikiki, old school family.
And you can tell definitely very, very competitive. Both these surfers are looking for a win, obviously. Okay, the score is in. Caitlin, a 5.77 is your best score so far. You now need a 7.4.
Chipping away at it, all right. She's got a nice shoulder here to work with. She's going to stall, get up to the nose, give herself a nice 5. Swing this thing around again, and that's a little too heavy on the back foot on that one, but it's a small wave anyway. She'll get out there and get another one.
Yeah, that previous wave, the 5.77. The judges rewarding commitment and some power in the turns.
So this one, this is like a knee-high wave. Walks to the nose, sets it up. She wanted to set herself up, but she knows she did a little bit of a heavy turn right there, so she's got plenty of time. We'll get out there and get another one.
6 minutes and 50 seconds. It's funny, at 30 minutes it feels like you've got all the time in the world, and then you get towards the 5-minute mark.
Until you don't.
Rushes. Yeah, just runs away with you.
So her scores on what she has on her scores right here, we're going to take a look at. She has, she got a 5.7.
Yep.
I heard that.
A 5.77 and a 5.3.
Okay, so she's in the 5s, 5.3 and a 5.7, so she's looking at about 11 or so. Okay, there we go. And then Alana's lowest score is a 6, and then her best score is a 7.17. So she did her diligence in the beginning, and Caitlin's coming from behind right now. But she's chipping away at it. She's got 6 minutes. Let's see what she can do. We need some sets, Fioli.
Yeah. Let's see. This storm is coming back in. The rain's coming down. It's not dampening the spirits, though, of all our spectators who are here for the finals of the Supergirl Pro Surf Festival. On your screen right there, that is one of our finalists that is getting ready, and that'll be Alyssa Spencer. Will be in red up against Leilani McGonagle in blue. Right now you're looking at Dr. Caitlin Mickelson in the blue and Alana Johnson in the red. Alana is in the lead for the Supergirl Longboard final.
With a 13.17, with Caitlin in second at 11.07. Caitlin would love to get this little Supergirl title with her cape, so her little 4-year-old son Matt's going to run around. Yeah, she's got a 4-year-old. She's a super mom as it is. We'll see what happens to see if she's a super girl. She's going backwards. She's trying to go backwards with this. Yeah.
Well, it's nothing like surfing to keep you young, and nothing like, you know, kind of competing against.
Now, how long have you been surfing?
I've been surfing for 52 years.
52 years. I started when I was 3, and I'm 55, so I got 53. Okay. I got 1 year on you. Yeah.
I'm not going to compete against you then.
No, you don't want to do that. No, I'm just kidding. All right. You know what I was going to say earlier is the great thing about these girls. They ride longboards. They ride shortboards. They ride fishes. They ride whatever it is that they need. You know, that's a true waterman, whatever you want to call them. And that's what surfers are all about. You know, they're not stuck on the longboards. A lot of these shortboards aren't stuck on shortboards either. It's all about having fun. For all of you out there listening, surfing is a great sport. Get involved. Get into your surfing clubs wherever you are. It's fun.
Yeah, and even body surfing.
Oh, absolutely. The body surfing champions are the weekend right after our contest in middle of August.
Yep.
That's where they do the World Championships here on the north side of the pier.
Yep.
Yeah, they have it. They have it here too.
That's another great event. So
we got a little wind popping. Yeah. Caitlin's looking. Alana's looking for something. She needs to upgrade that 6.0.
Yeah, the 717 is that's a near excellence.
That one's going to be set in stone, I believe. Caitlin's going to find something here, but she's got about 3 minutes and 35 seconds. She's oh, here we go. We got something popping. Our little water photographer out there trying to get some waves. I think that's Banna. She was her first time. She stayed with us for the whole weekend over there. The little water photographer. And, you know, the good news is it's keeping the wind down. A little bit of rain. I like it. It's just like Hawaii, Costa Rica.
Very tropical.
Feeling it here. Caitlin's looking around. She got herself a little open face right. I think she's eyeballing here.
Yeah, but priority is
that's right.
with Alana.
Okay, so there we go. She's got a nice little stall. Let's go straight to a 5 and 10. Quick 10 right there. She's going to spin it around. Reset. Her eyes are going left. They're going right. She's trying to figure out where she's going to hit it. Bam. Yeah. And then outside, Caitlin extending a 5 all the way through. She's driving that thing. She's going to wrap it around right in front of the water photographer. Let's see if she can take it going. Take it to the beach, girl. Come on.
And there was that power that you mentioned before. Beautiful cutback.
She loves that rail and tail as well as the nose. All right, so that was a good little flurry for the girls.
So Caitlin was looking for a 7.4. 2 scores to come in, one for Alana. This was Alana's, right?
Here we go. Straight to the tip. 5 will get you 10. Stalls it up a little bit. She's eyeballing the next section she wants to hit. She's got a little open face here. She's going to bounce it off the top, and she gets kind of stuck right there in the middle. And then Caitlin, she's going to turn this thing, stall it. She's going to extend this 5. She's going to drive it. She's feeling it right there. She's getting another 10, 15 feet out of that thing. The big old roundhouse. Yeah, girl. Nice job, girl. Yeah, looking good.
Yeah, able to pick that recovery up really nicely as well. So that could be a strong score with 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining here. Priority is with red.
Okay, we got some lines out front.
Yeah, let's keep a close eye on these. Oh, it's a 6.97 for Caitlin. It's still not enough, though, but it did improve her situation. Now she needs a 6.21.
Meanwhile, Alana's looking. Caitlin's moved over towards the south. She's going to eyeball this little left, I believe.
Looking for a 6.21.
All right, walking the backside. She's going to do a little prancing nose right there. Big old wrap, throwing some spray. She's got herself an open face here on this left. She's got some speed. She's going to throw it up. Bam, getting a little vert right there. She's going to turn and take it as far as she can. This might be her last wave. I'm not sure. Alana's looking at one underneath the pier shadows. Nice little right forming up there for her. It's going to be a nice shoulder. Let's see, stall, straight to the nose. Clean, get you 10. 5 will get you 10 right there. Good little hang 10 for red. Alana Johnson and a little left, right. All right, well, these are some good waves for the girls. I like it. It looks like Caitlin's going to try to spin and go out there. 26 seconds left. We'll see what's going on. Nice wave for Alana.
Yeah, both those waves will count. We're down to 15 seconds.
Well, the job might be done, Fioli.
Yeah.
Let's look at this. Caitlin backside, running up to the nose with a little prancing nose ride. I like it. Crack right there. Full rail turn. And she's got some speed. She's going to throw it up, vert, bam. Okay, then she's going to ride this thing out. All right. Well, that was fun. Now here's the girls. They're going to slap hands, give each other some love. It's good. This is what it's all about, right there.
Yeah, let's hear it for our finalists in the Supergirl Longboard event. After a fantastic 3 days of competition, we're waiting on the scores to come in. Alana Johnson with a beautiful finish. Sol Arch, hanging 10.
I think she gets a 5 right here as well. Yep. Double nose ride. That's what she needs. Fun surfing.
Yeah, and Caitlin Mickelson also ended up strongly, so we're waiting for those scores to come in.
See, it turned out tight. That Caitlin girl.
You said it. You said the heat would start at the halfway mark.
Yep. Here we go one more time. She's going to stall it. She runs the nose. She's like, whoa. We'll prance and pony nose ride, rack that tail around. Low still on that thing, stall it, get some speed. She's going to get, she's eyeballing this. Boom, throws it up vert, get that nose in the air. She's not scared. Little cross step through the white water. She's like, okay, well, that was my wave. I agree. I think she's happy with that. She did well.
Yeah. And look at the fans and friends on the beach. So being if somebody wants to get into longboarding and join the Oceanside Longboarding Surf Club, how do they go about it?
Absolutely. All you do is go on this little thing called the World Wide Web. There's the Oceanside Longboard Surfing Club.org. And we meet once a month, and we do all kinds of stuff with the cities. We put on the best concert and contest in this band shell, just like Rick. He kind of copied us, you know what I'm saying? But no, wherever you are in the world, find your local boardie, like they say in Australia, or a club, and get involved, have some fun. There's lots of families. Competition is fun, and we do everything from the kids to the olders all the way. Fioli, thanks for having me. That was awesome. I appreciate you guys bringing over the final ladies for the Longboard Pro. It was epic. And these two girls are worthy.
Yeah, great to have you, Bing. Thanks for being here. And Alana Johnson is our Supergirl Longboard champion.
You go. All right, let's hear it, folks. There it is. It's official. Alana Johnson, Oahu, California girl. She's got the cape. She's going to be holding on to it on the stage in a little while. Caitlin Strong, second, coming in late, but Ripa that she is, she don't care. She's going to do it again next week.
Well, Alana Johnson takes the win. We're going to take a break from the webcast, and when we come back, it's going to be the final of the shortboard of the Supergirl Pro for 2025. Stay with us.
The Nissan Rogue takes hit after hit. Punished under immense pressure. And exposed to excessive wear. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality. We put it through the worst, so you get its best.
Marines are made for this. Made for the calling only warriors can answer. Made from an unshakable belief in our nation and a strength that comes from the determination to win together. But you'll have to earn your place among us. Because you don't join the Marines. You become one.
It's a new era in women's sports. The Sports Illustrated Women's Games. Over 100 world, Olympic, and national champions competing from more than 25 countries. Tickets are on sale now.
The Supergirl Surf Festival is brought to you by Vive Organic. Perfect for every immune-boosting occasion, Vive Organic shots are the fresh way to feel good every day. By Waterloo Sparkling Water. Try their uniquely refreshing flavors.
Here we go. Welcome back, everybody in the World Wide Web. Alana Johnson from Hawaii is being hoisted up high. Why, Mark Fuley? Why?
Well, because she took the title of the Supergirl Longboard champion, and so she will receive her cape on stage. The 17-year-old from Hawaii taking the title here, and look how stoked she is. Beautiful surfing performance. But in red, here we have former champion, 2023 champion Alyssa Spencer, and in the blue, Leilani McGonagle. Can she be the first international representative to take the Supergirl cape? This is a fantastic final here. And Chris, we're going to chat for a while, and then we're going to hand them over to some real Supergirls.
Yes, we are. We've got a surprise for you all, but right now we'll just set the stage. That's the Australian voice of Mark Fuley. Been surfing for 52 years of your life? Is that what I heard?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Half a decade.
Dating myself.
I mean, half a century of surfing. No, it's okay. You know, you know well, you spent time, you've earned the right to be in this seat because you understand the ebb and the flow. We are in the midst of, for you folks watching online, there is a shot of the drone overhead of Alana Johnson, who just walked away with a 30-minute battle with Caitlin Mickelson. For the first time, we've had finals on the south side of the pier right before the finals. I don't know why we didn't think about that earlier, but a great way to make it all happen.
Yeah, and there was great surfing. Really interesting the way that this competition has progressed this year. The finals have been dominated by goofy footers. And I think if you look at the two finalists, it's the smooth flowing style, but with the ability to generate a lot of power. Both of these surfers have demonstrated that, particularly throughout today. Conditions have stayed mostly smooth. There's a tiny little bit more bump on the water right now. As it stands, no priority. Alyssa Spencer, known for starting off strongly. Leilani McGonagle, has kind of been one of those surfers who was built throughout the entire heat, particularly today. But both of these surfers, incredible surfers. Leilani McGonagle, an Olympian, representing Costa Rica, of course. So this is going to be a fantastic final.
Agreed. Alyssa Spencer has won 2 capes, one here in 2023 and one in Jacksonville in the inaugural voyage there for the Supergirl. So she is one of 2 that have earned bi-coastal capes. Just her, and world champion Caroline Marks has done such as well. She'll be the first in a long time, if she wins, to win 2 capes on this coast.
Yeah, no,
3 total.
Well, I don't think anybody has won 2 capes plus one on the East Coast.
You speak the truth, Mark. Yes, another first, and after 19 years. This is the 19th year of the Supergirl Pro. All sorts of stuff can break. Let's have a look at some surfing. Here's Leilani.
Up on her backhand, Leilani McGonagle, 23 years of age. Nice recovery there. Very quick radius surfing.
Alyssa Spencer says there's something on the horizon for me, and here she goes. A fast down the line, up and out.
In and out. Alyssa is very, very patient surfer. So she won't waste her time on a wave that she doesn't think is going to give her the score, because this way she can stay out the back, she can gain priority. But this was Leilani getting her score. And, little bit of a stumble there at the base of the first turn, but then recovered really quickly and able to get that board up vertical on her backhand. This second turn is the big one. Bang.
We thank Jeff Greenwood and his team for supplying us with great images. Thank you. His whole crew has done a bang-up job. This is a fantastic overhead shot right there, live of Alyssa on her second wave. Leilani, your first wave is a 4.5. 4.5. Waiting for your second score to come in, Alyssa, while you duck under.
And Alyssa does have the benefit of the local crowd on the beach. She is from Encinitas, a little bit south of here. Also 23 years of age. This was her first ride. They're setting it up, and now the speed's generating and up and over. And that's one of her strengths, is she has an ability to generate speed on these waves. There she goes. Really clean surfing and rides out. And Alyssa Spencer gets a 5.67. So Alyssa Spencer is in the lead, a 5.67. Leilani McGonagle has a 4.5, only needs a 1.95.
And staying hungry, Mark, going from deep south over to near the pier, seeing what's available. They've had a good opportunity to rest. Alyssa, another half hour longer than Leilani. And observing last year's, if my memory serves me correct, Alyssa and Leilani were in the round of 8 in the quarterfinals up against the likes of Ruby Stringfellow and Kiara Gold. And they just didn't, they were not the recipients of the right place at right time. I remember Leilani looking over her shoulder with Ruby Stringfellow, and Ruby's just like a barracuda all over the place, got wave after wave. And Leilani's like, really? And so the last heat where Leilani was in, she was a recipient of more waves. So timing is everything. And so she's in the final this time for her first time up against Supergirl, 2 times Alyssa Spencer. So a great final we're up against. 30 minutes will tell the tale. There is, I think that's Jamie. Yep, that is mom of Leilani. Yep. Sean, Father Sean is watching at home. Noemar, most likely, somewhere in the world surfing. Brother.
Yep.
Checking things out.
And for Leilani, as well as for Alyssa, the Supergirl Pro was their first qualifying series event. For Alyssa Spencer, she started competing here at the age of 12, but she was coming down before that to check it out. So for both these surfers, their first QS events ever. And Alyssa Spencer has won here. She's won over on the East Coast and looking to back that up. But Leilani McGonagle, there has not been an international representative winner yet. So history will be made today, regardless of the outcome.
Agreed. Well, for you folks watching at home, we want to thank you for tuning in. We're in Oceanside. If you've not been a part of this event series before, it's been going on for nearly 2 decades. Started in Pacific Beach, just south of here. Then I went to Huntington for a few years. And then since 2012, it's been in Oceanside. We can't thank the city of Oceanside enough for their support. That pier that you're standing on has been rebuilt several times. It rocks and rolls according to the tides, and it's been rebuilt, as I said, 5 times, and it's about 2,000 feet in length. And it generates great viewing points like this for the likes of Leilani McGonagle for Costa Rica, who's currently looking for her second wave score, which we'll get right now. A nice power turn there and finishes, completes her ride. Wave that flag, that Costa Rican flag with pride. There it is. In red is taking a gander by you folks. The middle part of the pier says no such luck. And we welcome to the booth 2-time Olympic gold medalist, Miss Lindsay Jacobellis, who is going to be joined by someone else in a moment. How are you, Lindsay?
I'm terrific. I'm so excited. I've been just watching behind the scenes. So much action out here. It's so exciting. We are so much closer. Let's take a look at this replay in blue. Leilani getting that nice frontside hit into that wrap, kicking those fins loose, building up some speed, working her way to the inside. Nice finishing maneuver. She's waiting on that score, her first score, 4.5. She's looking for that nice solid backup score. Priority is with red. Alyssa is up and going backside on right, headed southbound. Nice backside attack into that little combo. As this wave is starting to get a little smaller, she's trying to work her way to the inside. Will it give her something to work with and have a nice finishing touch? It does. She's worked hard to get all that wave could offer. The last ride of blue at 5.93. So situation is in the lead, blue, after this replay of red. Alyssa cracking the lip, back to back, 2, 3 maneuvers in a row. Let's build up some speed, a nice wiggle back and forth, finishing section coming ahead of you right there. So situation is in blue with priority of 5.93 and a 4.50. In red, Alyssa Spencer in second place with a 5.93 and a 4.50. You need a 6.25 to move into the lead. 19 minutes, 38 seconds left on the clock. Plenty of time. Priority blue.
6.5, that last wave, Alyssa Spencer, 6.5 puts you in the lead. Priority has blue. We welcome to the booth now two-time champion of this event, mother-to-be, Miss Sage Erickson. We're going to let the ladies, the Supergirls, talk about it now, and us guys are going to step aside.
Welcome, welcome, Sage. I'll let you settle in. Thank you, E, for giving all of your insight, wisdom, expertise, and energy. Pride of the Olympic spirit, as well as the Supergirl spirit. You're always here supporting the ladies in all of their endeavors and enjoying them coming up through the ranks and collecting so much content and remembering their journey and sharing it with you two out there in the audience and the viewers back home. All right, situation red. Your last ride, 6.5. You are in the lead, 6.5 and a 5.67. In second, blue with priority of 5.93 and a 4.5. You need a 6.25 to move into the lead. 18 minutes, 18 seconds left in this final heat to determine our Supergirl. Sage, welcome to the booth. Mama to be. Excited to have you here, Supergirl spirit. I don't think you've ever missed a Supergirl before, whether you're competing or just cruising through the festival village. Welcome in.
Thank you. Yeah, of course. I would never miss a Supergirl. I mean, I started coming down 16, 17 years old, 34. Yes, expecting my first child, which is so exciting. It is going to be a super boy, so I guess I still get to be the Supergirl in the family, but I mean, how can I miss this? Watching a final, Leilani, Alyssa, both backside, so powerful, so strong. And as you can see in these scores, it's really, really close here. Leilani had such a strong last wave, 5.93. And then Alyssa just backed it up with that 6.5. So the girls are really going toe-to-toe.
It's so exciting to see, and I love having you here to break down the waves because I'm doing my best translating that from my snowboarding career, and I can understand and I can almost feel the movement, but I cannot do these movements, and I know you can, so please break it down even more. I love to hear that, and it inspires me to try to get back out in the water and try that too.
Oh, you don't give yourself enough credit, Linz. I see you out at lowers, but before baby and putting in all the time and the effort out here in the lineup, and you know how it is. I mean, today Oceanside is actually pretty consistent for what conditions could be. You see these girls really excelling front side, back side, and so it makes it super entertaining, at least for me. I've loved just getting to see each girl's strategy, where they're sitting, how they're approaching the heats, and Alyssa and Leilani are two of the best, and that's why we're seeing them here in this final.
Absolutely. And what I've noticed, the rain's not the best for the viewers and spectators. People back home aren't really experiencing that, but feel bad for the people on the beach. However, it does keep the wind down, keeps the texture off the water, so it's smooth. These ladies can get up to speed so quickly. Therefore, we're going to see more aggressive maneuvers, sharper turns, more water being thrown.
Yeah, and here in California, we want stormy conditions because we get more swell, right? Essentially, here we got the girls taking off.
Live action ladies are splitting the peak. Going northbound is Leilani. Alyssa's going southbound.
Oh, man, it makes it challenging. They're both ripping. All they can see is vertical snaps and spray on both sides. So
you try to bounce back and forth. It's really about a timing situation, and we have the judges that are able to do that, and they're so trained to be able to jump back and forth and track, and then they have the replays to look at as well, so they can then give their best score. This is Alyssa Spencer's replay. Break it down for us, Sage.
Yeah, super strong finishing turn right there. I think Alyssa has those patented down, and then Leilani taking off right here too. A nice slash to start, cutting back all the way back to the whitewash, and just her continued momentum right there. She didn't ride out of it, but it goes to show, if she gets a little bigger wave with some more more momentum to work with, we'll really see her open up and finish strong.
Yeah, I saw the power with Alyssa, but I saw a lot of flow with Leilani, so we'll see how that score comes in. Last score for Red, a 6.50. Still waiting on a score for Red. So still waiting on that last score for Red.
Yeah, and I think seeing who has gotten priority, I mean, they surf the same wave and both paddled as fast as they could out to the peak. So Alyssa does have priority, Leilani second priority. And we'll probably start to see a little bit more heat strategy with positioning in the lineup now that the clock is ticking away. You could see Alyssa hanging by Leilani a little closer.
Yes, you understand that strategy game and how priority works. That last ride that those ladies split didn't come into play or fall into their score line. So, strategy's still the same. Leilani is looking to improve that 4.5, but that was that replay and Leilani going northbound on her front side. Nice snap right at the finish. It's so cool to see the entire body be involved in that movement. So Leilani is still looking to improve that 4.5. She needs a 6.25. But she also does have enough time to improve both of that score, so she doesn't have to go for the whole shebang and get that 6.25, as you know. What would be your strategy in this situation?
Yeah, I mean, at 13 minutes, essentially almost 14, is still a lot of time to get two scores. They both have a great foundation. They've started off with good rhythm, and with deteriorating conditions at low tide, it is making it a little bit more unpredictable of how many sets are coming in and what those waves look like. But these girls are the best. They're in the final. They're going to put themselves in the best positions and make it for a really, really exciting finish. But I think both of them really, right now, are just hoping for some sets to come in and some opportunity.
Absolutely. We do see the ladies jockey back and forth. They're either running to the pier or they're aligning themselves around that first buoy marker. And I don't know if that has to do with the position or the angle of the waves that are coming in, or it's how the sandbar is. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about that and how that shifts around.
I mean, looking out front, the lineup is actually pretty broad. We see multiple buoys, which shows us where the contest area is. And so there's a lot of options. We're watching a pretty fast paddle battle at the moment for position. They're seeing something that they like, which is creating tons of movement. So we'll see who ends up taking this wave, if any.
Yeah, from our vantage point, it barely looks like anything's happening, but they were definitely seeing something because all of a sudden a wave has just popped up right in front. And Red, Alyssa Spencer is up and shredding. She's got that inside section lining up. She's maybe going to get that revert. She does. She's going to stick with it and keep going on that backside. She started on her forehand, then changed directions and went back. So we'll see if that is going to improve her 5.67. She's trying to increase her lead even more. Blue now with priority out the back.
And it looks like something's coming as we're looking at Leilani paddling. You can see it coming from the south. We'll see if it turns into much.
Here's this replay of Alyssa.
Yeah, I'm just so impressed with the board speed both these girls have been carrying throughout their heats. You can see Alyssa, the flat section that she needed to get over to get that finish is not easy. She's making it look easy, but that it really realistically isn't. As you can see, again, nice wrap in the pocket that she was presented with, and then she flies over to this section, a nice tap there. I'm sure she wanted a little bit more, but you could see just with her skill level, the amount that she's able to redirect right to left, and keeping that board on rails super important.
Yeah, and managing how those two waves were almost coming together and making that little catcher's mitt. You want to still be gentle and not overpower the section until it can really withstand and hold what that force that you want to throw in there. So read that wave exceptionally well, Alyssa. So last ride for Alyssa, that 4.67, so not falling into her score line. Again, she's still trying to improve her lead and replace that 5.6. Leilani has priority in the blue. She wants to replace that 4.5. She needs a 6.25. We're 10 minutes, 25 seconds left in this final.
Yeah, and a 6.25 is not a tough score to get out there. You just need the wave to present itself, and the girls will make the most of it. They've been surfing so good, and so Leilani looks like she has momentum out to a pretty solid opportunity. We'll see if it translates into anything, but yeah, we still got swell. This is awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. Alyssa chipping in, deciding not to go.
Leilani here looking like she really wants to get to this wave. It looks like a really nice wall presenting itself. Really steep. Big first turn. Look at that spray. Second. Will she get a third? Oh, she does. Can she hold on? And she does. Wow, that was really, really well surfed.
Controlled right before the pylons. Well done. Alyssa then rebuttal out the back, hitting the nice hard first hit. And that was a one-hit wonder, but very powerful. So we will let the judges deliberate and break that down. 9 minutes, 20 seconds left on the clock. Now it is a race out the back to determine priority.
Yeah, and this is a really defining moment of who gets this priority here. I mean, we saw opportunity for both surfers on that last set, which gave us our best surfing of the heat. Leilani with the 3 really strong turns, and then Alyssa with the big hammer by the pier. So it's going to be really interesting to see where both these scores fall. And you can see the steepness on this wave, too. Just gave Leilani that big opening turn, slashed. So much diversity, too. She almost lost it there, but keeps it exciting for us all and rides out of it. And then here, Alyssa, what do you think, Linz?
Oh my gosh, how fast she's able to get to her board and get that board up to speed, immediately go into the bottom turn and just go straight vertical is very incredible. It is plyometrics. It's that explosive maneuver that you need to be able to just react in a split moment. So Red now with priority. Alyssa Spencer sitting in the lead. We want to see if anything else comes her way. Right now she's in a nice defensive position.
And just going back to that, that body strength that you're talking about, Lens, to get in those positions, both these girls train really hard. You'll see on their social medias and across all forums that they're always in the gym. They're working out, they're strengthening everything. Again, this replay, what a cool angle.
I really do like the drone angles because it gives almost the perspective if you were on the wave and you could see what their eyes can see and also how quickly it needs to happen and finish your task before the pylons come.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Leilani could fit 3 turns in that wave was huge. What's the score?
Last ride of Blue, 8.17. 8.17 for Blue. You move into the lead. So situation is 8.17. So after this replay of Red, Alyssa, we're still last ride of Red at 6.93. So the situation is Blue, you're in the lead, 8.17 and 5.93. In second with priority, Red with priority at 6.93 and a 6.50. You need a 7.18.
Wow, that was really exciting to see those big scores thrown. 2 different types of surfing. I mean, when you really think about it, Alyssa getting a 6.93 single maneuver. If she gets that maneuver in another section, that score would be giant. So I'm sure she's looking for something with substance. And then Leilani, again, just 3 beautiful turns, all different, complete. And we've got a really good final on our hands.
Absolutely. A lot of excitement. And we know that that's a possibility. We have had a 9 here in Supergirl for this cycle in the earlier rounds by Maddie Staton. She had an amazing wave. She had that combination that you were talking about, but every execution was just so crisp and clean. So we know it is capable out there. So these ladies are 100% able to do that if they have the opportunity presented. So we are seeing the sets come in, and when they do, they're about like 2 to 3 waves. So I don't know if there's a strategy to wait for the second or third, or is it just calling an audible in the moment and first one looks good or first one doesn't look good? What do you think?
I think you really, these girls know you just have to take the heat for what it comes. You put yourself in the best position, and these girls seem to have figured out the lineup. I've noticed they've continued to move back and forth between the 2 peaks straight out in front, rarely just staying in one spot, creating their own momentum, creating their own, let's say, destiny out there, and they're surfing to what they're being presented with. So thus far doing so good, and it seems like their strategies are right on point. So I think Alyssa would be, putting her hands together, hoping for a set, and Leilani may be hoping that the ocean stays calm. But only they know what they're really thinking out there. but there's definitely contestable waves in some awesome sections. So
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we are just down the 5-minute mark. And we have some texture on the horizon. Is it enough to tempt them to get into a wave? It's hard to tell we almost have a flat light. There's the little bit of a glare, so it's hard to see until the wave is almost right in front of them. So they're being lower, they might be able to have a different vantage point and see, a little bit more shadowing coming from a little further away, because we are seeing them paddle towards something and we're not necessarily seeing it. So,
no, I think you make such a good point, Lindsay. With the gray colors, the light blue, it really makes it hard to see. And obviously we've seen them move a lot sooner than we've seen something, so that is indicating that they do have a little bit better of a vantage point as to where the waves are coming in.
I would say the only indicator would be the sugar cube, is what Uncle E likes to call it. If that has a little bob, a little motion, is the only thing I've been able to read. Other than that, I'm watching how these ladies are positioning themselves. 3 minutes, 55 seconds. So situation is in the lead. Blue with an 8.17 and a 5.93. Alyssa Spencer sitting in second with priority, a 6.93 and a 6.5. You need a 7.18 to move into the lead.
And Alyssa does have priority, so this is going to make for a really awesome finish, because if a wave does present itself, she can put herself in any place that she wants to be, to where there's not being as much of a blocking end of the heat strategy going on. Leilani can't do much at this point, so I'm sure Alyssa is just willing that wave to come in and give her the opportunity to show us all on the beach what we came here to watch, and that is just the amazing surfing that she does. And again, highlighting Leilani's 8.17 and the strong 5.93 is an awesome backup.
Agreed. And we are seeing Alyssa being more aligned and closer to the pier, and we've seen that in her last couple of heats. So she has preferred that spot, even though she's shifted back and forth many times. But these ladies are giving themselves space. They're not marking up or pairing up. You see the coaches do the, together, come together. They really know their own game, and they know what needs to be done. 2 minutes, 30 seconds left on the clock. Priority red. We have a lot of excitement on the beach. I'm sure there's a little stress on the beach. There's a lot of mixed emotions that always go into a competitive setting. They're always, for the most part, they're wonderful. It's part of the mix. It's part of what you have to deal with, but it doesn't make it always easy in the moment.
No, and there's so much invested love and interest from family members and friends and everybody that comes down to support. And, everyone wants to see their person do well and, live out their dreams. And so when it comes down to a minute 54 in this final time check, again, a minute 50, things start to get really real. Are you going to be the winner or second place? And so these girls are trying to make it happen as we see sets approaching.
Yeah, we are seeing a little bit more shadowing as that wind texture is adding a little bit of a vantage point for us up here in the booth. I'm sure it's also helpful for the judges too, so they know that something might be happening. Both ladies are up. Red goes, taking her priority. Nice high line, looking for that section. Unfortunately, not able to get it. That can happen here. It can just close out so quickly on you. But if you are able to get that open face to present with that steepness, she can handle that.
Yes, absolutely. That's going to hurt for Alyssa because she did have priority. And, I think she was really looking at the big section that wave had to offer. It was one of those sets that just kind of stretched out and didn't give her enough time. We see her under priority right here, entertaining this right.
Red is up again. She was desperate to get into something because Leilani was paddling over to play a little defense, showing, are you going to show some interest in this wave? Because if you are, I'm going to take it. So she knew that, so she figured she had to go and try for something. So it is that no quit mentality and her being just ready to fight back and not give up. 33 seconds left on the clock.
Really counting down here. Leilani has priority, so she's going to stick right on Alyssa like glue. That's a great strategy. Use your priority and positioning well to close out the heat. Never say never. But Leilani is now in a great position, and that wave was just, for Alyssa, just did not open up to give her enough time to get to that section because we know what she was capable of doing. But Leilani, we're going to count this down. Linz?
3, 2, 1. And
there's a happy mom right there.
Absolutely. I'm sure she was just holding her breath in those last moments. It's so exciting when you have somebody come visit you and you know the chair is coming.
Oh, yeah. It's the best feeling in the world. I can't tell you enough, Lindsay. You've had victories here at Supergirl. The message means so much. The crowd's on the beach. You know, Leilani is the best surfer of the 2025 Supergirl Pro. That is just such an amazing accomplishment. In her first Supergirl cape?
I believe this is her first Supergirl cape.
Yeah.
You know who would know? First Supergirl cape for Leilani? Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
And we've got a new Supergirl.
Yes, and hopefully that incentivizes her to come to Jacksonville. We love having her there, and she could have a chance to go for bi-coastal capes. So as she makes her way to the beach, toes do not touch the sand. She's taking that moment to just live in that moment a little bit longer. Have some friends, family welcoming her as she just floats and lets the ocean just gently push her in as she can just absorb all that energy.
Oh, yeah, and this is a big event. It's a $4,000. I mean, we got substantial prize purse, $9,500 Leilani will be walking away with. And, you know, that's a lot to fuel your career and just the victory. Look at the excitement. Everyone runs down. And
yeah, look at the point. Even though it was raining out, there's still a ton of people on the beach that are excited to welcome her and congratulate her. Be the first to get an autograph. The kids will be lining up shortly. Look at that magic stick. That looked aggressive. Oh my goodness, look at that board. Look at that smile. She is on cloud 9 right now. There's also you know, points that are up for grab that are very important to carry through the rest of the season to qualify her for, you know, the Challenger Series.
Oh yeah, everyone's happy. You know, sponsors are happy. She is, all the hard work she's doing. And you see her moment, it's all worth it. Like we said, your loved ones come down. They feel all the highs and lows that we do on the road. And for Leilani, you know, she works hard year round, in the gym, out of it, training, surfing. She keeps doing her board swap. She's got all her stickers and her big smile. So it's so fun to watch.
And there's the chair. Toes do not touch the dry sand, and she is lifted and making her way, grabbing her nation's flag. Huge smile. Great representation of the sport and spirit of surfing. And Supergirl, of course.
Yep, this is why they do it. You know, that this is the ultimate, deemed the best surfer of the event. All the hard work, all the decisions made. It just feels nice to have everything come together and know that you are doing the right things and you're in the right direction. And so she's going to gain a lot of confidence from this.
Absolutely. And just having that 8.17 solidify that. And wonder, after that wave in the lineup, did she think to herself, this could happen, like this could be it, you know? Like, do you have that moment, or do you still like, I'm nervous, I'm not shutting it down yet? She's still hunting and she was protecting and doing what she needed to do, but ultimately deep down she's like, could that be?
Well, you know, and in the big picture of things, you know, she needed a mid-range 6. Well, if she got a mid-range 6 on that, Alyssa got a 6.9 something on the one turn, so she would have still been in second. The fact that she surfed that wave up to an 8.17 solidified her in a very strong first position. And so little things like that matter. She could have done 2 turns on that wave. She did 3 all the way to the beach and completed it. So I feel like her surfing this event, she's gone for it. She hasn't held back. She hasn't catered to soft section. She's really pushed hard, and we saw it there.
Yeah, we saw that the entire weekend, her working her way through the heats. You know, there was never a dull moment for her. She was powering through, executing, finding those sections, and taking it for all they had to offer. So the smile there, she's so excited. You can tell this win will take a long time to wear off. You know, it'll be riding. She'll be riding this for days, and then she'll constantly be looking at that cape, knowing that that's what she accomplished. And having a Supergirl cape is pretty phenomenal. as you know.
And I was going to say, Leilani, amongst this bunch of girls, 176 competitors, Leilani is on the older side of the group. And so for her to get her first cape too is, she's really embodied what a Supergirl is. And so for her to be able to wear that cape today and know that what she stands for is for a big purpose, and she's an inspiration to so many young girls. And so to be able to see her get the cape, her first, is just amazing to watch.
Yeah, her first season way back in 2013 on the Women's Junior Tour. But, we do a lot of digging of information. We want to know so much about the sport and so much about these athletes. But she's been in the junior, the CT, the men's CT, the Challenger Series, and the CT. It's incredible what these ladies have. And so let's get things started. Let's talk to the champion. Fuely, you got her.
I do. Leilani McGonagle has made history, the first ever international Supergirl winner. How are you feeling in the moment representing your country here?
Oh, I'm so happy. This is one of the events I really wanted to win because it has been my first ever QS, and it's a very full circle moment. I think it's been 10 years since I've done this event. So it's really cool, and it's awesome to be here with my friends and my mom y todos que vinieron a la playa a apoyar y que me están viendo en casa. It just feels amazing.
Well, you had incredible surfing. Talk us through, I think it was at 8.17. It's a series of turns, but such a critical wave. Taking off on that, was it just, I'm just going to give this everything, because you didn't hold back?
Yeah, I was actually excited to see that a bigger set came through just because it has been kind of scarce for those bigger ones, and I knew if I could surf it to my ability that it would be a good score, and I'm really happy I just didn't fall and was able to get an excellent score this event.
Well, Alyssa Spencer, a great competitor, a great friend of hers. What would you like to say to her sharing that final?
Oh, yeah, it was awesome just to be out there with Alyssa. We've had so many heats together, and she has my tally, so I'm happy to take one and be able to just keep growing and surfing. All these girls are the ones that push me to be better every day and keep showing up and trying to be better.
And what would you say to the little girls that are out there who, like yourself, might be looking, going, wow, I would love to be a professional surfer, and what have you learned about your journey of competing here at the Supergirl Pro for over a decade?
Just keep it fun, keep surfing, keep enjoying it, never lose the essence of it just because of competition. Just keep enjoying what really makes you happy in the water, and eventually it'll translate into some amazing stuff.
Great advice for all of us. And how about a shout out to everybody at home in Costa Rica?
Pura vida a todos en casa, muchísimas gracias, y la verdad es que sé que ya me están llamando y me están poniendo mensajes súper lindos, así que pura vida, y aquí lo dimos todo. Vamos para Portugal y esperamos tener un buen resto del año. Gracias.
There you have it, our Supergirl champion of 2025, Leilani McGonagle. She's going to make her way now over to the award stage, the champion for this year.
The Nissan Rogue takes hit after hit, punished under immense pressure, and exposed to excessive wear. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality. We put it through the worst, so you get its best.
Mango Cart from Golden Road Brewing. The wheat beer brewed with real mango. Crisp, refreshing, and always perfectly balanced. The Supergirl Surf Festival is brought to you by Visit Oceanside, San Diego's North Shore, by Waterloo Sparkling Water. Try their uniquely refreshing flavors.
And welcome back, everyone, to Oceanside Supergirl Surf Pro. We just wrapped up finals with me, Sage Erickson. We were just having a wonderful discussion of just all things surf, snowboard, extreme, and just being new moms and mom-to-be, and just a lot of excitement. So it just is just so much to connect with, especially in this Supergirl space. And in the water, we just had Leilani McGonagle collect her first cape, and it's the first time someone from out of this country has won the Supergirl cape, so that is also a new feat as well. Alyssa Spencer giving a terrific presentation and showcasing her skills and not giving up, but it was that 8.17 that really locked in the Cape for Leilani, and that was just absolutely beautiful.
And I mean, isn't that crazy? The first international Supergirl. This event's been going on. Next year, I think it's going to be 20 years that we're going to be celebrating Supergirl going on, and the fact that Leilani gets to wear that cape home back to Costa Rica. You saw her getting carried, not walking up the beach, getting carried up the beach with her flag. Very proud, very excited to represent Costa Rica, and it was just a big one. You could see throughout this entire event, there's been so much talent. I mean, to be in the finals was a tall ask. You see these girls, they're ripping. There was 176. You got smiles. You probably got some frowns by the end of some heats.
Yeah. These are some of the
And you could see, you know, she in her interviews, she noted, you know, these younger girls are pushing her. The talent is always pushing her. She's, you know, within herself wanting to be better. And watching these highlight clips, you can see, I mean, these girls, they're not holding back. There's maneuvers. You see Leilani even there with a reverse. Moana, like such fast board speed, good finishes. We saw some air reverses. Alyssa always just carbon copy, strong surfing, strong finishes. Foundation is keys. We see little super girls in their capes, and that's what it's about here. Growth and being exposed to the best surfers in the world. And again, Alyssa just nonstop. This final was huge.
Yeah, this is such a massive surf event, and the fact that it is an all-female event is pretty incredible. It's what drew me to this event so long ago, because I've only experienced X Games, and that's, you know, guys and girls in a bunch of different sports, and I was like, this is essentially of that caliber, but it's all women, and it is this stage that women can just shine on and support each other and have this capacity to grow. So it's so wonderful that that is what's happening. And next year, like you said, 20 years ago, but it feels like it goes by so fast. You've been a part of that pretty much that entire time. And you can also attest to being in the lineup with some of these younger ladies and having them push you. But then it also just gives them that stoke because they're surfing with you. I know I always get stoked when I surf with you. I get so distracted and get smiley. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm remembering to surf. And I'm like, I should try to catch a wave too instead of just smile at Sage's waves that she's catching. I get so excited when I see ladies out in the lineup. It gets me hyped. And I love it. And it seems like the women always support each other in the water, and they always paddle up and talk to each other in the water. It's not always just, you know, in your own world in that moment. And I feel that, and that translates. And I'm not even in that surfing space. I just love to rent space in it.
Yes. Well, I mean, at the same time, you are an athlete. You know how to push the boundaries. You know the growth of what it takes as a young girl to become a woman and accomplished female in your sport. And so you should give yourself so much credit, because even though we're on the beach and we're around a surf competition, I know you put your hours in out in the water, and you pay attention to detail and technique and a lot of the inspiring things that these girls are partaking in. You do yourself too. And I think, you know, as you said, coming down to the Supergirl, what's drawn us to it is that message and that evolution as a young girl into your sport and just into your passion. I mean, the little girls coming down to the beach, they want to be surrounded by the community, the water, what it does for them, their smiles, everything, and just be in a place that they feel comfortable in a space. And I think just having an all-women's event really opens up the girls to be who they are, to make new friends, you know, reach new communities. And I mean, there's so much going on down here. I can't believe it. I mean, within 20 years, when I was 16, 17 doing this event, it was big, but it is huge now.
Absolutely. And we want to thank Oceanside for having such biggest heart to host this event. It means the world to us that we can come back year after year. We have such a great stage for it. The pier being the central focus, and you can just peer over to the north and you see the Longboard, and then you're like, oh, what's going on south? Well, it's the shore porters, and it's just so wonderful. Every year, the ASA Entertainment adds another event. We had BMX added this year, and every year seems to be just more and more excitement, more fun, and more experiences that these young women are sharing with the next generation. You know, we've got beach soccer, we got beach football, we have the lifeguarding competition, we have the cheer competition. So we have so much happening in the festival village, on the sand, and in the water. It's just kind of this endless, continuous flow that there's so much going on. You have to check in to the board and see what's happening for that specific hour, 30 minutes for the day. There's so much breakdown. You can't just remember everything. And then the full concert series that's free. So, you know, Plain White Tees is playing later today, you know, after awards. So come down if you're not here, if you're in the area, and, you know, cheer on the ladies that gave such an incredible performance. And if you weren't here this year, you should plan on coming next year, because this event is wonderful and it's so exciting. And who knows who will be in concert next year.
It's always a surprise. I'm always so curious when I see the schedule drop, who's going to be playing. It's always going to be an amazing artist. I mean, I'm pretty sure I got word that there was 40,000 people down here yesterday. That's a lot of people. That's a lot. So you can see there's so much to offer. And like you said, with the pier, with the way that they've built up the amazing resorts behind us, it really is like a beach stadium. You have so much to see from different vantage points, and it really makes the experience so good. So like Lindsay said, if you have not been down here or you missed it this year, you got to come next year. Like I said, I've been down here like 20 years now and I still can't get enough. So there's definitely something that I'm sure everyone can enjoy.
Yeah, the city has been growing and developing over the last 20 years as well. So it's been this symbiotic relationship to see what can, you know, grow and develop and change and, you know, project.
And all
what
for
the
the
future
good.
Can be.
It's
Absolutely,
all for better.
absolutely.
It's all for, you know, just more inclusive things and accompanying people. I mean, I remember back in the day, we were like in a dirt lot up top for parking. And it was just so different. And so now things are very accommodating and very comfortable, which again makes such a great experience.
Absolutely. It's just wonderful. It's wonderful to be here with you, to catch up. Like, we always get to see each other at events like this, which is wonderful because our paths don't really cross, and we're in such different times in our lives and still traveling and still trying to enjoy our hobbies and things that we love to do. Now we're on a totally different journey as well. So we're still not crossing paths, but we cross paths here at Supergirl.
And that's what
I
it's
love
about.
that. And especially having Supergirl on the East Coast as well, which we will have later in November. More action-packed there and more free concerts yet to come. So it's just so exciting that this is the world that we are living in, and I'm so excited.
And Supergirl in Florida is Jacksonville still?
Yes,
Which,
it is.
if anybody has never been to Jacksonville, not to like take away from any other part of Florida, but I love Jacksonville. The wave is so fun. The food's great. The community there is such a big group of young girls surfing there, and it's just like this vibe, maybe a little warmer and, you know, less wetsuits, which is always nice. But
that's true.
Jacksonville is awesome.
We had incredible waves, and you know what I think what time it is? I think you and I need to go head over to the festival village and check out all the booths, because we've been up here calling the action, and we need to get front and center for that stage and see Leilani get her cave.
Cannot wait. Big congrats again to Leilani, Alyssa, rounding off second. And man, just what an exciting final and event. And it's so sad that it's over. It always is. But until next time.
Exactly. So surfing's done, but there's still more action happening. We have more free concerts after the awards ceremony. So we're going to take a small break, and then we'll come back. You will see the winner get presented, all the goodies and all the excitement and all the smiles. See you guys soon. Thanks for tuning in.
Take this veil from off my eyes. burning sun will someday rise.
The Supergirl Surf Festival is brought to you by Golden Road Brewing, your local craft brewery, by Islands Restaurants, Southern California's home of the beach vibes with gourmet burgers, fresh cut fries, and great happy hour deals, by Bright Event Rentals. Passionate team makes Bright more than rentals. They are your partner in creating flawless events.
contestants out there, and we're here to talk about a wonderful 3-day festival known as the Supergirl Surf Festival. Who had a nice time out here in Oceanside this weekend? Yeah, well, it would not be made possible without this gentleman standing next to me. My name's Uncle E. I get the pleasure of being hired by Rick to talk about this, that, and the other thing. It's an honor to do such. Rick here has a staff, and he has a ridiculous memory of how to make things work in the world of events. He comes from Florida, but 19 years ago, he had a vision to put together something known as the Supergirl Pro. It's taken off. It's amassed a whole bunch of fantastic people in all sorts of disciplines that you've seen up and down this beach through the years. We've seen surfer girls that weren't even born when this event started 19 years ago take red capes. We've got a new winner of the event this year we'll bring up in just a minute from another country. So this thing keeps growing and growing, and you're all part of a little bit of history. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce the man behind the plan who's got a lot to say and a lot of thanks. His name is Rick Bratman with ASA Entertainment. Big round of applause, folks.
Wow. Okay. So he's clearly hired as our publicist moving forward. No question. Yeah, you know, this is an event, as Uncle Lee said, that absolutely takes a village. There are so many different pieces of this puzzle, and it requires so much cooperation and support from everyone, from the city to our vendors, to our partners, to the people that bring on put all the sports together. And it is something that is a labor of love to all of us. And so I want to just take a few minutes. I'm definitely not paid to talk. This is the guy that we pay to talk. So I'm just going to give tribute to the people that have made this whole thing possible because, yeah, exactly. I mean, we go forward on a fool's errand every year, which is to put on a festival of this scale and size and scope, and we want to do it for free every year for all of you guys. Okay?
Can we get a hell yeah for free?
Yeah.
Amen, hallelujah.
Because, you know, free music festivals do not exist. You're normally going to pay. Who saw Lupe Fiasco last night? Right? Crazy set. I mean, we got Jacob's Castle coming out. I mean, y'all know Jacob. I mean, a little connection with Sublime there, too, so we might hear a few Sublime songs coming. All right? And then the Tease. Exactly. All right? And all of this we want to do for you guys, for Oceanside, and most importantly, to support, uplift, inspire women. Okay, that's why we do Supergirl, right? We had 176 women competing in surf this weekend. It's a record. It's the largest women's surfing event in the history of the professional tour.
Can we get a hell yeah?
We had 770 women competing in 9 sports in total.
Can we get an amen?
And it all happens because of this incredible group. So I'm going to start with the way that this event stays free is by our incredible sponsors who believe in the vision and the ideals and the values of Supergirl, and they put their money behind this to make this free for you. We have 70 partners. I'm obviously not going to be able to thank all of them, but I do want to start with at least kind of the big boys and girls that are really providing the lion's share of the opportunity to keep this thing free for you. So
here's how we're going to do this. He's going to say the name, and you're all going to say, thank you. For instance, who's first? Who's first?
We got our newest partner, Smokeflower.
You're getting better.
All right. We got our oldest, longest partner, Nissan.
What do you got to say?
We got some good eating from Jersey Mike's.
We're going to go Spanish now. We're going to go gracias. Ready?
All right, and this one has been keeping me energized all weekend long. Celsius.
Well, you guys are good.
I mean, my cell phone's been working this weekend because of Verizon.
Let's go French. Merci.
Right, there we go. And, of course, the protectors of the freedom of our country. Give it up for the U.S. Marines.
Woo! How about a hell yeah for the Marines? Yeah, to Pendleton and beyond.
Yeah. And, I mean, keeping you all feeling good this weekend. Golden Road, Mango Cart, right?
How about a merci?
And then, last and certainly not least, is our partners at Visit Oceanside, who have been with us for all 19 years here, and they provide a lot of love and support to help bring this event to the community here.
Big thank you.
All right. Real quickly, the heart, soul, blood, sweat of this event isn't necessarily all the people here that work behind the scenes. It's the people out front, the volunteers. Honestly, we are a group of 10 people came out from Florida trying to put an event like this together. And we had 175 volunteers that are all from this community. And we cannot thank you enough because literally and figuratively, we could not have done this event without these wonderful volunteers. So thank you from the bottom of my heart to all the volunteers.
Yeah, big round of applause.
Okay. Now, I mentioned 10 people. These are 10 people that work their rear ends off 365 days a year to produce Supergirl. There's so much love and passion for this program for all of us. And I want to just take a moment to actually publicly thank and announce each one of them individually. So we'll start with our head of operations, Abe. We have Bianca, who manages our partner services. We have Michelle, who is our hospitality manager extraordinaire. We have Kendall, who's been killing it with social media all weekend. Victoria, who worked with me on booking all these bands. So great job for that. We have Dave, who I know is going to be near and dear to all you guys because he's running the beer and the food and volunteers and sports and everything else.
Thanks, Dave.
Yeah, right. We have Heather, who is also managing our partner services. We have Courtney, who is our newest team member who worked tirelessly this weekend at the registration booth. And then I'm going to do something that there's going to be an individual here that's going to really, really get mad at me right now. Amanda Ball, please come out here on stage. Amanda Ball.
Amanda
Ball, please come out on stage. Okay, Amanda Ball. Amanda Ball has been with us for 11 years, and she is the heart and soul of this event. So please, huge round of applause for Amanda Ball.
That's right. On the count of three, a big thank you. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, she's going to hit me later, I guarantee.
Her last name is Hug and Kiss. Amanda Hug and Kiss. Here you go.
All right. Those are our staff people. Another quick thanks. DJ Dopamine, been with us for 10 years. On the turntables all weekend, serving as co-MC with DJ Jane Vanderbilt. I don't know if Jane, where she's at. Shari Hawkins has been our stage host today. Shari's been with us for a number of years as well. And U.S. Olympian, decathlete. I mean, come on, that's incredible. This weekend we had not just shortboard, we had longboard with our partners at the Oceanside Longboard Surf Club. I know they got to be here. There we go. Jeff and Bingo and everybody else who made this event possible for so long. We have a group that ran flag football for the first time this year, which is we had Girl Power Prime. We also had volleyball tournaments with the McDevitt brothers. We had professional soccer that went with the San Diego Wave. And again, back to what I said before, this whole thing takes a village, and I cannot tell you how much I appreciate all of you guys. And then one thing that I know you're going to appreciate is I'm going to stop talking now. I'm going to turn it back over to the master of Gab, Uncle Lee.
Can we get a hip, hip, hooray, hip, hip? Rick Bradman, thank you very much. Tirelessly. He has a voice this year, which is very rare and good energy. Let's get going with some awards. Who would like to see some awards? Some champions, yeah! All right, Supergirl Longboard. We're starting with the longboards. They got to be greater than 9 feet to slide alongside coming down the Pacific Ocean. We're honored to be working with the Oceanside Longboard Surfing Club again this year to host a 2-day Supergirl Pro Longboard competition sponsored by Nissan. We're bringing up runner-up. Rick Bratman's going to give out the medal around the neck. Put your hands together for Caitlin Mickelson. And for the first time, we had the longboard on the south side of the pier. So north side, south side, we'll get a word from you in just a minute. You're only outdone by one, and it was a nice little battle out there in the Pacific Ocean, 30-minute heat on the south side. She's walking away victorious. She's from Hawaii. She's 17 years young, not old enough to vote, but old enough to put a nice neck around, a nice medal around her neck. Put your hands together. Nice Oceanside welcome for first place, the champion, rocking the red cape, Alana Johnson! All right, Rick, that's a nice big gold medal. There's a photo opportunity, but wait, there's more. Here goes the cape. It's coveted. It's spray painted in 14 karat gold, as far as you know. It's around her neck. Velcro that does not stick to her hair. And here comes the check in a priceless amount that the rain wiped off. We think it's $3 million. Nice job. All right, Caitlin. Caitlin, you took second place out there. Conditions were what they were. Was there any conversation going on out there between you two, or do you just stick to your game?
We were chatting out there, having a good time. You know, that was pretty slow out there, but we were just looking for the best waves and enjoying the moment.
Fantastic. Anything you'd like to say to the young surfer girls that are watching, maybe have dreams or aspirations to be doing what you're doing someday?
Yeah, I say never give up on your dreams. I've actually been professionally surfing for 20 years. She's less than half my age, so let's go. Get it.
You've been surfing as long as she's been alive professionally. That's great. Alana Johnson, coming from Hawaii, you have a big smile on your face. Anything you'd like to say to this crowd here in Oceanside on behalf of the Supergirl Pro?
I just want to say thank you to everyone for coming out this weekend and supporting us. It really means a lot. And thank you to all you guys who put the event together.
You're very welcome. There's a thing called the 10% rule. It only applies if you're 21 or years of age or older, so it doesn't apply to you. 10% means you're supposed to buy 10% of your profits and buy people beers, but unfortunately that's not going to happen. That's a bummer, right? Yeah. Anyway, congratulations. There you go, folks. Here's your photo opportunity. 1 and 2 in the longboard division. Yeah. Whoop, whoop. How about a hip, hip, hooray? Hip, hip. Champions. All right, everyone got their shot? All right, step off carefully. Nice job. High five. Yeah, aloha. All right, next up, Rick.
Yeah, so we've got a really special award right now that has been donated by our good friends at Smokeflower. This is incredible. I mean, we had a conversation with them about, doing an award and maybe giving something to the surfer that had the highest scoring wave of the day. And, normally someone says, we'll give them a little trophy or $500 or something. And the CEO of Smokeflower came to us. We didn't have to ask him anything. He came to us and said, we want to make a $10,000 donation to the Leilani Foundation on behalf of the surfer that had the highest scoring wave of the day. So I want to bring out two very, very special people. First of all, the woman who won the award with the highest scoring wave of the day, Leilani McGonagle, and the CEO of Smokeflower, Mr. Kevin Madden.
Wow, that's not a typo. That's 10,000. That's 10,000. Hey, why don't you climb up right here on the top spot of the podium, because this is a well-earned and well-deserved check. $10,000 to the Leilani Foundation. That is spectacular.
And I think Kevin wants to say a few words. Yeah. Okay. You want to hold that for you?
Smokeflower Clothing Brand congratulates Leilani McGonagle for the 2025 Best Wave Champion. And on Leilani's behalf, we will be donating $10,000 to Leilani Foundation. So congratulations, Leilani.
That is great. That is great. Thank you very much. Again, give it up for Smokeflower, folks, stepping in and helping out the greater good, Leilani Foundation. All right, she's not going to get away too far. It's time to go with the results of the 2025 Supergirl Surf Pro. If you've been around these parts and you know surfing, this young lady who's going to come up in runner-up position, she's earned a couple of third places. She won a cape in Jacksonville in 2021. 2 years ago, she walked away with a cape here in Oceanside. She was this close to taking a cape, but this year she takes second place. She's the Smiling Assassin. That's what we nicknamed her. Please welcome the wonderful, the talented, the ever-present second place, Alyssa Spencer. That's it. Take us. Yeah, come right up there. That's perfect. We'll get a word from you in just a minute. Only outdone by one and a friend. They've competed for quite some time. We saw her up here moments ago. A quick story, folks. A quick story. This gal hails from Costa Rica. I met her dad before I actually met the champ here, and her dad moved down to Costa Rica just after high school, found a place in Costa Rica, a phenomenal left. If you know surfing, you know Pavones is one of the best spots in the world to go left for about a mile, right? and he said, I got 2 kids that are heavily interested in surfing. I've taught them since they were like this big, and boy, we've watched them grow. Today, Costa Rica is very proud to represent a surfer who walked away today with the championship title, a red cape. The first international cape is being donned and given out to your champion here for the 2025 Supergirl Pro in Oceanside. Put your hands together for Leilani McGonagle! Waving that flag with pride. I love it. Oh, I love it. Yep. All right, photo opportunity. And presenting the trophy around the neck, this is Esther Sanchez, the mayor of Oceanside. Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, and Leilani has been really hankering for one of these, and she's got herself a cape. I love it. I love it. There it is. And here comes a check. And that fits in the overhead as you're on your way to Portugal next. Yeah. All right. Let's get a quick word from Alyssa. Alyssa, you've had a couple of capes on both coasts. How does it feel to pass the cape, so to speak? Obviously, you'd love to get another cape, but a good friend, a formidable foe. How's this moment feel for you?
Yeah, it was amazing to share that final with Leilani. She's been one of my best friends for many years, and we've traveled the world together and been competing together for so long. And yeah, it was just really special to be able to share that heat with her and just battle back and forth. And, you know, she put up a great fight and definitely deserves this win.
It is always a pleasure to watch you do what you do. Thank you. Keep up the good work. I'm going to step over here now to first place. Get right up next to Leilani. Leilani, that smile is genuine. And I know the folks in Costa Rica are ecstatic. Your mom is here. Dad is watching the dogs back in Costa Rica. I've watched you come up the ranks since you were 13. It's really a pleasure to have you here earning this cape. What does it mean to you?
Oh, wow. It's a lot of emotions. I'm so overwhelmed, honestly, to be here. Gracias a todos que vinieron a la playa a apoyarme. La verdad es que sus vibras demasiado buenas. And honestly, thank you to Alyssa and all the girls that have been stepping up, because that makes me have to step up and be better. And every year I've kind of left with a little chip on my shoulder because I've really wanted to win this cape for a long time. So I'm happy that dreams do come true.
They do come true. That's right. A goal without a plan is just a dream, and she had a plan today to get it done, and this is your opportunity with cameras. I'll step aside, hold that up high, and we're going to ask, yeah, there's that, and we're going to ask after this shot that you turn around with the cape. That's the money shot right here. Hold on, I'm going to frame this up for you right here. Can you hold that like that? Is this good, everybody? Is that good? Can we get a hell yeah? Yes. ¿Cómo se dice hell yeah en español?
Pura vida.
Pura vida. All right. So one last thing. This was in 2013. I told her, I go, if by chance you win, we're going to do the same thing we did at the ISA World Surfing Games back in 2013. I interviewed her a few times. I'm like, you got a future. You're going to be like one of those fantastic surfers that we're going to have fun in the future. Will you sign my bald head? So she did it back in 2013. I got the Sharpie. Would you be so kind as to sign and autograph my bald head? There it is. I'm never washing this again. There it is. Available for all bald people later on. Thank you very much, Leilani. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2025 Supergirl champion, Leilani McGonagle. I want to get one of those. All right, one final hip, hip, hooray. Here we go. Hip, hip. And that wraps up our award ceremonies, folks. Thanks so much. That is fantastic work. There's your top two. Between them, they have 3 Supergirl capes. Nice job, ladies.
Aha! I knew it! You are stealing my Jersey Mike's gig.
Danny, it's just because Jersey Mike's is an official sponsor of the NFL. I'm not taking your gig.
Now you're taking my look.
This is how I dress.
My glasses. I've been looking for those.
I wear glasses. I have astigmatism.
I'll give you astigmatism.
Ready for you on set, Eli.
I gotta go.
This ain't over, Manning.
Jersey Mike's, a sub of...
Hey, that's my line. A sub above.
this veil from off my eyes. My burning sun will someday rise.